iQOO chip monster. One for performance, one for display.
बिल्कुल। और फिलहाल के लिए अगर बात करें सेंट्रल इलाका, तो वन साइडेड ग्लोरी आपको वहां पे जाते हुए दिखाई देगी। इसी चीज की शुरुआती दौर में मैं बात कर रहा था कि इनकी जो रोटेशन है बहुत ही ज्यादा बेहतरीन है, क्लीन रोटेशन आपको देखने को मिलती है। ज्यादा अननेसेसरी फाइट वो किसी से लेते नहीं है। बट फिलहाल के लिए एसवीके की बात करी जाए तो वो रश करने को पूरी तरीके से तैयार है। उनको पता है कि उनका एक प्लेयर ऑलरेडी यहाँ पे डाउन हो चुकी है, बट आप इस तरीके से तो नहीं जा सकते। ग्रुप को वहां पे डाउन किया गया और अब दिक्कतें एसवीके के लिए ज्यादा हो सकती है क्योंकि उन्होंने एक प्लेयर चलिए पीछे छोड़ जरूर रखा है। बाकी तो जो प्लेयर थे वो अंदर के साइड पे आपको फंसते हुए इस वक्त नजर आएंगे। बट गॉडविन की बात करें, उनकी स्पीड वो बहुत ज्यादा कम हो चुकी है, डाउन हो जाएंगे। बट नहीं, वो खुद भी वहां पे डाउन होते हुए नजर आएंगे। सिंपल की बात करें, वो इसमें मौजूद थे और उन्होंने कवर फायर अपनी प्लेयर को मौजूद वहां पे दिलाया है जरूर। बट फिलहाल के लिए लुसिफर की बात करें, उनकी बीएसपी आपको कम होती हुई दिखाई देगी। वहां पे वो रीलोड करने में कामयाब हो गए। बट सिंपल की अगर बात करी जाए, उनकी बीएसपी यहाँ पे बहुत ज्यादा डाउन है। हाउ दोनों प्लेयर एक दूसरे को किस तरीके से एंकी यहाँ पे कवर दे रहे हैं। पहले गॉडविन थे, फिर उसके बाद सिंपल है। एसवीके की स्क्वाड आप देखे, देखते ही देखते बिखरती हुई नजर आएगी। रोमियो लास्ट प्लेयर अपनी टीम से इसमें सर्वाइव करते हुए।
बिल्कुल, गॉडविन आगे की तरफ जरूर से आ रहे हैं। उनको पता है कि अगर यहाँ पे ज्यादा वक्त दिया तो रिवाइवल जरूर से एग्जीक्यूट हो जाएगा। वापस से टू मैन स्टैंडिंग हमें टीम एसपी के जरूर से देखने को मिलेगी। ग्रूड की गन वहां पर दिख चुकी है, उनको नॉक किया जाएगा। टीम एसपी के जो सोलो मैन स्टैंडिंग थे उनको भी फिनिश ऑफ किया जाएगा। टीम एलीट स्क्वाड ई स्पोर्ट्स अपना एक खिलाड़ी जल्दी खोया, लेकिन उसके बावजूद इस 3v4 के सिनेरियो को अपने नाम किया। 4
की स्कोर स्लैम करते हुए नजर आएगी। इजी टू इजी पे देखते हैं, इजी उनके लिए हो सकता है या पे नहीं। बट चलिए, एक बढ़िया शॉट वहां पे कनेक्ट करते हुए दोनों साइड से प्लेयर्स आपको नॉक होते हुए दिखाई देंगे। एडीएस उन्होंने खोला जरूर था, डैमेज भी बहुत ज्यादा। रूक अपने आप को हील करने की उनको जरूरत पड़ने वाली है। स्वैग की बात करी जाए, काफी ज्यादा दूर। स्लग की बात करें, वो भी काफी ज्यादा दूर है। बट एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड उन्होंने कुक जरूर किया और मोस्ट प्रोबेबली फटते हुए प्लेयर नजर आ सकते हैं। दोनों प्लेयर वहां पे जा रहे हैं, दिक्कतें उनके लिए हो जरूर सकते हैं। ग्रेनेड उन्होंने किया, ग्रेनेड से खुद भी डाउन हो सकते थे, बट नहीं, सामने वाली टीम के एक प्लेयर को उन्होंने डाउन किया। एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम, स्लग पूरा काम खत्म करेंगे और इसी के साथ पूरी स्क्वाड एलिमिनेट होती हुई टीएसएआर की। बिल्कुल, और थोड़ी देर में हमें जो अगला सर्कल है वो भी देखने को मिलने वाला है। मिलिट्री बेस पे जो टीम थी, मुझे लगता है वहां से वो निकल गए। बट फिरोज हेड फॉर हेड एक लौता प्लेयर को आप देखें कि 1v2 करने की काबिलियत रखते हैं और वो चीज हमने यहाँ पे देखी जरूर। फिरोज की आप एचपी देखे, दिखाई भी इस वक्त दे नहीं है। बट लेजेंड की अगर बात करी जाए, मात्र केवल पिस्टल उनके पास है, दूसरी वेपन उनके पास। व्हाट, पिस्टल से उन्होंने सच में डाउन भी कर दिया यहाँ पे और फिलहाल के लिए लेजेंड को खत्म किया जाएगा। बट अगर बात करें फिरोज की, वो यहाँ पे डाउन हुए, बड़े आसानी से रिवाइव कर दिया जाएंगे, दिक्कत नहीं होने वाली। बट हेड फॉर हेड जिस तरीके से उन्होंने यहाँ पे गेम दिखाया है, जो मैं कहता हूँ कि दोनों खिलाड़ी जिस तरीके से हमने वहाँ पे वैनिटी को देखा, 1v2 उन्होंने भी किया। उसके बाद हम यहाँ पे देख रहे थे फिरोज को, और उन्होंने भी 1v2 करा जरूर है। बट एंकी, मैं ये सीख चुका हूँ कि आज के बाद मुझे किसी एक टीम का नाम नहीं लेना है। आई एम सो सॉरी वन साइडेड ग्लोरी, माफी आपसे जरूर चाहूंगा। शुरुआती दौर में आपने 2 प्लेयर अपने खो दिए हैं और पहला मैच आपके लिए बिल्कुल अच्छा नहीं गया। आप राउंड 3 में क्वालिफाई हो जाएं, मैं ये जरूर चाहूंगा। आपका जो गेम है वो सच में बहुत ही ज्यादा बेहतरीन। बट क्या है कि इसके बाद और भी वो पॉइंट्स निकाल सकते हैं। बट चलेंगे एक रीप्ले पे और बात करेंगे वो पिस्टल वाले शॉट की। अगर आप देखें तो फिरोज को वो गए अंदर, वो पंजा मार के चले आए अंदर प्लेयर को।
मेरे ख्याल से शायद उनको पता नहीं था कि वहां पर खिलाड़ी है और वो लूट करने के लिए वहां पर जा रहे थे। मैं ये देख रहा हूँ कि वो 2 खिलाड़ी जो अंदर बैठे तो उनको तो फुटस्टेप आ रहा था, घुसते ही उनको फिनिश ऑफ क्यों नहीं किया गया, ये सवाल जरूर से रहने वाला है। फिलहाल टीम हेड फॉर हेड ये अभी के लिए रुकने के मूड में नहीं है। 5वां फिनिश जो है वो इनके खाते में जाता हुआ 3 अलग अलग टीम की मुश्किल अभी तक ये बढ़ा चुके हैं। चारों के चारों खिलाड़ी उनके सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं। बट अगेन मेरी जो अंदर 2 खिलाड़ी बैठे थे उनके पास थे, अगर मैं बात करूं वेपन, तो उसके बावजूद उन्होंने आने दिया। वो प्लेयर उनको मुक्का मार के बाहर चला गया, गेट बंद कर दिया, तब भी वो उसको नॉक नहीं कर पाए।
कितना ज्यादा फिरोज खुश होंगे ना। मैं गया मैं टपली मार के आया अंदर। बता रहे होंगे अपने प्लेयर्स को, वो मैं गया अंदर। उधर 2 प्लेयर वो जब कहानी बताएंगे इस वाली फाइट की, वो कहेंगे आप यकीन नहीं मानेंगे, मैं गया शैक के अंदर, 2 प्लेयर मौजूद थे, दोनों के पास एक बेहतरीन एंगल था, मुझे सैंडविच करके वहीं पे खत्म कर सकते थे। बट मैं वापस से गया अंदर और मैं टपली मार के वापस से बाहर आया, उसके बाद अंदर से दोनों प्लेयर बाहर आए। फिर अभी आप स्लो मोशन में देखेंगे कि किस तरीके से उन्होंने टपली यहाँ पे मारी है किसी एक प्लेयर को। यस बिल्कुल, वहां पे जो दूसरा प्लेयर था उसको वो पड़ा भी है, बट इनके पास शॉटगन था। आप देखें यूएमपी का एक बेहतरीन कमाल शॉट उन्होंने लगाया जरूर, बट ये वाली फाइट
बॉट के द्वारा टीम एस्टेक यहाँ पर एक पुश करने के लिए आएंगे। डिफीट को यहाँ पर डाउन किया जाएगा, जो फिनिश है वो भी इजीली सिक्योर हो जाएगा। 2 खिलाड़ी यहाँ पर बचते टीम एस्टेक के। लेट्स सी कि यहाँ पर पहले रिवाइव देने के लिए जाएंगे या फिर अभी के लिए जो फाइट है उसमें एग्जीक्यूशन जो है वो यहाँ पर दिखाएंगे। लूसीफर यहाँ पे क्लोजिंग करेंगे, स्पॉट करके खिलाड़ी को डाउन जरूर तो उन्होंने किया है। ग्रेनेड यहाँ पर मौजूद जरूर से था लेकिन उसको डॉज करेंगे। लूसीफर अभी भी सर्वाइव करते हुए अब एक 1v1 की फाइट बचती है। प्रधान के कंधों पर पूरी जिम्मेदारी, क्योंकि एस्टेक यहाँ पर एलिमिनेट होंगे तो इस पर्टिकुलर टूर्नामेंट से बाहर, एसवी के यहाँ पर एलिमिनेट होंगे तो वो भी इस टूर्नामेंट से बाहर हो जाएंगे। लेट्स सी यहाँ पर क्या होने वाला है। लूसीफर को यहाँ पे स्पॉट जरूर से किया है, टीपी के कुछ शॉट्स आएंगे, फाइनली स्पॉट करके डाउन किया। 1 HP सर्वाइविंग प्रधान, एस्टेक इज स्टिल सर्वाइविंग एंड अभी भी जो चांसेस है राउंड 3 के वो सर्वाइव करते हुए टीम एस्टेक के।
बट क्या हुई है, अपने आप को हील करेंगे, दिक्कतें उनके लिए नहीं होने वाली। बट फिलहाल के सर्कल के बाहर हैं। की स्पॉट की बात योद्धा, आज इनको क्या हो गया, बैक टू बैक हेडशॉट्स आपको देते हुए वो नजर आएंगे। अगर दोनों को यहाँ पे फिनिश किया तो 5 फिनिशर्स होने वाले। मोस्ट प्रोबेबली मुझे लगता है कि ये स्क्वाड रश करने वाली है। बिल्कुल यश वहाँ पे मौजूद है, जो एक प्लेयर नीचे के साइड पे है वो वहाँ पे रिवाइव करने की कोशिश जरूर करे। सिंपल आगे जाने को पूरी तरीके से तैयार, पीछे से कवर फायर आना जरूर चाहिए। ग्रेनेड वहाँ पे यश ने कुछ जरूर किया था, बट सिंपल मोस्ट प्रोबेबली उसको डॉच करेंगे। बट यश उनको भी यहाँ पे डाउन किया जाएगा। लास्ट प्लेयर एक्सट्रीम्स के यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करेंगे और मुझे जहां तक उम्मीद है वहाँ पे रिवाइवल पॉसिबल हो पाया या फिर नहीं वो हमें जरूर देखना पड़ेगा। बट फिलहाल के लिए अगर बात करी जाए, उन्होंने स्मोक भी किया है, वहाँ पे रैंडम ग्रेनेड्स भी करें, सामुराई अंदर जाने की कोशिश कर जरूर है। बट आप देखें ग्रेनेड्स इतना ज्यादा, वो प्लेयर क्या बग्गी लेके निकलने में कामयाबी हासिल कर पाएगा। यस बिल्कुल, उन्होंने अपने प्लेयर्स को छोड़ा, स्मोक किया और बग्गी लेके सीधा यहाँ से चंपत।
अब इतने ज्यादा स्मोक वहां पे
बट फिर भी खत्म हो गए।
देखिए जो होना है वो इलीगल है। टीम मायावी को तो जोन में भी होना चाहिए। 2 प्लेयर गाड़ी उठाते हैं, सीधा जोन की तरफ आगे बढ़ जाते हैं और जोन में पहुंच जाते हैं और वहां जाके उस टीम को खत्म करते हैं जिसके पास हायर ग्राउंड एडवांटेज भी था, नंबर्स गेम एडवांटेज भी था। बट अभी के लिए 2 प्लेयर सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं, 12 फिनिश निकाल चुके हैं और टीम को खत्म करते नजर आ जाएंगे। 14 फिनिशर्स टीम मायावी के पास यहाँ पे आ चुके हैं। दे राइट नाउ आर अनस्टॉपेबल, और मे बी नॉट, क्योंकि जीटीएल के प्लेयर ने यहाँ पे स्प्रे दिया, नकल को नॉक करा गया। एडमिनो इज गोइंग टू बी द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग एंड सुपर सैयद गॉड जेनेसिस स्पोर्ट्स के अब आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। 3 फिनिशर्स उनके पास है और ये रश देख के मुझे काफी अच्छा लग रहा है। बट जब तक पहुंचेंगे तब तक रिवाइव हो जाएंगे नकल।
पर आप देखें कि उनके चारों प्लेयर सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं, जेनेसिस के चारों प्लेयर यहाँ पे सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं। दिक्कतें एडमिनो को यहाँ पे होने वाली है। चले बड़े एडमिनो ने यहाँ पे एक नॉक निकाला, जाते जाते वो फिनिश जरूर कंफर्म करना चाहेंगे। बिल्कुल, वो फिनिश में तब्दील करने में भी उन्होंने कामयाबी हासिल की। बड़े एडमिनो अभी भी वहाँ पे मौजूद है। पैन कर रहे हैं, पैन किया क्या? यस बिल्कुल पैन किया। पिछली बार कॉन्क्वेस्ट सबसे पहले अपनी टीम से डाउन होते चले। टीम मायावी वर्सेस टीम एक्स लाइन की जो स्क्वाड है, उनकी जो फाइट है वो हमें देखने को मिलने वाली है। 2 सबसे बेहतरीन फाइट अभी तक, बट नहीं आपको ये करने की जरूरत नहीं थी। बट टाकू की बात करी जाए, ओ एडमिनो वहां पे सिंपल को डाउन करते हुए नजर आएंगे। सिंपल उन्होंने यहाँ पे गलती करी। माधव की बात करी जाए, वो यहाँ पे संभाल नहीं पाएंगे। सामुराई अकेले बचे थे, बड़े ही आसानी से पूरी स्क्वाड को यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट करते हुए टीम मायावी की स्क्वाड। बट सिंपल सबसे पहले गलती उनके द्वारा हमें यहाँ पे देखने को मिलती। मायावी वर्सेस फिनिशर की फाइट हमें बहुत ज्यादा जल्द देखने को मिलने वाली है। चलिए एक और रश आता हुआ टीम मायावी का। फिनिशर के वो बहुत ज्यादा करीब गए जरूर है, अभी तक नॉक तो नहीं आया, बट देखते हैं कि क्या वो नॉक में तब्दीलियां होता हुआ नजर आएगा। चलिए नकुल ने शुरुआत कर दी और इसी के साथ नॉकआउट, सबसे पहले नॉकआउट होते हुए अपनी टीम से। टीम फिनिशर वर्सेस टीम मायावी की जो फाइट है इस वक्त चलती हुई।
जी हाँ, बट काफी अच्छा रश किया। मेरे ख्याल से और कोई ऑप्शन उनके पास नहीं था। अगर रश करके ये कंपाउंड उनको मिल जाता है वो उनको बहुत ज्यादा फायदा देगा। डाकू का नेट जो आने वाला है बहुत क्रूशियल रहने वाला है और मेरे ख्याल से सही जगह ये नेट जा सकता है। सही जगह गया, नहीं गया? जी हाँ, सही जगह गया और लेगल को यहाँ पे नॉक करा गया। हीरो को भी यहाँ पे आई थिंक हीरो ने एक नेट किया, जीटीएल के एक प्लेयर को
खत्म
के कंटेनर्स पे नॉक किया। बट व्हाट जस्ट हैपेंड देयर, नेट की बारिश देखने को मिली। नकुल द मैजिक
जेनेसिस कितना ज्यादा इस वक्त खुश होगी। बट हेल की बात करिए, चलिए उन्होंने यहाँ पे गेमिंग वाईटी को जरूर डाउन किया है। फिलहाल के लिए अपना एक प्लेयर उन्होंने स्पॉट को खो जरूर दिया, बट साहिब उनको भी यहाँ पे डाउन किया गया। लिली की बात करें, वो भी हीरो की दौरा है, वो इतना ज्यादा ओपन में उनको जाने की जरूरत तो नहीं पड़नी चाहिए थी। एक लौता आखिरी प्लेयर उनका सर्वाइव करेगा, जहां 3 प्लेयर मौजूद थे वहां पे मात्र एक लौता प्लेयर इस वक्त सर्वाइव करता हुआ। इजी पीजी वो भी डाउन हुए एंड पर्पल माफिया ऐसे के साथ खत्म होते हुए 13वें पायदान पे। बड़ा आप देखे टीम मायावी की स्क्वाड आती हुई, नकुल का एक और ग्रेनेड आता हुआ और उसी ग्रेनेड से दोनों प्लेयर खत्म और हेल की स्क्वाड इस मैच में चलता बनेगी 12वें स्थान पे। बट टीम मायावी जिस तरीके से वो खेल रहे, जो ग्रेनेड्स का इस्तेमाल वो करते हुए दिखाई दे रहे, नकुल मुझे लगता है पूरा ग्रेनेड का जो खेमा है वो उन्हीं के पास है। ग्रेनेड्स ही ग्रेनेड्स उनके आपको बैग में देखने को मिलने वाली है। क्राटोस आईजीएल वो भी खत्म होंगे। नकुल सारे फिनिशेस वो आपको मात्र ग्रेनेड से करते हुए दिखाई देंगे। मुझे देखना है कि उनके पास इस वक्त फिनिशेस कितने हैं। बट टीम माया
साथ ही साथ जोन जो है वो इनसे 53 मीटर दूर जरूर से रहने वाले। टीम एक्सटरमिनेटर ई स्पोर्ट्स को वहां पे स्पॉट किया, मादरा जो है उनको स्पॉट करके डाउन किया। और अब आप देखिए व्हीकल लेकर के इंस्टेंट एक स्लैमिंग जो है वो हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ करप्ट सोल ई स्पोर्ट्स के द्वारा एक बेहतरीन गेम प्ले राउंड 1 में इन्होंने दिखाया था और एक बार फिर से कुछ वैसा ही गेम प्ले यहाँ पर दिखाते हुए जरूर से नजर आ रहे हैं। थॉर यहाँ पर क्लोजिंग करते हुए नजर आएंगे और एक नॉक अब निकालना पड़ेगा। कुछ स्मोक यहाँ पर करे ताकि सर्कल के अंदर जो एरियाज हैं वो एक्वायर कर सके, बट अभी भी जो मुश्किल है वो टली नहीं है।
गलती करी मेरे ख्याल से। ये कोई कंपाउंड नहीं है जहां आप स्लैमिंग करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, आप बिना इंफॉर्मेशन के आगे जाने की कोशिश करते हैं, एक प्लेयर को गवाते हैं, बट अभी भी फाइट जारी है। एक अच्छा नेड आएगा जो आपको एडवांटेज जरूर देगा, बट अभी भी अगर आप देखें अपोनेंट के पास 2 प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करते हुए, इट्स गोइंग टू बी अ 2v3 सिचुएशन, जो यहाँ पे एक 2v4 सिचुएशन होनी चाहिए थी, भटकाने की थोड़ा ज्यादा एडवांस यहाँ पे कर गए। अभी भी 3 प्लेयर्स हैं, देखते हैं क्या यहाँ स्पाइडर भी बच पाएंगे। जी नहीं, ओपन में जाने की गलती और मात्रा उनको पनिश करते हुए यहाँ पे जरूर नजर आएंगे। करप्ट सोल पिछली बार परफॉर्मेंस बहुत अच्छा है, मैं जानता हूँ कॉन्फिडेंस से भरपूर है, बट यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट दिखाते हुए।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, यहाँ पर अब 2 ही प्लेयर्स बचेंगे, थॉर एंड मैस्टर। लेट्स सी कि क्या वो अब यहाँ से करते हैं। एक अच्छी चीज जो ये है कि वो एटलीस्ट सर्कल के अंदर पहुंच चुके हैं, लेकिन पीछे से टीम निंजा के जो खिलाड़ी हैं वो भी आ रहे हैं एंड उन्होंने स्पॉट किया ओपन, बट उसके बावजूद उनके ऊपर स्प्रे नहीं गया। फाइनली यहाँ पर उनके ऊपर स्प्रे जाता हुआ जरूर से नजर आ रहा है। थॉर ऑलरेडी नॉकआउट हो जाएंगे, मैस्टर जो है वो वहां से निकलने में कामयाब हो जाएंगे। और अब
पॉइंट्स लेके जा रहे हैं ओएमकेवी, जिसकी मैं बात कर रहा था यहाँ पे आपकी 11 फिनिशर निकाल चुके हैं और अभी भी रुके नहीं है, एक और प्लेयर को स्पॉट करेंगे और इसी के साथ ऑस्टमैन जिनके पास नंबर्स गेम का एडवांटेज था, छूमंतर होते नजर आएंगे काफी जल्दी।
ओएमकेवी आप देखिए, हम बात कर रहे थे बाकी की टीम्स के बारे में, लेकिन अब पूरी तरीके से जो गेम है वो इनके पाले में जाता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। एक 2v1v4 का सिनेरियो हमें यहाँ पर देखने को मिल जाएगा, लेकिन तारीफ करनी पड़ेगी टीम एक्सटरमिनेटर ई स्पोर्ट्स के जो आखिरी खिलाड़ी बचे उनकी भी, हालांकि वो अभी एलिमिनेट जरूर से हुए, टॉप 3 में लाने में कामयाबी मिली है। अब टीम ब्रोस के लिए एक 2v4 का सिनेरियो रहेगा। इतना शोर अगर मचाएंगे तो पोजीशन जो है अपनी वो एक्सपोज कर जाएंगे। आप देखिए अभी भी एक खिलाड़ी उनका जोन के हल्का सा बाहर मौजूद है। आई गेस यहाँ पर एक इजी विनर चिकन डिनर टीम ओएमकेवी के पास जाता हुआ नजर आ रहा है।
जी हाँ, फिनिशेस देखिए, अगर 2 और फिनिशेस भी इनको मिल जाते हैं तो 14 फिनिशेस हो जाएंगे, जो मेरे ख्याल से काफी रहने वाला है इनके लिए क्वालिफाई करने के लिए। वैसे सच बताऊं उनकी तो 12 भी काफी है, इतनी ज्यादा मुश्किल इनको होने नहीं वाली, बट क्या वो चिकन लेके जा पाएंगे, जो एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है हर टीम के लिए। मनोबल आपका ऊपर चल जाएगा, कॉन्फिडेंस मोमेंटम दोनों चीजें साथ साथ ही आगे जाती है। कॉन्फ्लिक्ट को नॉक करते हुए एंड साइक्लोन
Hello and welcome to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021, where, well, the action is high octane and non-stop. My name, of course, is Angad the Experiment Chehal, and joining me on my side is this mischievous devil that I have with me. A gem of a person, though. It's Hira, but we know him better as Floki. Floki, here we are, day 3, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
It's been quite a journey so far.
Most certainly has been. I mean, we've seen so many teams go through ups and downs, especially yesterday. I think some of these teams, they came out swinging, and once they started swinging, they did not stop. Although we did see them getting swung on as well, if you remember what I'm talking about. That was pretty hilarious to watch. I believe them just running behind Team Miami with pans. That was
Oh my
something.
goodness! Talk about adding insult to injury. We had a lot of drama in the games yesterday. So if you missed any of the action, you make sure you go and watch that stream. But we are going to have those replays pop up at some point or the other. Of course, we did have some hilarious moments as well. When a man walks in a shack, doesn't know that there are going to be people in there, and well, that is what legends are made of. Because he's going to go down as a legend. And speaking of legends, let's just have a quick word from our sponsors, which is of course the official smartphone for BGIS 2021. I am, of course, talking about the iQOO 7 Legend. Let's have a look at a word from our sponsors.
Are you ready for this?
Floki, looking at that little promo video, I do realize, the viewers especially, they're going to be, they have all the numbers in their heads. There's only one thing that's left to do, to actually go out and grab one of these monsters for yourself, because, well, let's have a look and see what all is contained inside.
Absolutely. The Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 processor, top of the line, making sure that your gaming experience is smooth. No jitters, no lag, none of those shenanigans. You can multitask on this phone quite obviously. And when you run out of juice, a 66-watt flash charge to get you back up to full in just 22 minutes flat. With an in-display monster touch, making sure that all your moves are pinpoint accurate when you need to go for those sick flicks and those sick headshots.
Sick flicks. Ooh, I like that. And sick headshots. Now, you did mention the word shenanigans. Well, we are going to have a lot of shenanigans in store for all you wonderful viewers today, because like we did mention, this is day 3 of round 2, which means a lot of the teams that are going to be battling it out in the battlefields, well, you are already going to know about some of them. Now, before we get on to the teams, again, I like the fact that, now the competition is razor thin, and, it is neck to neck as we are going into the next round. And, well, when the competition is razor thin, it makes it all the more fun when you're battling for that ridiculous amount of money. 1 crore rupees is the total prize pool.
Absolutely, with the first place taking away the lion's share quite obviously. 50% of the prize pool going to them at 50 lakh rupees. Life-changing money. That's 12.5 per person. Insane. I mean, you could probably not work for the rest of the year and still be good. Slow enough that. But in second place, we get 25 lakhs, third place 10 lakhs. And then, of course, the prize pool keeps decreasing the further down you are there. But that's not it. If you manage to put up a good solo performance by yourselves, we also got rewards for that. So any individual players who manages to get himself the highest number of MVPs gets himself 1 lakh rupees to work with. The Lone Ranger with 50,000, the Rampage Freak with 50,000. Most finishes by a squad, 50,000, probably going to be divided amongst each other. And the Redeemer, of course, with 50,000, making sure that he avenges his fallen comrades.
It's all about pretty much crossing that finish line at the end. Doesn't matter how you do it, as long as you make it across. Now, I was just thinking about rather, the MVP prize. 1 lakh rupees is what is going to go to that person, that boy or girl. The thing is, I already have an idea. I already have a few names, on the tip of my tongue, because, well, a few of them have been just giving us amazing performances after performances. And now let's have a look and see and how the points are going to be distributed. Now, of course, you all are going to be familiar with this graphic on your screen, but the things to watch out for are A, 1 finish equal 1 point, and you don't want to be caught with your pants down from the 8th to the 16th position.
Absolutely, you get absolutely nothing if you're in there. Just 1 point for your trouble. It's when you actually start hitting the 7th, 6th, and 5th place that you start seeing some rewards for surviving that long. Of course, we got 2 points, further increasing by 2 up until the 2nd place, where you get 12 points. And then, if you do manage to get yourself the chicken dinner, a bonus point for you. You manage to make all the way towards 15. And of course, the most consistent way to get these points is just to frag.
Well, there you have it. Either you go in for the frags or you try and go for the placement points. Points, at the end of the day, are going to be points, and you want to rack up as many as you can. And now let's have a look and see how all these points are going to be racked up, because as we did mention, today is the 23rd of December, which means we are pretty much at the end of round 2 with one more day of action in store for you today, after which of course it's going to be Christmas Yuletide. We all are going to be merry with well, a few presents, I hope, but of course after those 2 days off, round 3 shall commence on Monday, that is the 27th.
Absolutely, and depending on whether you've been naughty or nice, you can get a lump of coal or, you know, whatever you wish for Christmas. But 27th to 30th is going to be the 3rd round taking place, of course. We're going to be having a lot of high-octane action over here. And another thing I want to point out, just before we move on real quick, is the fact that we haven't seen a team that balances aggression with placement points. So we could potentially see that coming in round 3, maybe even today if you're really, really lucky. But then when we come back for the New Year's, we're going to take 2 days off on the 31st and 1st, move on and start with the quarterfinals on the 2nd of Jan, take another day of break, go back to the semi-finals on the 7th, and then we get done at the 10th, and after that there's only the grand finals remaining.
And well, during those grand finals, which well are going to commence next year, next year, so you better mark your calendars, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be going on through the 16th, after which one champion is going to be crowned the kings or queens of India. Now let's have a look and see how the format is going to be going through, because well, we already are done and dusted with the in-game qualifiers, out of which 1,024 teams made it to these rounds. Now round 1 done and dusted with. Round 2 is where we at, but what's going to happen as we move further on into the weeks?
Well, we keep culling the herd by half. So far, we have removed 512 of these teams, out of which another half, 256, will be going away, and we're going to be saying goodbye to them. And at the end of it all, we're just going to be left with 64 teams who will actually end up qualifying for the quarterfinals, where 24 teams will qualify for the semifinals, where 16 teams will qualify for the grand final. So a lot of teams going to be saying goodbye over the course of these matches. But of course, in case you wanted to know what the maps look like, it's all the same. Erangel for all these matches today.
The only thing that is going to differ is the fact that, well, each team gets only 2 chances at Erangel. So first of all, we are going to kick things off with Group 19, and then following them is going to be Group 23, somewhere in the middle. And of course, the action is going to culminate at the end with Group 24 coming and trying their best to make it to the next round. Now, again, we've said it before, we'll say it again. You know, I like the fact that it is Erangel at this stage.
Yep.
As you mentioned earlier, no one's going to have any excuses. This is the map, well, when you do get the game, BGMI, it's already there in your phone, so you don't have any excuses that, you know what, I haven't played it around too much.
Come on.
It is the fan favorite, and we expect all the players to know every single nook and cranny.
Absolutely. I mean, I want to see some hot drops coming in this time around. I actually want to see the balanced gameplay that I've been talking about, you know, because it does seem that over the past few days or over the past few rounds, we've seen a very polarized way of playing. It's either the team only focusing on placements like 7H, or it seems being super aggressive like Mayavi.
Right, well, talking of teams, let's have a look and see which all teams are going to be battling it out in the first few games, because it is going to be Group 19, which consists of Obey Esports, Revolution Esport, Brutal Esports, Forever Cool. Then we have Team Official INA, Team Rise Esports, Pain of Exile. Ouch, that is going to be... that has an extra punch to it. And of course, joining them, we also have Reflex Esports RFL.
Yeah, they've got the evil power with them, the Pain of Exile. Let's see if they can harness that pain and actually take it forward and get themselves to the next round, or if they're going to crumble under the pressure and not really make it there. But got some other interesting teams as well in the mix. So here, moving on to the next stage, we're starting off with Halcyon Esports, followed by Teen Outlaws, ORB Officials, or Orb Officials, if that's how they pronounce it, Fearless Freaks, the Four Magicians. I wonder what they're talking about, Cybax Officials, Team Blizzard, and Lagging Expertswa.
Well, they wouldn't be lagging if they had this bad boy in their hands. I mean, if they had their hands on the iQOO 7 Legend, maybe they would not be naming themselves as such. But let's see if that's going to be coming in their favor. Now, a couple of names are, of course, going to be new to us, but I like Halcyon Esports. I wonder if they've derived the name from the mythological bird of the past. Of course, I'm talking about Greek mythology, so if you're not into it, well, you can skip this little part. But let's see, as their name suggests, are they going to have a calm and pleasant game this time around.
Well, it all depends on who has the most experience in their team. Once again, like we've talked about, the more experience you have playing these online qualifiers, the more comfort you can give your players. Let them know that their mistakes are okay. It's purely all about who can move on from them, who can learn from them, and not let it affect them emotionally. Because many a times, I'm quite sure you, having been an ex-professional player yourself, have been in a situation where you're like, man, I screwed that game up, but then someone comes in and tells you, it's okay, just focus on the next one.
I appreciate it. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you for reminding me of my low moments. But no, it's absolutely right. Because, I mean, that is what it's all about. And again, a massive shout out to iQOO for making all of this happen, giving a spotlight. And, well, let's just have another look at that beautiful video.
Are you ready for this?
Well, I mean, all the stats and all the figures are on your screen, and we were joking about, the fact that maybe if Lagging Esports had this device, they wouldn't be lagging so much, but I'm sure they're going to be happy with whatever they have. But again, you want to get yourself this bad boy. I mean, just by holding it, just when you start that first initial game, the adrenaline rush, all that adrenaline coursing through your veins,
Absolutely. One of the best phones you can have. And the best part about is that lagging experts, they don't have to be worried because this one is 5G ready. So, when it starts coming up and those 5G towers start propping up in and around your city, get yourself one of those and you never have to experience lag ever again.
Well, speaking of things propping up, it looks like the Spawn Island is going to be bustling with activity as the game is going to be underway. And, well, you know what? The casters are going to stop talking and, well, the game is about to begin. So we're going to bid you adieu from the studio as we take to the skies over Erangel once more. And, well, my co-capitan, where are we flying to this time?
We are going to be flying over the sunny fields of Erangel. Well, the grass is growing, the sun is shining, the birds are chirping, and we are starting all the way from shooting range and ending towards Primorsk, making sure that the eastern part of the map is slightly isolated. So perhaps Miltopava, Lipovka, Yasnia Poliana as well could see being ignored over here. Maybe somebody rotates over there a little bit later in the game, depending on if the circle permits it or not. But I would be very, very surprised if I saw Zarki and George Ball empty.
Well, I mean, they do have a few options, and looks like Zarki might actually have a few takers, as I do see a team heading in that direction, and that team is Revolution Esports. Let's have a look and see if they are going to be up to the mark, because again, the competition, like we said, this is round 2, this is day 3. Everyone who's made it this far, I mean, they're packing some heat, right? I mean, maybe they're heavy hitters. Maybe they're going to be going for those finishes. Maybe they're going to be sneaky in the rotations and, come in unnoticed.
Yep.
For a couple of teams. So again, we are going to have a lot of different things on display today.
Yeah, I mean, I remember we saw a team rotating out around the second or third circle all the way around from Sosnovka military base, coming in from the back when the circle was on the western part of the map. Could see something similar happening today, but yeah, no big surprises over here so far. It does seem that one team is at least making their way towards Yasnia Poliana, so they're going to be good on that loot. And well, speaking of the circle, it has shifted towards the eastern part of the map. Lipovka, Prison, Milta, Farm, Nova, Ripnoy, and even a little bit of Sosnovka could see some action.
That is pretty interesting because have a look at all the teams pretty much in the center of the map right now. Now they have a few more options because had the circle been a bit to the left, they would have had bad neighbors, and that is something that you not want. And well, speaking of bad neighbors, looks like we are going to have action break out down south in Primorsk as Obey Esports are going to share the city with Teen Outlaws, but looks like action broke out elsewhere as CB officials are going to get the better of Rise.
Yeah, and this is going to be happening a lot more considering how the circle has spawned, right? So all of these teams ended up dropping in on the western locations of the map, leaving the eastern part empty, and now they got to rotate inside. So we're going to turn our attention over there towards the action where it is heading out. Team Rise Esports, having lost one member, have a choice to make over here. Do they decide to fight, or do they perhaps just sit in their cars and try and get the hell out of here? Maybe towards different city, towards different place. Doesn't look like they're going to be allowed to do so though, but at that range with a shotgun, all he really has to do is sit and hold the trigger, and when someone comes close to him, all he has to do is go chick chick boom, and that should be the end of whoever's in front of him.
Well, I mean, he's got to make sure that he aligns his shots up, because if he goes chick chick boom and he misses, well, he could be taken down instead. But now, Precarious in a bit of a precarious situation. He does have that little high top, and again, you got to be versatile. You got to make sure that you get those new angles, and I wonder if Cybax officials are going to be expecting death from above as far as those rooftops are concerned. Again, just to remind you, it isn't a fiddler on the roof, it's an enemy, and they better watch out.
Absolutely. I mean, let's see if the enemy is actually going to be, stop fiddling, if they're going to start fiddling on the roof and actually take the fight to them. Now, the issue for the side of Team Rise Esports is simply the lack of manpower. They're only 3 members up, having lost one of their members early on. Can't really do all that much, but what the hell is this member from Cybax doing there? Okay, this actually makes that fight possible, but Rise do not have this information. They do not know that another member is elsewhere on the map taking, well, what potentially looks like could be a fight. And oh no, lagging experts. Well, this is not the spot you want to be in. Just a sidearm to work with and a level 1 helmet. He is looking to get the hell out of here. Possibly just hitch a ride and maybe go somewhere else that's safe.
Now, the question that I had on my mind was whether Abhi knows that the enemy is nearby. By the look of things, I think he does. But he also has a little support from the mountain up top, because I did see one of his teammates kind of providing him some cover. But like you mentioned, that pistol, not the best idea in that situation. For now, looks like Team Rise are trying to get a rise of their opponents. They did have a good idea. You can get these little angles, and looks like, well, the pistol is going to do all the talking as Abhi makes sure that Lani's OP is going to be put 6 feet under, and well, it doesn't matter what weapon you use, it's all about the man behind the trigger.
Absolutely. I think he lined those shots up perfectly. Probably had 2 headshots straight in a row to take him down there. He manages to salvage level 2. Wait, actually he did not get a headshot, because if he did, the helmet would be broken. It's not. Those were all body shots. He caught him by surprise there.
Maybe, oh, there you go, because he just put on a new helmet right now.
Exactly, and he didn't even have the vest before, so it's a level 1 vest, which is, shot halfway. So, yeah, I mean, that's quite surprising.
The smaller the target, the more chances you're going to miss. So, well, go for the body, and chances are you are going to get a few shots. Looks like we have a little bit of a hot pursuit breaking out as Team Rise Esports went from one team, and now they're going to find themselves at the mercy of another. But looks like Sagar and Zidane are going to be backing off just a little bit, which is the right call, because again, you want to be close by to your teammates. But Team Rise, they did kind of skedaddle out of their, that initial fight with Cybax officials. Little did they know that there were only 2 more members to basically contemplate. They might have actually got a few more finishes for themselves.
They most certainly could have, but the problem was that I think Pain of Exile actually spotted them out while they were going back from their little aggressive field trip, and potentially could have done more work. But this is nice. Team Rise Esports, now they've got some potential to scout things out. We've got one member in what resembles an old Mustang, so let's see if they can actually go forward and get themselves some real estate over here. He is going to be taking the initiative. Once does collide his car. He is a little bit low, but he's got enough bandages and medkits to last him a lifetime.
Now you got to keep in mind that since the flight path was a bit western. Wait a second, I'm going to hold on to my pod, because it looks like we have a few good shots coming up via that SKS, and when you have an 8-time scope, well, that DMR is going to be working in pristine condition. Now, ORB officials, again, one of the teams that do have a little bit of clout. I mean, a lot of players, a lot of viewers, in fact, are going to be aware of this team. Let's see if they are going to make an impact this time around, as Team Blizzard are going to make sure they find themselves a little bit of a haven for now.
Yeah, they're just going to chill for the meantime. They don't really have any reason to go anywhere. They're inside the circle already. You never know where it's going to shift, so they're about as close to the center as they can be without putting themselves in danger, and they're just going to try and wait this one out, see where the circle is going to force them to go. But in the meantime, Orb officials, they're going to take matters into their own hands. They spot up a couple of players from the side of Team Official XINA, even fired off a few shots, but none really connecting, and instead they're still prioritizing their rotation. Now they have given away a bunch of information. They could potentially get chased over here, but there is a member from Lagging Experts who are all by himself over here. in the middle of nowhere, and he's probably going to get caught out and cleaned up as official INA. Don't they even know he's here?
Well, it looks like someone smelled some baked goodies because there is a delicious brownie that is going to be up there in the attic. Question is, are the enemies going to come in and get their bites, or is brownie going to keep the enemy at bay? For now, it does kind of seem like, you know, they are unaware of the fact that he is lurking in that attic above, because it looks like we're going to have some fun around that little snowman.
Absolutely, just exchanging weapons, exchanging ammo, just making sure everyone is tip-top. I like this, you know, it's one of those little things that teams don't often think about, but they're just trying to make sure that they don't have to waste precious time in combat to do these sorts of things, and instead just get it out of the way first. In the meantime, Brownie is just holding with bated breath. He's just, you know, he's like the protagonist in the horror movie who's locked himself in the attic and there's a monster prowling about downstairs just trying to save himself from that monstrous abomination. But in the meantime, we can turn our attention towards Teen Outlaws as well. What are they doing? I think they're towards the farm, and no one's really contesting them. But oh no, lagging skirts. Well, this is what I talked about. All of their players are so spread out across the map. They're getting picked off one after the other. Zank is going to try to come in and get his teammate back up on his feet, but he's already too late. Abhi has bitten the dust, and now he needs to try and find a way out of here. No helmet on him, so a headshot could put him out of commission.
Well, while Brownie is making sure he doesn't bat an eyelid or move a muscle, his teammates are going to come under fire, and by the look of things, they may have just lost one member already, as lagging experts VA are going to be brought down to a 3-man squad. Now the question is, again, you did mention, you know, they are spread far and wide, and well, Zank doesn't really have a lot of options but to hide behind that tree trunk. It looks like it did work out, because the enemy are going to be moving away, and well, Halcyon Esports, we did kind of bring them up early on. Looks like they do seem to be calm and composed, living up to their names.
Absolutely. I mean, this is level head on its shoulders. This is what I was talking about. You know, they're not really prioritizing being super aggressive early on. They know that the circle is slightly volatile. Speaking of which, it has shifted. So as soon as we turn on the map screen, we will be having a look at where it has shifted, and there you go. Once again, shifting a little bit more towards the east, so really just messing with the players and their sense of orientation as they all dropped in towards the west. Now they have to go in east. Probably going to be a lot of fights breaking out soon.
Have a look at one thing. Reflex Esports all the way in Milta Power. Now, the fact is, you know, they migrated there as soon as they dropped down, right? They saw the circle forming. They're like, you know what? We are going to take the eastern aspect of this new zone. Now, they could be in a precarious situation, because chances are teams that are going to be coming into Milta won't expect a team to already be there, especially teams that give priority to rotations, that the moment the circle shifts, they are out of there. So, you know, they could be in for a nasty surprise.
Absolutely. I mean, camping Milta Power is not something that is on the top of the priority list for a lot of these teams. Instead,
I'd rather go to the hill right next to it.
Exactly, right? You've got such a better vantage point over there. Instead, why would you hold a place like Milta Power? It just makes no sense whatsoever. But it just, in this particular scenario, the 1 out of 1,000 cases where Milta Power is actually super relevant, yeah, they've made this place their home over here. And we'll see if Reflex do get the due dividends of their labor and of their investment early on. But for now, we're going to be turning our attention towards the side of Obey Esports. And Obey, well, they're doing quite fine for themselves. They haven't lost a single player yet. They're all decently kitted up. They're ready to take fights if that is the direction in which they want to go in. But they have to be a little bit careful, because the circle, the way it's shifting, it's making sure that there's not a lot of good real estate to take around the periphery.
The question is, are they going to be able to assert their dominance and make the other teams obey, Floki?
Well, that depends. I mean, Gonna be getting into some interesting territory there, but I do believe they can make others obey if they crack the whip a little bit, if you know what I mean.
There you go.
But yeah, I mean, I don't imagine them taking a fight at this moment. Although if they do, you know, they could potentially get away with it. But there are teams in the vicinity that they need to worry about. Well, speaking of a team that is likely to take a fight, it looks like Orb is going to be going up against Pain of Exile soon enough. And let's see if the Pain has turned them into monsters or turned them into docile creatures that just want to avoid fights and maybe find themselves a different place to hold.
Well, it does seem like the exile for these gentlemen is over, and as you mentioned, you know, they're still reeling from the effects. So for me, they are going to be one of the most dangerous teams out there, because again, we've talked about cornered animals. That is when they're most dangerous. But for now, it does seem like everyone is going to find a little bit of a niche for themselves in the new circle, with pretty much no team outside. Now, Cyberback's official, we did see them lose a member early on. They are still at the periphery, and well, it's a decent position because all the compounds are pretty much occupied in their line of sight. Now, I did see an airdrop fall down, but it is going to be a bit in the water, so I do believe there are going to be no takers for it, as Precarious, or Precariou, lays down some shot with his DP-28.
Yeah, he's asking his enemies to be a little bit more precarious because he's talking about them, not about himself. He is the one they need to be precarious of. But in the meantime, lagging experts were having lost a player are trying to play this a little bit closer to the chest, a little bit safer. Just trying to make sure that they don't give up any unnecessary picks. And, well, I am not sure what that means. Why is one of the players from the side of team lagging all the way away? I mean, is he on a scouting mission? What the hell is he up to?
Let me try and do a little guessing game. I'm pretty sure Zank is going to be oblivious to the fact that there is someone to his east, because like we mentioned earlier, no one's going to expect Reflex Esports to already be in that position, but looks like it hasn't worked out because, well, the play zone loves throwing those curveballs, and now we have a western transition, but looks like Fearless Freaks, they've spotted someone in the distance, and that someone are the gentlemen from Revolution Esport.
Absolutely. Revolution Esport are on the low ground slightly, so they have the high ground over here at the side of Fearless Freak. Can certainly fire a couple of pot shots in that general direction, maybe even connect a few of those, but this is what I like about the circle. You know, it does not discriminate, it does not care what race, color, creed, or caste are you, it hits everyone equally. And depending on how good of a position you have, it could screw you over, it could take a liking to you, you know, put you under the wings. But speaking of putting people under the wings, it looks like the side of Fearless Freaks are looking to put the members of Brutal Esports 6 feet under, and looks like they are going to be able to protect their car. I like the sense of awareness coming in from him.
Oh yeah, quick thinking. He realized that, you know, wait a second, I did lose one wheel. The best thing is not to make sure not to lose anymore, because again, you know, as far as these vehicles are concerned, if you do lose the front few wheels, you can still stay your vehicle. But if the back wheel is popped, that is where you lose all the power, as Brutal Align now has given his position away as the enemies are going to be traversing nearby. But the fact that he still has his teammates nearby is something that could catch the opponents off guard if they get just that little bit too greedy.
Absolutely. Brutal Esports, now the good thing they have going for themselves is that one player who scouted things out ahead of them, right? The one player who gave them that little bit of information. But I guess I'll have to hold on to that because Team Blizzard seem to be under fire at the moment, and they're not really sure where they are getting those pot shots from. They are scanning the map around, looking to see where they are, and they kind of have a tingling sensation that it's someone over the hill over there that might have fired a couple of shots. Now Jabir is going to have a solid idea of where those shots are coming from, and the four magicians, well, they are going to try and capitalize. Oh no, Revolution Esports, they could have been taken down over here, but in the meantime, well, speaking of lagging experts, like we were talking about how they are in a bit of a bad position, they are a little bit spread out over here. Halcyon Esports, they will capitalize, they will get that last member who is standing from them, and well, they do have one member who is alive at a different part of the map, and looks like someone is fighting back over here. Rodan is actually going to have to ducktail and run. Thankfully, his buggy, with all its wheels still intact, can get him back towards safety.
Looks like he's going to be coming around because, well, the shooter is not in the enemy's line of sight, as Kanna does have his sights set on one of the players from Lagging Esports. There you have it. That is what teamwork is. Dan makes sure he comes back to pick up his fallen comrade. Now, they have secured 3 finishes for themselves, which means they are going to be off to a flying start. But now, they've got to make sure they get out of that little pit because it is going to be a valley of death situation. And wait a second, M24s are popping off. Are we going to see some helmets fly as Skull does have his sights set on the enemy, but Dan, once again, the hero of this equation. He came, he saw, he picked up his teammate, and well, he is out of there.
Yep, absolutely. He most certainly is out of there for the moment. And Shooter is going to be, you know, just making sure that he has that calming presence for his team. They've lost one shot in the meantime, and Rodan is also sort of by himself at the moment. So they just kind of want to regroup over here. But Rodan could be in a bunch of trouble. They are still drawing up over here. They do not want to give up this fight just yet. They are racing towards the potato hill, trying to control it for themselves. Let's see if they can actually get there. In the meantime, I mean, the circle, the way it has formed, it is absolutely weird because there's not going to be any area, any semblance of cover to work with, just a bunch of trees to help you out.
Just a bunch of trees and just a couple of shacks scattered here and there, of course, right next to Potato Hill, which is going to be interesting because have a look at that. Almost all the teams are now going to be in a mad dash for greener pastures, but now Shooter, he finds himself up against the enemy, and the enemy are going to be none other than Team INA, as Inferno is going to be in the right flank. He does lay down a few shots. Unfortunately, they don't connect, but Shooter is on fire, and he is going to be burnt to a crisp, which means now Inferno might, in fact, make a little bit of a move. However, Shooter's teammates are going to make sure that push doesn't come just yet. There you have it. Respite is coming in. The vehicle, I do see it moving in, and now Team Official INA are going to come under heavy fire from Team Teen Outlaws.
Yeah, Teen Outlaws are on one side, and on the other side, there's also the side of Orb Esports. So these guys are just completely pincered over here. Nowhere for them to move. They thought they were the ones being the aggressor, but no. They're the ones getting sandwiched between Teen Outlaws and Orb. And you can see all the smokes that they've dropped to try and restrict their line of sight, but they are not budging. Teen Outlaws, they know that they're all just sheep to the slaughter over here, and they're going to pick them off one after the other as they do manage to put them down. Still a couple of players standing though, can potentially get them back up on their feet. And now Teen Outlaws, they themselves are being worried about getting third-partied over here from the side of BAE Esports. And BAE on the flank could make things very, very interesting over here. And this is just what I like to see. Reflex Esports, though, they have been eliminated by Fearless Freaks in the meantime. While we were paying attention to this, and BAE Esports, well, they have sprung their trap. They are trying to turn their attention towards Teen Outlaws. And Teen Outlaws, they don't really have a lot of cover to work with. All their cars exposed. They're not going to be able to rotate out of here once they start exploding. And Obey, this could pretty much just be their game.
Well, it looks like the law has finally caught up with the Outlaws, as now they're going to be on the receiving end of things. Elsewhere on the other side, we have another fight breaking out, this time between Brutal Esports and the Four Magicians. Now, the Four Magicians have lost one man, so we could potentially call them Three Magicians. Lucky for them,
oh, no,
that was a smoke.
No.
However, Brutal C9 UI with an impressive grenade lobbed to perfection comes in, gets that knock. Question is he going to capitalize on the finish? Because have a look at that, they are going to move in, but Aze's position could be pivotal. He does have that left flank secure. However, that's its strength in numbers, Floki.
There you go, Brutal Esports. They are just going to go forward and try and secure the spec for themselves. They know that all they need to do is strike as one single iron fist. And that's exactly what they're doing. It's like one of the players is going to come into trouble. It's going to be one of the players from Magicians over here, and he's going to be taking out Jabir YT. Will be put 6 feet under as the Magicians. They lose 2 of the players to knocks. And well, this is going to be it for them. They're going to try and make sure they survive a little bit longer, get themselves those placement points, but their late game is not looking that good. In fact, they only have one player still in the game. It's going to be Aze.
It is going to be Aze, and well, the Four Magicians have been reduced to 1. He better be letting loose some incantations right now, a few chants, maybe a little abracadabra alakazam, because he is definitely going to need some divine intervention. Elsewhere, as you have a look, the circle has kind of shifted a bit down south. However, we still have hilly terrain to work with, but although you have a look at that road down there, and you have a look at the position in the middle, we do have a couple of shacks and one Wizardar to play around with, which is going to be pivotal for a few teams later on. Elsewhere, Revolution Esports all the way up north, they are going to have to migrate down south sooner or later, but have a look at that, they have another team further up north, and well, they are going to be in a good position, and they are the Fearless Freaks, but it looks like both teams are going to be getting away in tandem. Question is, are we going to see some drive-bys? Are we going to see some Mad Max action?
Well, we're about to find out soon enough, because you have to remember, even though they are in a fairly okay position, they will have to eventually make their way towards the circle, and there's going to be a couple of teams gatekeeping them from the Potato Hill and also from the eastern part of the map near the supply drop. But speaking of which, well, there's some action breaking out over here. Halcyon, they're trying to go up against the side of Teen Outlaws. There's only one player standing at road, and he's trying to pull up this 1vx. He's so low, he's got a couple of bandages, but he needs time. Dexter smiling blood in the water like a shark, circling around his prey. Can he finish him off? Those bullets just barely whizzing past him, not able to connect. Well, finally get that finish, and there you go. Teen Outlaws, they will live to tell the tale to their little children, and for now they're going to try and res Nox, get him back upon his feet, and make sure that he can get some other knocks on someone else. But in the meantime, Orb officials is starting to create some trouble.
Well, the Outlaws there narrowly escaping the noose, but let's see if it's going to be problematic for them later on, as a vehicle is going to go boom. There's a green plume of smoke, and with that, another one bites the dust, as Team Rise Esports are going to be eliminated in the 12th position without any kill. Before now, it is going to be Forever Cool, and Kaneki, he's going to make sure he keeps his cool, because he needs to make sure that Revive comes in while there is just chaos all around. Now, by the look of things, he doesn't have any smoke grenades. Lucky for him, though, there was a little bit of a burning wreckage right in front.
Absolutely, he can use that as scout, get his teammate back upon his feet, but Bo is going to have his work cut out for him. He's going to have to get the Kung Fu Panda in and make sure he can start busting out some karate moves, because otherwise his team is going to be put 6 feet under with only 2 of the players still standing. In the meantime, Obey Esports controlling the shack, a bit of a weird position. Don't really like this. Couple of nades could flush him out over here, but all he's trying to do is be the early warning system for his team. Let them know if someone's pushing in from that general direction, and guess what? There is another team in the vicinity. I believe it's Team Official XINA, who are trying to make their way towards the center over here, but they have to contend with Obey before they can do that. Well, speaking of Obey, they have managed to find a pick over here. I think it's one of the members from the side of Team
Oh, he's
Blizzard
going for
being
it.
knocked down over here. Yeah, he's going for it, and they will be able to get the side of Brutal Esports. As Brutal Esports, well, they get brutalized instead. And Obey, they have to watch their backs. His Shadow getting shot in the back, will be put down on his knees. He's proning, but he's not knocked just yet. I do believe he's still standing, and there you go, Cyvax official. They will be eliminated by Pain of Exile. In the meantime, Deadpool still hasn't spotted anyone from that shack.
Well, the Demigod's mortality has been tested as a grenade made sure that he was blown to smithereens, which means now Team Blizzard are going to be reduced to a two-man squad. Obey Esports looks like they are asserting their dominance as they are spread out. They do have that little bit of flat top to work with from where they can dish out damage. But for me, I was just about to say that Shadow needs to make sure they deal with those two gentlemen behind them. It looks like that grenade is good as Hulk is going to come crashing down now. It is all going to be on the Godfather. Let's see if all that mafioso training is going to come in effect because, well, he definitely has a lot of weight on his shoulders. That is a good grenade. It could be devastating, and that is all she wrote, as it's not going to be a grenade, but the bullets from Maxtrex, which puts him 6 feet under. Elsewhere, Dexter, again, we left him in the same situation. Looks like he is fending off yet another attack. The vehicle went boom, and looks like another team is going to help him out. Dexter racking up the finishes for Teen Outlaws.
Absolutely, and that was not Teen Outlaws getting those picks. It was actually the side of Revolution, and they are absolutely mad that they managed to steal them. But look at that ball, he's just burning that ball to a crisp. Ah, boy, Revolution Esports, well, they get their revenge and then some, but look.
Have a look at the carnage there, Floki. That one Wizard Tower has it down. 5 vehicles burning outside. We did make sure that, we pointed this out. It is going to be instrumental later on. For now, Obey are moving in, and it looks like Brutal Esports are going to be caught in the line of fire as C9 UI is going down. A line is going to take some cover behind this buggy, but where there's smoke, expect there to be bullets shot out in every which direction. It is going to be merciless as Deadpool wants to make sure he adds another finish to his name. Now he is going to spot KO. Unfortunately, he gets spotted from behind. He's going to get caught in a little bit of a crossfire.
Absolutely. He's on the low ground right now, so he can be spotted from multiple places. He needs to drop a couple of smokes over here, and looks like Brutal Esports, well, they will be able to get one of their members back up on their feet. They're trying to make sure these has got some cover to work with. In the meantime, they've got 8 finishes to their name, so they could potentially play this out a little bit more passively. Let everyone else dig their own graves and just come and finish the job for them instead. Orb officials, in the meantime, one of the few rosters with 4 members still standing, are looking to do some work over here for Evercool. Can they be cool, calm, and collective? And Kaneki is down on his knees. No, okay, he does get spotted over here, but Octavius still hasn't rattled off a couple of shots. They don't know he's in the general area.
Oh, he's going for it.
Now he's trying to go for it. Now he's trying to find those specs, but Kaneki will be put 6 feet under. As soon as he goes up, he himself is going to be knocked down from members of Revolution. Malik coming in hot with that long-range shot from the M4, and now he's turning his attention elsewhere because there's a lot of players around that he needs to focus. And guess where he is? He is in the Tower of Death. And boy, oh boy, I don't know if that story's going to end well for him.
Well, he's in the Tower of Death, but looks like Obey Esports are still struggling out in the open. But Shadow, now he is lurking in the shadows. He has some smoke to work with as well. He does get a couple of knocks on Brutal Esports.
Oh no!
Now, a line is last man standing, but wait a second. Were those finishes stolen for him? I do believe Deadpool, his own teammate, came to help him out. So, alright, there is still some hope in this world. Now, a line, the last man standing for his team is going to be spotted out, and it's going to be Pain of Exile that are going to be putting in his misery. No, it's not. It's Obey Esports making sure they go out in the 6th position. 9 finishes to their name. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now down to the final 4 teams. 9 people still alive, trying to walk away the winners in game number 1.
Everyone is limping over here. Everyone only has a couple of members from their team still standing. No 4-man roster, so no one with the clear advantage here just yet. But Revolution, they've got the positioning to pull this off. They've got the silencer on the M4, so it's going to be hard for them to spot out where Malik is just rattling off those shots from. In the meantime, Pain of Exile, they have Shashi trying to get some covering fire over here for his teammates. Damn, he cannot get him back upon his feet. Look at Obey though. Shadow is making sure that the rest cannot come through.
As you mentioned, Revolution Esports, Floki, they have an eagle's nest. They don't need to budge from that location.
Yeah, they most certainly don't need to do any of that. Shadow! Oh. Okay, well, he at least gets credit for one of those finishes. The other one gonna go down to the play zone. It's about as good as it could have gotten over there. But now Malik taking matters into his own hands. This could be a little bit problematic. There are 4 members still standing. Obey well. Shadow will be able to respond back and takes down Flanky. In the meantime, Kanda is there. He's going to be backstabbing Shadow and takes him out of the fight over here, making sure that at least the side of Orb have secured 2nd place, but they could potentially get 1st here. There's not enough time remaining for the rest. It's going to be a 1v3. The smoke providing him with some cover, but he can't really go for the rest at the moment. He's trying to heal himself up instead, or is he? No, I think he's... No, he's just running around over here at this moment. He's trying to reach his teammate and bait, but cannot happen over there. Revolution, they tried their best, but in the end, it was just not in their fate. Orb official, they will get that chicken dinner.
There you have it. Looks like the orb is going to be glowing just a bit brighter on their side.
Bonded.
There you go, getting the job done. Now, they were a bit dormant, a bit quiet, coming up to this final stage, and it did seem like Revolution Esports were going to take away everything because, again, they had that Wizard Tower, they had that Eagle Nest, they had a good 360 vigil all around, and we just saw them dishing out death and destruction in every which direction. But again, where credit is due, Orb officials, they made sure they had that numerical advantage as well, making sure that 3 guns are always going to be a bit trickier to deal with than just 1.
Absolutely. The late game is all about the man advantage, right? So if you've got a 4-man roster, your likelihood of winning it just shoots up as long as you're making sure that you're not completely screwed by the circle. As long as you have some real estate for yourself that you can hold, spread your players are all out around, you can cover a decent amount of that circle. But let's have a look at the highlights and see that all over again. I want to see how Orb official managed to take this one because, quite honestly, I'm not sure why Revolution ended up rotating up without laying down any smoke for themselves.
Now, let's just bring up the team on our screens right now. Halcyon, they did have a good game. I mean, they would have wanted to end up a bit higher. However, let's just quickly talk about Lager's official. Now, you did notice one thing. They were spread far and wide right from the beginning. However, they were still taking fights, as a one-man army, which means that they might have practiced this in the past. However, it doesn't work out, and that is what I was waiting for. Skull with that M24 headshot, making sure he puts a bullet right between the whites of the enemy.
Absolutely. I mean, lots of headshots coming out over here in this match. But once again, Brutal Esports, I mean, just always on point with their aggression. Just really doing justice to their name. Being the team that takes the fight to their opponents and just puts them 6 feet under. And I think they managed to rack up a lot of finishing points over here. And I think this is probably one of the most interesting part. Teen Outlaws, well, they were the ones who started off this aggression over here by taking out the side of Halcyon. And then they were the ones who got eliminated over there. And then Revolution went in there and eventually got eliminated as well. So clearly the Tower of Death over there doesn't really favor any team that comes in. It is cursed. But in the meantime, Team Orb official, this is what I like about them, right? This is what I was talking that I wanted to see since the very start. Be cool, be calm, be collected, don't take any unnecessary fights, save those resources for later when they can have a much higher impact. For example, the late game. You've got yourself a couple of med kits, you can instantly get yourself back into a fight. If you're instead at that time just trying to get yourself back up to full health using those bandages, you could be in a world of trouble.
You could be, and of course it all comes down to the time management. Have a look at that. Now, you do not want your garage looking like that. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7 vehicles in that pile of rubber and metal just burning. Now, Obey did have a good game. I mean, they were in the thick and thin of the action. They were making sure that, they were dishing out damage on all fronts, but looks like at the end they were overpowered. Now, we did kind of mention that, the numbers did come in handy for the team that won, but in the past we have seen it be negated as well. But now, Orb officials, what they did was they have that compound, made sure they held their ground, made sure they fortified it. They let a lot of teams do the fighting, and then they came in and mopped up whatever was left.
Absolutely. It's just like all they ever did was just deliver the final blow, right? These guys never put themselves in the firing line. They were just making sure that everyone just kept digging their own grave, just exploited their position to its fullest, having that only compound inside the circle. And well, when the end came, they knew they had the man advantage, so they could try and just strong arm every single team.
Also, I did kind of notice that, they were keeping an eye on the kill feed. They knew that at least one of the members behind the tree is going to be down, hence that confidence came in. But of course, that was all the action. Let's actually have a look and see how the teams did in this game, as we do have the points coming up. And well, when you win a chicken dinner, chances are you are going to end up at the tippity top. ORB officials, 23 total points, 8 of which came from finishes.
Absolutely great stuff coming in from Orb officials. Once again, just propping themselves up on the back of that chicken at a 50 placement points with 8 finishes, like you mentioned. Obey Esports, though, could have potentially just gained a lot more points compared to the side of Orb officials if they did finish up in that first place. But they got second, which is not the end of the world. And Shadow, I mean, I remember he was the last player standing from the side of Obey Esports, so he did make Orb officials' job a lot easier by taking out one of those players from Revolution. But hey, there you go. That's it. At the end of the day, Revolution, they also had third place with 6 finish points and 18 total. Pain of Exile in fourth with 13. Brutal Esports with 9 finish points, also at 13, so tied for that 4th to 5th place. But everyone else, having a couple of finishes, but really not being propped up thanks to their placement.
I mean, we were talking about, Brutal Esports Esports, they did bring that brutality with them, and well, they were dishing out damage in every which direction. Maybe a few more finish points, a few more placement points, I beg your pardon, would have seen them a bit higher up on the table, but well, 5th position is nothing to scoff about. Elsewhere, I do see that, this time around, the finishes were kind of distributed. Have a look at Team Official INA, Teen Outlaws, Fearless Freaks, and even Halcyon Esports. 4 to 5 finishes is not going to be a bad idea, but of course, you need those placement points to go along with it as well. Now, we've had a look at the teams. Let's have a look and see which one man or woman stood above everyone else as we have a look at the iQOO MVP, and well, it is going to be someone lurking in the shadows. It's Obey Shadow.
Absolutely. Obey Shadow, I think he single-handedly should be the MVP for his team because he secured them that 2nd place finish, right? So, yeah, did a lot of work. 7 finishes to his name, 1,100 damage, 3 assists, and 2 headshots. So this man just did everything possible under the big, warm sun. And it's thanks to him that that his team, Obey, actually made it to that 2nd place finish. I remember distinctly him managing to take down, like I said earlier, one of the members from Revolution, making sure that he at least gets that 2nd place. But, yeah, I mean, there was also a little bit of an element of luck because they did find the other player from Revolution, making sure that he went down first and then Shadow ended up going down. So, yeah, that was why he got that 2nd place. But let's have a look at the top 5. I believe there should have been more players from Obey, but they're not. It's actually spread out all over. So, Revolution Malik in 2nd place with 5 finishes and 600 damage, and Orb Skull in 3rd place with 4 finishes and 745 damage to his name.
Well, like we said, although ORB, they did win the game, not a high fragging affair, which is something that could change in the games to come. Now, in 4th position, we of course have Dexter joining the fray, 4 finishes for himself, and Max Trex coming in from Brutal Esports with 3 to his own name. Now, again, Brutal Esports, I'm pretty sure if he's got 3, and they had a total of 9 finishes, evenly spread out amongst all their members. So, you know what? Game number 2 is going to be underway sooner or later, and we might just expect to see a few more members from Brutal on this page on our screens now. But again, Obey Esports, I mean, they had a good game, fell a bit too short. Now, we've had a look at all these numbers. Let's just have a look and see what all grenades were used, because, I've always been a fan for those grenade finishes. This time around, not a high number, Floki. 71 grenades used, out of which only 6 ended up finishing opposition.
Yeah, this is somewhat surprising to me because I did think that considering the hardship of the circle compared to the flight path, there'd be a lot more action at the western periphery, right? But doesn't seem like that happened as much.
That's the versatility and adaptability of the teams. The moment the circle formed, they started drifting east.
Yeah, a lot of teams started drifting east. I think one of those teams even made it all the way towards Milta Power. I think it was Reflex, if I'm not wrong. They made it their home. Unfortunately, the gamble didn't pay off. The circle hard shifted once again to the west, and they were like, God damn it. I mean, we prayed to RMGs before we slept. Why is this happening? But let's have a look at the finish to damage ratio for some of these teams. And clearly, there is, a bit of a lack of efficiency from the side of Obey Esports. But, well, if this is still promising numbers for the second game.
I mean, I wouldn't be too disappointed with that. They have a tremendous amount of damage. Maybe a few more finishes would have been something that they would have wanted. I mean, it's always nice, Floki. I mean, it's just that you and I, we've been at the lower end of things when we play. So, don't worry, there's still hope for you. Anyway, coming in over here, I do see that the damage is pretty evenly spread out. Of course, a few teams are going to be standing head and shoulders above the rest, which kind of makes it easier to predict what the top 4 squads are going to be. Well, if you have a little difficulty reading graphs, we're just going to show it to you right over there. ORB officials leading the charge thanks to that chicken dinner.
Absolutely, followed by Obey Esports in second place. The high number of finishes, but unfortunately a lower number of points in total, although they're only trailing behind the side of Orb by a total of 2 points. So if anything bad happens to the side of Orb early on, they get eliminated in bottom 8. We know who's going to be propped up over there. The name starts with O and ends with Y. But in third place, we got Revolution Esports with 6 total finishes, and Pain of Exile somehow in fourth place with 5 total finishes. So clearly, these guys also, they've got something to show for themselves, and they haven't done yet.
Again, the thing with the Pain of Exile was we did see them, kind of in the thick and thin of the action right from the beginning. We saw them in a few skirmishes. Now, what happened was they did lose members. And, well, looks like they are the real survivors out there because they managed to make sure they concealed the position. Did take a bit of a firefight at the end, but of course they were overpowered by another team. But again, that's what it's all about. You get those frags, you get those finishes, and you get those placement points. So it's all about that delicate balance in life.
Absolutely. And I have to say, you know, the way all of these teams adapted, like you said earlier, to the circle shifting towards the east.
Oh, they moved.
Yeah, they really moved. Some of these teams moved so far that, you know, they ended up screwing themselves over a little bit. Just, you know, bought into the RNG a bit too much. But let's have a look at the sponsors of our tournament. That is iQOO. We're going to jump into them and see what they're all
However,
about.
I do want to add one thing. You did say that, you know, they kind of screwed this up. If you have this board, bad boy, you're never going to screw things up. Let's have a listen from iQOO.
Are you ready for this?
All right, so we've made it no secret that, you know, we might be sneaking off with one of these bad boys ourselves, but I want to do one thing. On the next day off, we're going shopping. I want to get that leather jacket for myself. It looks good.
It certainly does look good. It's gonna, you know, just protect you from the cold and also give you those extra style points. You know, when you're streaming as well, sometimes, you know, maybe you can, you know, just flip it off. You know, be like that when you get yourself that long distance finish with the off couple of style points as well.
Oh, nah, I don't need to do that. Been there, done that. That is a thing of the past now. We're just joking. Again, you know, you just see new things every single time you watch that promo video. But again, now that that is done and dusted with, now that that is kept aside, looks like all the members, all the players are ready for the next game, ahead of schedule, which is always wonderful. All 64 players from the corner of my eye I can see are sitting in the lobby waiting for that plane to take off. But before we let that happen, we do have a few questions that need answering. Now, you know, we did see a couple of teams kind of spring into action this time around. Do you reckon it's going to be the same thing this time again? Because you got to keep one thing in mind, you know, if you're not, like I said, if you don't put your best foot forward at the beginning, chances are all that pressure starts trickling down, starts weighing you down. How do you deal with that?
Now, I actually think because the flight path is so skewed towards the west, all these teams perhaps did not get the designated drop location, so they had to switch things up a little bit. Now, teams generally do favor the western part of Erangel. They try to go for all the drop locations over there. But maybe this time around, if the flight path does actually bisect the map in half, we could see teams, you know, just taking it a bit slower and not seeing all of that early action we used to from the previous games. Because I don't think everyone got the drop locations that they wanted.
I guess I agree with you because, you know, although the circle did form mid-drop, you know, a few teams, they decided, you know what, maybe if I want to drop off at the mansion, I'll just go a bit further and head to Lipovka instead. And sometimes it can throw your entire game plan out the window because I guess the IGL's job is as soon as that flight path is formed, he's going to make a decision, right?
Yes.
All right, boys, we're going to be dropping down over here. And then when the parachutes are opening and suddenly you see a new zone, it's that time when you make that decision. Do you stick to what you, you know, basically came in the game with, or are you going to switch your plans on the fly?
So I actually think that a lot of these teams instead are going to try and stick to their true and tested playstyles because, you know, they've been already in the spot where they had to adapt and overcome and sort of adapt to the flight path. But we don't have to speculate for much longer because we're about to jump into the game ourselves, see with our own eyes what's going to be happening. We are going to be loading into the spawn islands and be looking at what the players are going into. But before we do, let's have a look at all these teams who are going to be playing.
Yes, sir. And, you know, of course, you are going to recognize quite a few names. Group 19 are going to be playing their last match. Of course, it consists of Obey Esports, Revolution Esports, Brutal Esports, Forever Cool. I mean, four gentlemen, calm, cool, composed. That is exactly what you want. They're going to be joined by Team Official INA, Team Rise Esports, Pain of Exile. Ouch. And Reflex Esports RFL.
Yeah, exactly. And Reflex Esports are probably one of the teams that did not get that drop location last time.
Well, they're the ones we're talking about all the way at Mr. Power, and then suddenly the circle says, not this time.
Absolutely, but we also got Halcyon Esports, Teen Outlaws, Orb Officials, the winners of the previous match, the Chicken Dinners. So we've also got Fearless Freaks in the mix, didn't do as well. Maybe this time around they can change things up. The Four Magicians, Cyvax Officials, Team Blizzard and Lagging Experts who for some reason spread their drops out. Maybe this is something that they've practiced. It could could work, but didn't look very promising.
Maybe it might have been the situation, you know, that everyone's trying to get off, and since one of their teammates didn't have this bad boy in their hands, might have been a bit of a desync, might have been a bit of a lag. He might have just dropped a little bit further down the flight path. It could be a possibility, but well, if he had this bad boy, it would not have even come up. But again, maybe that was their strategy. Maybe they're living up to their name. You know, I mean, maybe they might even just, you know, do a few moves that makes it look like they are lagging, draw the enemy in, a little bait and switch.
Could certainly be the case, but yeah, those are some next level plays, man. If we ever see some of those, then I'm probably going to lose my mind. But I believe it's going to take some time before we get to that stage. You know, we just haven't reached that level of mind games yet. I hope we get to see them, though. Let's see if it's actually going to happen, because I don't think that we need to speculate for much longer, because the game is about to go live.
The game is about to go live. We're going to say bye-bye from the studio as we take to the skies once more, this time flying over the luscious green fields of Erangel. And, well, we are going to be switching things around, as it does seem like the Sosnovka military island is what I see directly below. There you have it. We are going to be flying directly above the CE buildings, and we have a bit of a northeastern trajectory. We are going to be flying over the farm. The shelter is going to be in dropping distance, and well, you are going to see some beautiful scenes of that massive mansion down below.
All right, this is peak overcompensation. So first you start off with a very western favored flight path, and then you move towards the east instead.
We need the new circle completely towards the west.
Oh yeah, especially towards the northwest. You know, that'd be the complete antithesis of the flight path, just having two different philosophies altogether. And once again, this is going to make things very, very interesting, because now teams don't get the designated drop locations. This is a true test of skill. It's a test of how fluid you are, of how dynamic you are. This is not going to be relying on practice. This is not something that teams are going to have worked out in their past, unless they've got some of these designated drop locations on the eastern part of the map. Well, let's see if that actually does come into play, because I do think that, you know, it's going to take a lot more fundamental knowledge for these teams to try and make sure they come out of this situation alive and swinging.
Again, I'm just going to say one thing that I love saying: easier said than done. I love the fact that we can just sit here and speculate and go on and on, you know, just
need to do this?
dishing out our experiences. Oh, you should have done it this way. But again, it all comes down to what these players are going to go through, you know, when they hit the ground. But for now, Team Official INA, the only team in the military base itself, not the only team on the island though, because I do believe Novo Repnoi is going to be occupied by the Fearless Freaks, but looks like action could be breaking out earlier. We did see, in fact, we saw Pain of Exile in this situation early on, and well, he does have that DBS in his hands. We saw the pump action, we saw the double barrel. You wanted to see this shotgun in action as well. Looks like your wishes just might come through, but again,
at that distance,
the opponents with a pistol.
Yep.
Let's see if we're going to get one of those early pistol knocks like we did in the last game.
Yeah, I doubt it's going to be happening over here in Cyback. So all they're really looking to do here is get themselves a couple of pieces of utility.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for my outburst. I just had a look at the circle. We're going to bring that up in a few moments. Not just yet, because it looks like Sagar is going to be ready for a little bit of a tango with Shane. Now, Shane knows where he is. I'm pretty sure both the opposing members know exactly where the other is, but Shane, oh boy, all by his lonesome amongst the enemy, he could be in a world of trouble.
He most certainly could be. But the most interesting right now is the circle itself. I think if our viewers actually had a look at this, they'd probably lose their minds, but in the meantime, well, let's have a look at Cyback's officials. What the hell's happening here?
Well, if we still have a little lull in the action, let's have a look. 1 second. Shane official, he's going to do it. Forget it. I love the split screen. There you have it. We get the best of both worlds. The circle is going to be interesting because pretty much the entirety of the Sosnovka military base is going to be in it. But have a look at that water flow key. Almost 50% is going to be submerged.
You know what this means, right? This means lots of early action breaking out over here, and then we're going to see a bit of a lull in the mid game potentially. Some water finishes as well.
The real estate prices are definitely going to be skyrocketing.
Oh yeah, most certainly. So Sosnovka military base just got, well, a whole lot more expensive as the circle forming over that general area, and we already have a couple of teams trying to take fights over here. Shashi trying to do some work here with the DP-28 at that distance. Can be fairly accurate, but does start dropping, you know, in terms of damage at that distance. Okay, Cyback's officials could be in a little bit of trouble. They are getting shot from multiple angles. They've left Omi Boy by himself. Oh, and that buggy is not as safe as he once thought. Sashi will be able to clean him up.
Floki, keep in mind, Daddy from Pain of Exile is still behind them. Have a look at that little green blob that you see on your screens. That means old boy could be in a bit of trouble. Question is he going to anticipate anything coming in from behind? Is Daddy going to be sneaking in towards his opponents?
Shashi's out of bullets.
Could happen. He is out of bullets. Well, I think that's the last magazine.
Yes, the last magazine, I think he was only had one magazine of that DP28. That's why he's not pulling it out anymore. So can't even convert that knock into a finish. Unfortunately, the side of Cybax don't know that. And they're just going to be scratching their heads as to, why is he using the Uzi all of a sudden?
Now for Cybax official, OFI boy could be in trouble. I wonder what Daddy is doing. It wasn't him, it was Shashi, who, well, you just said he's run out of ammunition. He whips out an M16 instead. And, well, that is definitely going to be doing a lot of talking now. He's going to make sure his teammates are going to go in again. Why isn't Daddy coming in from behind and pretty much ending their life? There you have it. The moment I say his name, he is going to finally spring into action as Shane OP is brought down. But now his position is given away. But they really don't have any issues because, Boy over here is going to be in his shack. In fact, from that shack, he is going to be raining out some death as he gets the better of Sagar. He does get the knock, but now he's going to hear the movement coming in. He's going to hear the footsteps. Forget it. It's all going to be for nothing as Daddy jumps, he reloads, he shoots. He gets that knock in the nick of time. And, well, with a sliver of HP, the first team is going to be eliminated from this game of Erangel.
Absolutely. Cybax officials going to be in a world of trouble, but... now that the action has lulled out a little bit, I quickly want to have a look at the map because there's something very interesting happening towards the north. Look at those teams in Kameshki. They are going to have to sprint and do some cardio to make their way towards the circle all the way in farm. And even then, it's probably going to have to be them fighting some other teams along the way. But in the meantime, some more action breaking out over here. It does seem like Team Lagging Experts, what this time around, have also dropped in different places. But in the meantime, Fearless Freaks, oh my goodness, they will be eliminated over here. Doesn't matter if Lagging Experts were all spread out, it just means they cover more ground.
I mean, that is why you never want to travel in one vehicle as a full squad, because chances are you are going to get picked up one by one, and sooner or later either the vehicle goes boom, or, well, your limpless body hits the ground. Well, with that, another team is going to be exiting, and looks like Lagging Experts this time around, Floki. They aren't spread out far and thin. They are playing as a tight-knit unit, and, well, we all know teamwork makes the dream work.
Absolutely. I'm quite sure they, cut out there, pulled out those iQOO Legend 7s, and now they're all fine and dandy, not making any of those misplays. But in the meantime, Team Blizzard, well, they are in a bit of an awkward position because all of the players are not together just yet. Demigod is just trying to get into a better position to help out his teammates, but he is being sort of blocked here by the four magicians who are standing in his way towards the center of that circle. They are in school at the moment, but they kind of want to make sure they're able to get close to that to the edge of the circle. Maybe then they can go elsewhere on the periphery.
You know, while Team Blizzard is going to be looting around willy-nilly, let's just see if we could have the map up on our screens because, well, we talk about those, amazing rotations. Something pretty fascinating is happening because looks like someone is going to be coming in all the way east of Nova Rupnoy, Revolution Esports. Mind you, they started, not Revolution Esports, I beg your pardon, it's going to be Reflex. They started all the way at Lipovka, and, well, they are taking the route less traveled.
Wow, this is actually going to go undetected because they're going to be able to sneak in from the backside of Sosnovka military base. No one really guarding that just yet, and they will be able to get in scot-free. I don't think there's anyone who's going to be stopping them. They're also going to be able to get in deep towards Sosnovka, potentially surprising all the three teams in that general area. But Primorsk is also pretty much in play over here, so the circle could still be anybody's game. It could either go towards the main island or towards Sosnovka, or, just go midway or go towards the water.
Imagine for Reflex Esports, right? They made all this effort. They've come to the south side of the Sosnovka military island, and then, as you mentioned, the circle suddenly shifts due north somewhere around Primorsk. Even could go all the way to Quarry, but I don't see that happening. I'm pretty sure it is going to be, what could happen though? We could have a water circle breakout because again, even now 50% of the circle is in the water, and dare I say maybe 10-15 of it doesn't even exist on the map.
Yeah, and now that the BGMI gods have heard all our pleas, you know what's going to happen? The circle's going to shift, the final circle's going to be in Pachinki, and they're going to be like, gotcha!
Well, that is going to be a
gotcha moment. You hopeful
moment.
little kid.
I would love it if it was out in the middle of nowhere. But of course, if you missed any of the action, don't worry, we got you covered. Have a look at this again. 4 members in one car. You expect no one to be there. Yes, you can retaliate, but with 4 weapons trained on you, you are going to be picked off one by one. And this was the final end of the coffin. He does almost get away, but that last bullet finds its mark. And well, with that, the hopes and aspirations of a team went up in a plume of green smoke.
Absolutely. A 1-star Uber service right there. It's not the kind of driver you want to have. But
sir.
sometimes you just gotta work with what you got. But we'll see where the circle shifts and where it goes. It's gonna be further down south towards Sosnovka military base. Still, mind you, covering a huge part of the water over here. I think a good 40% of the current circle is just water.
I love the fact that lagging experts are atop that bridge, which means something that I've been wishing for, well, from day one could happen, because it looks like Rise Esports could be heading their way sooner or later. Or are they going to wise up to the bridge and possibly take the aquatic route? Again, a lot of options still available for the team. Now, you got to decide at this moment whether you want to be on the main island or whether you're going to be traversing down south. And I do believe the winners of the last game, ORB officials, are making the better choice over here, especially considering there's a lot more real estate on the southern island as well compared to where they were just moments ago.
But speaking of the southern island, guess what? Reflex Esports, they've left one of the players to go in on a bit of a fact-finding mission further up west towards the western end of Sosnovka, while 3 of them are trying to drive around and create some sort of ruckus, sort of a ruse, and see if they can spot anyone out at that end of the Sosnovka military base.
Now, this could be problematic. We've seen this in the past. Yes, it is the second circle going on into number 3, but we've seen teams take a lot of damage from the blue in the past. And, well, sooner or later, the thing that happens is you run out of ammunition. Before now, it looks like Blizzard are going to run out of vehicles, as they do have that boat. But the moment they sit in, chances are Pain of Exile are going to light a few fuses. And, well, that boat is going to go sky high. Question is it going to take Team Blizzard with it?
Yeah, now the cool thing about this is they can still go potentially back towards land over here, towards the main island, so trying to go towards, well, or they could just, you know, keep going up towards Fairy Pier where the area is open. They couldn't get spotted out over there, but the boat is going to be popped like we talked about earlier. They don't even get a chance, and look at that. Shashi is just going to line them up inside the water. Doesn't have a clear line of sight on them, so he's just still playing a guessing game of sorts, but they are going back towards Fairy Pier.
Now, even though Pain of Exile are trying to shoot fish in a barrel, so to speak, they got to be careful, because it does seem like a couple of teams could be hitting them from the north, and there you have it. Their attention is going to be diverted, because at one end they have Obey Esports, and looks like Brutal Esports are going to make a comeback as well, as Zidane almost gets knocked down to his feet. Lucky for him, he did have that tree for cover. But now, Obey Esports, they know that the enemies are going to be a little bit scattered. It looks like Shashi is going to be the first to take that front off their attack, as Zadi is going to make sure he puts them 6 feet under. Now, we did kind of mention for Pain of Exile, they are scattered far and thin, and it's not just Obey. Brutal is lurking nearby as well.
Absolutely, and I have to say, you know, Brutal, with them just not being discovered yet, they could potentially be the card that trumps everyone. And Pain of Exile, they have to be careful with how many shots they rattle off and where they go. The blue now closing in. Zidane is going to choose to tackle a little bit of it, perhaps catch a straggler in the blue himself. But with only 3 members surviving for the side of Pain of Exile, they have a quick choice to make, and that is either tank the blue zone, take the fight and then rotate in, or rotate in early but potentially get risk being shot in the back. And there you go, Team Rise Esports. They will be able to get themselves that pick, get some extra loot as well going their way, and Team Rise now need to make their way inside the zone.
Well, Dibby is definitely rising to the occasion, making sure they squash that Revolution before it does any damage. And speaking of Revolution Esports, I do see one man still alive. Question is, for how much longer? Elsewhere, we do have action breaking out down south as Obey Esports are going to be taking the fight to Pain of Exile. We did kind of anticipate that coming in, but again, Floki, the blue, is now going to be taking chunks away from the HP, and by the look of things, they don't really have a lot of meds on hand.
Yeah, now Pain of Exile are going to be in a world of trouble, as well as Obey will be able to wipe them out, send them packing, put them 6 feet under. Coffins being supplied, and now Obey Esports, they need to obey the laws of the blue zone and enter the circle.
Well, a massive fight is breaking out elsewhere, because looks like Forever Cool are going to get the better of Reflex Esports. Now, we were talking about them. They did traverse all the way from Lipovka to the south, and, well, the 3 men who were in the vehicles are done with. The one man you mentioned who was on a scouting mission, he's the last one left. Now, they had everything going for them. Looks like Forever Cool had similar ideas. You know, hitting that Sosnovka military base from the south, there you have it. They are going to be the only 2 teams all the way at the south beach, but for now, looks like another team is going to be joining them. And, well, T4M, the 4 magicians, can they pull out something spectacular out of that top hat?
Yeah, well, the Western Front has been quiet for a while, but not for much longer, because there's going to be a lot of teams just joining the fray over here. I see the side of Halcyon making their way there as well. Orb officials already in the mix. Forever Cool also potentially could be a part of the action if they move further up north. And from the east, there are a couple of teams coming in as well. Now, lagging Expert Swap making their way from the east, and also Rise Esports tanking the blue are trying to get in the circle. This could be problematic for them because they have expended a lot of the utilities, just making sure that they're able to sustain that blue damage. It's going to be dished out consistently. But in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention back towards Team Officials INA, who are hanging out by the broken flight or at the broken plane, and hoping that they don't go discovered over here. This, though, is not a position I enjoy seeing at all. Teen Outlaws, this could very well be a Ridge of Death.
Well, it is a cemetery for planes. Question is, are we going to add a few more skeletons to it as well? As now it's going to be XYD. He does spot the enemy, and one shot is going to make it out. That buggy making sure it covers him when necessary. Now that means Halcyon Esports, they do have a compound for themselves, as Teen Outlaws are going to be left in the wilderness to do as they please. But now again, they do have vehicles, they do have those ditches, and as we did mention, you know, we do have a lot of broken aircraft for them to take cover behind. So for that team, I don't really see them in immediate danger right now, unless Brutal Esports, who again, they've been slipping in unnoticed, Floki. In fact, they came over the bridge without any opposition, and they have a good position. They also have the higher ground, which means Teen Outlaws, they better watch out, because looks like the law is lurking just around the corner.
Yeah, they are getting themselves all possible advantages that they could. You know, they've got the stealth factor, they're making sure they're on the high ground as well, and now the circle shifting in. Is it going to favor their position? Not really, but they still get to backstab here the side of Team Teen Outlaws, and Team Teen Outlaws probably still haven't discovered that there's Brutal on their backside, but in the meantime, Halcyon is also making their way there, distracting them from the real danger that is lurking behind at the moment. Elsewhere on the map, though, it does look like Forever Cool could be in a bunch of trouble over here, as the four magicians are looking to push up and be a little bit aggressive. But there you go, there's a rotation coming in from Teen Outlaws, but Brutal Esports are also making their way over there. A couple of shots being exchanged. It's the bait and switch coming in. Brutal Esports with both of the players in the car, like 40, running away, and look at Teen Outlaws. They were just foaming at the mouth looking for the opportunity, but instead they will be brutalized. And sure, Brutal, they might even lose one of their players, but it is still okay. This is 1-for-3 exchange at worst, and they will take it any day of the week, twice on a Sunday.
Oh, they haven't lost anyone yet. In fact, either or could have alighted from the vehicles and well dished out damage. Brutal was just quicker to the trigger, but now they have made a bit of commotion, which means INA official. They've heard them, and well, they want to give a little bit of justice of their own. Now, Brutal Esports, what they are going to do is, since they know they pretty much decimated the team, they're going to follow in their wake. They know it's going to be a clear path ahead for them, and well, they could get a central position in the circle. But for now, we are going to avert our attention to the factory, as it does look like Team Obey are going to go up against Blizzard. Sooner or later, are things going to get chilly inside, or will Obey put them to the heel?
Well, the wind of death is never warm, so maybe Blizzard, there's something for them in this game just yet. But you have to remember, their Game 1 performance wasn't the best in the world, so they are looking to redeem themselves over here. And guess what? They've got all the great weaponry to work with as well. A Vector sitting by in case he needs to switch and pick it up. One of the best weapons for those close-range combat situations, just rattling off the entire magazine in less than 2.5 seconds. But in the meantime, Obey Esports, well, it does look like they are going to be holding. They're not too keen on pushing out just yet. Well, playing around with the door a little bit there, Rage, but has to be a little bit careful because there are teams lurking around the corner here, like Rise Esports and Orb Officials.
You know, if I talk from my point of view, right, this is going to be one of my favorite spots in the map, and I'll tell you why, because this is where I usually drop. This is Novgorod military base. So now, what's going to be pivotal is how well do they know the surroundings. Now, you did see a little bit of hesitancy coming in from Obey. Maybe they don't know where every single corner is. Maybe they don't know where the angles are. So, you know, it is going to be a bit of a waiting game, pretty much until the zone kind of forces them to move into each other's directions. Elsewhere, we are going to join the lagging experts who are on a little bit of a tear. 4 finishes already. Question is, are they going to make it a few more? Well,
yeah,
that makes it 5. However, they still have a magician left down below, and well, one shot is all it usually takes. Question is he going to be able to deliver?
Well, one shot, one opportunity. You have to seize the moment, otherwise you might lose it. Let's see if they can actually capitalize on this one. But Brutal Esports, this is not the way they want to go out. Orb Officials, they figured out where they are, and they're rattling off a couple of shots over here. Grenades could come pouring in as well, but Orb Officials need to make sure that their position itself is secure first. In the meantime, elsewhere, Blizzard, well, they are going to be pounced upon by the side of Obey, and Obey, okay, raining in a couple of nades over here. Can they actually connect with their shots? Yes, they can. Shadow will be able to knock him out. Two players from Blizzard are going to be on their knees and finished off, while the other two are elsewhere. They are providing cover, though Shadow is going to be knocked out himself by Demigod, and Demigod is still holding from that airplane tower. Let's see if he can find a couple of more over here. His position has been discovered. It might be in his... well, it might be good for him to just go out there and push, drop a couple of smokes and help his teammates out, but that could be a little bit problematic because look at where the circle is. He needs to instead finish this fight and get going.
The circle has shifted south, and for a majority of the teams, they are going to have to scramble out sooner or later. But now Hulk and Demigod, the two demigods themselves, they have their work cut out. Now, Obey Esports, they could, in fact, traverse around the building and, just avoid this fight altogether because, again, like we said, it is a little bit of a trek into the new circle. And mind you, for Forever Cool, I beg your pardon.
Yep.
I was going to call them 4 cool players for some reason. Forever Cool, they do have a good spot. However, the fact that, they do have 4 finishes, we did see that coming in, when they got the better of Reflex Esports. They haven't really been in the thick and thin of all the action. Now, when all that pressure is going to mount in, I am going to be looking to see how they do. For now, looks like Precarious finds himself in a precarious situation as Rise Official coming to fire, but now Brownie is going to be reduced to chocolate glue once again.
Yeah, there you go. Obey finally springs their trap as they're trying to take some long-range engagements over here, and they are succeeding. They managed to take out one play from the side of Lagging Expert Swap, but once again, Official, they are closing in on their position. So Obey, they're gonna have to split their attention a little bit between these two fights. In the meantime, if you are having a look towards the western part of the map, the eastern part of the map, you could see a couple of Rise Esports members being knocked down on their feet, and there you go. That's the people responsible for it all. Lagging Expert Swap finding off a couple of shots. We'll see if Lagging Experts can get out of this, but it doesn't look too promising for them. They've got 3 players still standing, but the issue is that they're not very spread out. They're all clumped up together over here, and there you go. Abi is going to try to get his teammate back up on his feet. Smoke is going to be dropped, just bouncing off his head, trading his life for a concussion instead. We'll take that trade any day of the week.
Quick thinking on Abi's part, especially since they realized that, 3 members from Rise Officials were on their knees, which means, well, Brownie is going to be back in the game, and, well, he's going to patch himself up if he wants to be effective. Elsewhere, IE's again with a grenade is going to get the middle of Google, but now Deadpool gets the flank on left, and in fact, Abi almost gets taken down by his teammate Brownie, who is going to be thanking his lucky stars that he is back up on his feet, is going to provide some much needed cover, and now Wanch, the last man from Rise, was spotted in the distance, and, well, Skull is going to make sure he adds another one to his kitty. But for now, it is going to be Obey Esports hitting the Lagging Experts hard as they do have their flank secure. But have a look at that, right in the thick and thin of all the action, we still have Forever Cool dishing out damage, but now they have been reduced to a 2-man squad. Elsewhere, the Magicians, well, their magic is kind of fizzled out as they are out in 10th without any finishes.
Abracadabra, Alakazam, you can see me no more. I am 6 feet under. That was the magic trick that, well, spelled their demise over there. I hope they learn that and cast on their opponents the next time around. But Bay Esports, they are certainly trying to be a little bit more aggressive over here, but Deadpool is going to get shot in the head, leaving only 1 man standing. There's going to be rage, or rather 1 man prone. He's trying to turn his attention towards Lagging Expert Swap, but the Expert Swap, they are all spread out. The car instead being focused down, and Zank still standing strong, still not taking shots just yet. Does know where the members from Obey are.
Kudos to Rage from Obey. He does have that pinpoint accuracy. However, it was just a bit to the right of the enemy.
Absolutely. I mean, that reflex sight, not the best to have in these sorts of situations. And oh boy, Abi catches him napping, standing on his feet, trying to heal himself back up. And Lagging Experts, while they will capitalize. Obey Esports, they were the 2nd place finishers, but now they are down and out in 9th place. Not the way they imagined themselves leaving, but look at this, Lagging Experts, while they are still standing strong, they're still fighting. 12 finishes to their name, and they're looking to add a couple more skulls to their collection. It's going to be the members of Orb Officials, and Orb Official will lose 2 as a result, leaving only 1, or rather 2 other players into the mix here. And in the meantime, it does look like the side of Halcyon have survived so far, but now they're coming under heavy fire from the members of Orb. With only 2 players standing, though, they need to be a little bit careful, because if they go up front a bit too aggressively, they could just get ran at from the side of Orb officials. They could potentially get cleaned up and get eliminated in 6th place.
Well, I don't know about Sparta and Skull, but it did look like the other members were a bit impatient. Forget that. That grenade could be devastating, as one of them is going to bring down the members of Team Official INA to his knees. Now it's all going to be on Madrix. Madrix very low on HP. He's going to make sure he slings and hides his way away from damage, as of course grenade after grenade is going to come in as well. Inferno is going to be taken in an Inferno himself as that breaker goes through. Now the fights are going to be tricky, as everything around them is going to be reduced to shrapnel, and sooner or later that shrapnel is going to hit you, and well, it's going to snuff your light out. But
Team Outlaws, though.
He's got to be a ninja. He's got to be a ninja in the smoke if he wants to make sure he thwarts this attack. But with the ground being lava, it could be problematic. And now looks like Nox, he's going to bide his time. He's going to be patient. He's going to make them make the move, and as soon as they come out of the smoke, he's going to let his bullets do all the talking.
Yeah, and he has to be a little bit careful. He could get cleaned up.
Or
Like
he's going to get taken out by Sparta.
There you go. I mean, that's what he had to be afraid of. You know, he was in a very good position, but as soon as he threw the molly, he gave it away. He gave away where he was. And now the circle is going to be shifting soon enough. An Orb official with only 2 members standing are going to conserve their lead. In the meantime, lagging experts, well, they were doing so well, but all of a sudden 2 of the players have been knocked down over here, and Brutal will be able to eliminate them. Lagging experts were getting eliminated in 5th place with a total of 14 finishes. And in the meantime, Orb officials just want to survive over here, just want to get themselves all those placement points to work with. They're trying so far, and Sparta will be able to heal himself back up, but there are a couple of members from Halcyon just around the container. If he goes around, he could line them all up.
Oh my
God, that nade is gonna end it all. C9 UI from Brutal will eliminate Halcyon in 4th place, leaving Brutal, Team Official, and Orb in the fight.
Up until this position, they were in prime real estate, basically dodging every single grenade coming their way, but all it took was a little bit of a revive and a well-placed grenade to, well, make them exit this game in a plume of scope. Now, I beg your pardon, we are going to reduce to a 3-man squad. 7 people still alive. Brutal Esports on a high. 12 finishes to their names already, and well, they are still a 4-man squad. Elsewhere, Orb officials, the winners of the last game, are just going to have 1 man alive and kicking, while INA still have 2 members. However, they do not have any finishes to their names. That means, well, the confidence is going to be on a little bit of a downslope for that team, and for this team, Brutal Esports, they might just run away with the entire show. Now, they've got to be careful, though, because if they make their way to, well, ORB's position, which, well, if I have a look at it, they don't have to. All they've got to do is make sure they spread out far and thin and let the enemy come to them.
Yeah, they're about as close to the center of the circle as they can get without risking their lives too much. And guess what? They've also found a cherry on top. They knocked out one of the members from INA officials. They're ramping a few shots in the distance with that Scar, hoping that they can hit their legs, and they are succeeding. Look at that HP dropping. The blue is going to get to them, leaving only 1 member from Orb standing between them and victory, and he is going to stand up and take the fight himself. Skull will not go down without swinging a couple of fists in the air, and let's see if he can actually connect those shots. There you go. They're not even going to try to give him a direct line of sight. Just nades being lobbed in, the blue closing in as well. Sure, he finds himself a knock. Can he convert that into a pick, though? That's the question. Well, he's going to try to do so. The blue closing in, the med kit trying to keep himself alive, but it's not going to be for longer. He did try to take him out from the blue zone itself, but I'm not sure if he succeeded. I'm not sure if he died to blue or if he died to Orb.
Well, we are going to find out. I do believe they might have actually got a few shots in because, well, Orb, they definitely racked up those finishes towards the end in this game. I do believe they are going to finish somewhere around 14. But boy, oh boy, a couple of big teams, exiting a bit earlier. The laggers. Now, let me just tell you one thing. I do believe they were out in maybe the 5th or the 6th position, but they went out with 14 finishes to their name.
Yeah, they certainly did their best. This is what I talked about. This is a team that went like, guys, we are not ourselves in the first game. What the hell is going on? This is the only opportunity we have. A little bit of pep talk, and look at where they are. Just getting themselves to that top 5 position with all those finishing points as well. I'm quite sure we're going to be seeing them up high on the points table, but there you go. Those are the highlights that we were waiting for. And yeah, this is the most awkward awkward moment of the game for me because Shashi with the DP28 did get the knock, but then ran out of ammo and pulled out the Uzi and was trying to take some really long range fights with it.
Lucky for him, there was an M16 lying nearby, and he did put it to good use.
Old
Now,
reliable.
this is the PSA, a public service announcement, ladies and gentlemen. Never travel with all 4 members in one car because in the blink of an eye, well, your lives could be snuffed out and you could be out of this game. And now this is where the things started getting interesting for lagging esports. But of course, we did see quite a few firefights break out, as of course we join Pain of Exiles finding themselves in a similar situation.
Absolutely, Pain of Exiles over there were, a little bit, a bit too aggressive. I mean, sure, they've got themselves all these angles working for them, but they didn't really account for the flank, and that's where they really got punished. Tunnel visioning, just tunnel visioning on one thing at once, and yeah, that really ended up costing them over here. Now, Forever Cool, they did a good job of just hunting members down in that ridge, but I'm not too sure what happened there towards the end for them. Orb, as always, just continues to capitalize on enemies' mistakes instead of taking initiative themselves, and that's what I really like about them. They're not aggressive just for the sake of being aggressive.
You know, you brought up Forever Cool down south in that little fight with Reflex Esports, and now what happened was Reflex, amazing rotation, right?
Yeah.
Unexpected. I think they became a bit too complacent. They weren't expecting anyone else to do the same, and well, if you get complacent in this game, you pay a heavy, heavy price.
Absolutely, you have to stay on your tippy toes the entire time, account for all these sorts of possibilities, and even if you don't, just having that standard procedure of being super careful, not really making a lot of noise, making sure that you're crouching and exploring the area so that you don't give away any unnecessary sound can be very, very important in these sorts of situations. And well, if you don't, blow on your tea before you sip it, you might burn your tongue, like it always happens. And it did seem like that's what happened at Reflex, because in all ordinary circumstances, that should not have been the case, right? It should have been them coming in with the backstab and surprising, and we're like, oh, we're here!
Especially since they were first at the scene, I would have expected them to be, perched up high on those cliffs and, keeping sure anyone coming the aquatic way is going to be kept at bay, but unfortunately they let Forever Cool slip through and paid a heavy, heavy price. But I do believe this time around we aren't really going to have a lot of finishes coming in via grenades, but we are going to have a hell of a lot of knocks. Now, this is what I was talking about. Halcyon Gaming, they were in a good position, in fact, dodging all those grenades, but sooner or later, I think the opposition got just the right bounces off the containers, and well, in 1 or 2 big booms, the entire team went down.
Yeah, no amount of dodgeball can prepare you for all these nades and their weird trajectories.
Boom!
There you go.
That's it.
Yep, that was the final nail in the coffin, or rather the final nade that put them out in 6 feet under. I like the attempt coming in from Skull over here. He was trying to make sure that, he buys a little bit more time, but perhaps if he just died to the blue there instead, could have prevented them from getting 1 extra point.
I think I kind of did see a few hit markers come up and a few numbers being drained, so
they did get that
could
finish.
come down. I do believe he did get that finish. Again, we're going to find out as we have a look at the points table, which is going to be coming up shortly, but I would have, for me, it was a little bit of a lackluster affair, especially compared to last game. But before we discuss any of that, let's exactly have a look and see how all the teams did. Ooh, Brutal coming in with the chicken dinner, 15 points for that, a total of 29, 14 coming from finishes.
Yeah, great stuff by Brutal Esports over here, just, avenging themselves after that performance in the first game where they did get eliminated, and I believe 3rd, 4th, or 5th place, one of those 5th place finish it was for them. And well, this time around, they get themselves that chicken dinner. This is what we talked about. They had a lot of finishes. They always had the potential to do so. It's just about taking those right fights.
A team to watch out for, because, they got 14 finishes this time. Last time they had 9.
Yeah, they had 9 finishes, and that's what propped them up over there on that 5th place. If you remember, the placement wasn't that strong, so they pretty much carried themselves on the back of those finishes. And well, in 2nd place we had Team Lagging Experts, for a much better performance this time around, 20 points to their name. Orb Officials, of course, the winners of the last match with 17 points, making sure that they maintain their position and making sure that they get themselves into the next round. But this is about as pacifist as it can get. 4th place with 10 points and no finishes.
No finishes. Again, it doesn't matter how you get those points. Points are points, and if it helps you get to the next stage, by all means, use whatever is at your disposal. Now, coming in the 5th position, Obey Esports, just 1 point from placement. All of the others coming from finishes. I mean, they really let the guns do all the talking, don't they?
Oh yeah, they most certainly did, and even Halcyon Esports for that part, this time around surviving a little bit longer, just one finish point to their name, though, so perhaps a little bit of an infusion of aggression could do them good.
I would expect their damage chart, to be off the charts, really.
Yeah, well, quite literally, it's going to be so tiny you're going to need a microscope to see where they exactly are. But Teen Outlaws as well, I think all of these teams from that 7th to 10th place had the potential to get up there towards the top. It's just one or two mistakes and the circle shifting and them finding themselves in unfamiliar situations that really got the better of them.
See, that's the thing. At this stage, those one or two mistakes are going to
Yeah.
be biting you just a bit more harder as compared to in the latter stages of this game. But now that we've had a look at all the teams, let's have a look and see who's going to walk away the iQOO MVP from this game. And well, it could go either way, but it is going to be Abhi from Lagging Experts VA. 6 finishes to his name, 656 points of damage.
E for efficiency. This man,
Oh, yeah.
6 finishes with 656 damage, meaning that he converted all those knocks into actual finishes, securing those points. Even one headshot to his name to work with. And I have to say, like I said earlier, when you make these sorts of mistakes over here, what it really shows is that somewhere or the other, your fundamentals, they need a little bit refining. Once again, totally armchairing this. Absolutely have the bird's eye view. So, we are going off a little bit off the handle here, but
or maybe they just were a bit shaky because, again, thanks to iQOO, this is the first time they're going to get this grand stage. The spotlight is on them, and we've seen many a great man buckle and fold under pressure. But talking about great men, let's have a look and see who the top 5 players from this game are. And of course, Brutal Esports this time are going to be putting 2 of theirs forward in the 2nd and 3rd position.
yeah, a line from Brutal X getting that 2nd place finish with 5 finishes to his name, more damage than Abhi, but less knocks being converted into actual finishes. So is there in that 2nd place? C9 UI once again with 5 finishes, but only 360 damage. That's a little weird. So
Opportunistic.
opportunistic. He lets everyone else do the hard work like a hyena, and then just comes in and takes the scraps away. We had Forever Cool Po as well. Well, we talked about that. He needs to unleash his inner Kung Fu Panda. He did his best, and well, there you go. 4 finishes to his name with 404 damage done. And well, that is quite a mouthful. At 1 player, I believe is.
I like it. It's more like player. I like that little regional twist that the name has. He's not a player. He's a player.
A tier 1 player. That is what his
There
name
you go.
is.
A tier 1 player. Ooh.
I mean, if he found himself on the top 5, then he certainly is.
Keeping in mind that he does have 3 finishes, 3 assists, 629 points of damage, you know what? I'm going to agree with the gentleman over here. He is a T1 player, but let's see if it is going to be enough to make sure that Lagging Experts, they're going to be moving on to the next round. Now, let's have a look at, well, a few more facts and figures for you on our screens. Pretty similar to the last game. I do believe in the last game we had 71 or 72 grenades used. However, one thing that is going to remain same is the number of finishes coming via those grenades. 6.
Yep. Well, that's the same number of finishes as last time around. I do believe he had 7 or 6 finishes in the last game as well. Not that big of a difference, but this time around you can see a lot more knocks in comparison, right? Once again, those circle shifts just making everyone a little bit edgy. And yeah, they went in for those fights because they knew there was no other way in there. But let's have a look at the finish to damage charts itself and see how is it that teams performed on that front. And there you go, quite a few teams over here who dealt out a lot of damage. In fact, I believe we might have just 6 teams doing more than 1,000 points of damage.
We do have, I'm just trying to do the maths in my head real quick.
Teams.
5, yeah, that's what I was wondering. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There's
Where's
actually
the 6th one?
There is the 2,000 damage team right there, Lagging Experts.
Well, that is pretty much head and shoulders above everyone else. I thought we were just sticking to the thousands. Don't be throwing me under the bus here, mate. But again, something that you don't really want to see. Quite a few teams with those double zeros now. That is just going to hurt a bit more. But of course, the 4 top squads are going to be on our screens. Brutal Esports, Lagging Experts, VA, finishing in 1 and 2 respectively with 14 finishes apiece.
Absolutely, and then there is once again, like I said, the pacifist approach. INA with 0 finishes at all. They are
You don't see that quite often in this.
Yeah, you absolutely don't, and it's all kudos to the teams in the top spot. They took all those finishes for themselves. They just created such a big rift that official INA actually got away with it. The closer the competition was, we'd be seeing teams just switch positions left, right, and center after every match. But this is still telling us that despite being in round 2, there is a certain skill gap in some of these teams.
Oh, there definitely is. Again, it's not just a skill gap because think of it, they have made it this far.
Yep.
Also, all the pressure, you know, we keep saying it, we keep beating around that same bush, that the mental aspect is something that is overlooked, because you've got, you might have all the skills to do all that, but again, once you are under pressure, once you have 3 other voices just yelling things at you, you know, once they're dead, of course. So it all that backseat driving, you've got to have that calm, composed, mentality to make sure you can function at 100%. Again, it's just like life. You got to balance everything out.
Absolutely. Or if you're like me, you could just mute them and continue and be like, yeah, please keep yapping away. I am listening to your calls. Great stuff, guys. And in the meantime, maybe you clutch, maybe you don't. It depends on who you are at the moment. But I have to agree with you there. I think a lot of this is coming down to the pressure on the players as well. Because all of these guys are clearly experienced. It's just that all those thoughts inside their head, oh, 1 crore rupee prize pool, this is being telecasted live. Everyone can see my mistakes.
Well, you know, while we wrap our brains around how to balance things out, why don't you also take a quick little breather? We're going to see you on the other side of this very short break.
Dual chip monster. 1 for performance, 1 for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर. मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
chip monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर. मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Hello and welcome back to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. We are 2 games done and dusted with on day 3, and a little change in the studio here. We got rid of the devilish, the devilish god himself, Floki, and now we have the tactical maestro back in the studio, Shadow. 2 games, intense action. What were your thoughts?
Well, it was intense, most definitely, but compared to yesterday, it was a little dull game. I want more excitement, more drama, more action happening, more pan fights or pan finishes happening.
Oh, that's what you want, eh? You want those back-to-back, adding insult to injury, adding a bit of salt to the wound. That's what you want. Sadistic, we already told you beforehand. But yeah, we want to see that drama as well. And, maybe since we have a new influx of teams coming in, we just might see that.
Well, most definitely we can see that, because for some of the teams in new group, in new lot, are quite aggressive. We saw in round 1 also. The names will come up after a few seconds.
Well, talking about a few seconds, let's just do it right now. Let's have a look and see which all teams are going to be battling it out in the next couple of games. To kick things off, we have Team Extraction Rising Falcon, Team Crazy Gang, well, you better watch out for them. EG Official, 100cc Esports, Section 302. Now, if my memory serves me right, that section deals with murder. Looks like they might have a lot of lawsuits against them sooner or later, but of course, joining them, we also have CM Officials and 07 Esports.
Well, definitely Section 302 had a very good outing in round 1, getting a chicken dinner for themselves. But then we have Vicious, Annihilators, Team Spec, Team Flipper, Esports, Team Death Label, Team Leber Gang, Team Scythe Chronos, Team Outrage and Team Inox. Outrage, Inox, mediocre performance in round 1. Let's see if they can shine in round number 2.
Well, you know, we say mediocre because, again, you come to expect so much from these teams because, you know, to the build-up of this tournament, we've had a few, you know, scrims take place, and we did see these teams in action, and, you know, they pretty much just blew us away, to be honest with you. So, you know, that's why, even though they did make it around through, we know that these teams can do a lot better. Now, we have a few new teams. Now, Scythe Chronos. Now, I wonder, as the name suggests, you know, Chronos was, I do believe, the youngest of the first generation of Titans to go up against the gods. Let's see if they are going to be the Davids that are going to be beating out the Goliaths in this game. Of course, only time will tell. But now, before we jump into the action, yeah, it was, you know, I'm going to agree with you. It was a bit of a lackluster event as compared to yesterday. But again, you know, that's what we see. The fact that we have all these teams, thanks to iQOO, putting a spotlight on them, we get to see everything. And, well, talking of iQOO, let's just have a look at the monster inside and have a word from our sponsors.
Are you ready for this?
Again, just to remind you, if you had your hands on this bad boy, you too could have that monster inside, which you could at some point
Unleash it.
Yes.
Yeah, we are
Finally,
getting in the
finally.
synergy.
I think we're in sync, just like this phone.
Exactly. Who doesn't like this phone? Yeah, I am just loving the colors.
Right?
Keep admiring it every time. Just look at that.
I mean, yeah, that's why I'm showcasing this so that all of you can see this amazing device in my phone. But now, with that out of the way, it looks like the Spawn Island again is bustling with action, but not for longer because, well, looks like the game is going to be underway. So we are going to bid you adieu from the studio. And, well, Bhavna, we are going to take to the skies. We're going to see you on the other side.
And let's see where the plane is going to be. The Bluebird is already up in the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, please buckle up your seats because this time you're being headed towards a lot of action. And considering the trajectory, it is towards the western side from Georgopol towards the military base area. A pretty generic flight path we have seen so many times. But will the circle go towards Lipoka? Because that is exactly what I want this time.
Oh, absolutely. I know you live for all that drama. And yeah, it is kind of similar to what we saw in Game 1. And let's see if the BGMI gods are going to push that first circle a bit due east. But for now, it does look like we are going to have a few teams drop off early. And once again, Zarki is going to be occupied, this time by Rising Falcons. And oh, by the look of things, we might actually have quite a few teams contesting a few drop locations, as I do believe a couple of them are going to be heading to Severny and or the shooting range. But I also see a couple of teams dropping in Northern Georgia.
Well, most definitely North Georgopol is being contested by two teams, and in fact we can see a team heading all the way towards Primorsk also, but looks like we are going to see a little bit of congestion or a vehicle fight happening between Rozhok and Kul. But wait a minute, look at the circle, all the teams heading up all the way towards the northern side. and the circle is on the southern side. And we have fight breaking in Pochinki as Floki loves it.
Oh, he gets out.
No, he misses it.
Now you got to be sure that in that situation, because you have a lot of obstacles, you got to have your driving skills at 100. And it looks like the driver of that buggy knew Pochinki very well, making sure he avoids all the obstacles and broken debris in his way. And well, he is going to ride off into the sunset for now. Question is, how long is this stalemate going to last? Because now that the teams have given each other's position away, it's only a matter of time before they lock horns once again.
Well, Team Outrage and Team 12, that is Team Death Label, both have decided to drop in inside Pochinki, but that doesn't mean they are going to go up against each other, because though both the teams
do.
Yes, they want that, but they don't want that. They want finish points, but they also want placement points, and they don't want to lose any of their player in the initial stages. But Pochinki fights are bound to happen.
Man.
You can't escape so easily from Pochinki.
Oh, you can't, because you might think that yeah, I think I moved far away from my enemy, but if they come up on the roofs, if they find one of those obscure angles, well, it could spell.
And there is only one vehicle.
Oh,
and
there you have
sometimes
it.
it's not even a four-seater.
Sometimes in the garage you might find the bike with the sidecar, and well, we've seen a few interesting things in the past. We've seen 3 members take rides in 2-seaters, so we are a very versatile people. Right now, a similar situation to before, but this time Naruto isn't going to be quick enough on that gas, and well, he is going to be brought down by Team Inox. Now, we did bring up Team Inox early on. A little bit of a lackluster performance is what I would say in the first round, but for now, looks like Ivar the Boneless is going to make sure he puts his enemy 6 feet under, and well, we have the first pick coming in for Team Inox.
Well, Team Inox getting 1 finish points, but Team Crazy Gang is not at all happy. They were headed towards the school area, but now they have decided to change their drop location, because this time they are going to be playing as a 3-man roster. They better hurry up, because they have to move inside the circle also, although they are right now at the periphery, but they have to loot, they have to get their hands on the healings, vehicles. Everything is gonna be very important, because from the looks of it, it's going to be a military base circle, and they need all of that utility, vehicle, gunpowder, everything. But some of the players are quick for the rotation, as I can already see on the minimap. 2 of the teams have already decided to go for the bridge and move towards the southern island.
And that's not a bad idea, because again, as you did mention, chances are the final circle could be on the military island itself. So you want to make sure you find yourself a nice little spot to either camp out and wait for the teams heading your way, or you could get in a few vehicles and, well, be out on the prowl. But for now, we are going to be back in Pochinki, and looks like, ooh, from the corner of my eye, I do see CM Official could be joining the party as well. But of course, that is still moments away, as they are at quite a distance from the city. But yeah, you did kind of bring it up. We might have a couple of teams in Pochinki. It isn't necessary for them to pretty much lock horns early on, but as a viewer, I do want to see some action elsewhere. Let's just quickly have a look at the map, and this is the transition you were talking about. Have a look at all the teams already on the move.
In fact, Likot Primorsk also, there are 2 teams that are practically present over there, but one of them has already gotten their hands on the vehicle. They might be headed towards the ferry pier, and from there, through the waterways, enter into the southern island. But my concern is for the teams that are rotating from the Pochinki Hill area. There the problem is going to begin. There the cluster is going to form up, and that's when multiple fights and third party might happen. In fact, if any of the team wins the race and head towards the shorelines of military base, they are going to get so many finishes.
Oh yeah, and especially, again, since the bridges are probably going to be traveled by someone or the other, traversed rather, we could see a couple of bridge blocks being set up. Of course, it's all going to be the question, who is going to reach there first. As EG Official, we did kind of say earlier, they had some neighbors in Primorsk, but it looks like the neighbors are going to be moving away, which means they could take a boat and, well, head to the southern island without much opposition. But for now, the Sosnovka military base itself already has 1, 2, 3, 4 teams vying for control, while, well, what I did say just moments ago might just happen. We might just switch to the Nova Ruknoy bridges. Wait a second, two teams are going to be heading for the mouth of the bridge at the same time, and looks like it is going to be CM officials who beat Team Extraction to the finish line.
Well, someone is going to beat you in the race, and Team Extraction has definitely lost that race. And will they pay the price for it? That time will only tell, because looks like Team CM officials are in no mode of the bridge camp area. Instead, they are going towards the Novo Rupnoy radio tower area. They will try and hold on to the higher ridges, but they have to be careful because there are already someone present in the Novo Rupnoy also, and some of the players are also going from the waterways. Team Extraction, can they get the finish points of that particular team, which is going to be team number 3, that is Team Crazy Gang. They are so segregated.
I was just going to bring that up. I wonder if Team Extraction even has an idea that, although they did see a team just, blast past them on the bridge, I wonder if they know there was someone at the gas station. Well, they aren't going to have to wander much further, because looks like the Team Crazy Gang, they do love living up to their name, don't they? They do things that you least expect, and looks like they are going to be swimming, taking cover from the bridge above, which means, well, their position could go unnoticed. Elsewhere, we are going to switch our attention to Milta as Team Extraction. Well, they did lose the race for the bridge, as you mentioned, Shadow, but now they have the city for the taking, and all that delicious loot up for grabs.
Well, they better be careful of Team Inox, because the spot they left in the bridge area
that
is
quick.
being taken by Team Inox over there. But Team Crazy, like you mentioned, is playing literally crazy, because they have one of the player safeguarding Novo Rupnoy area all the way towards, but Team Inox is on the bridge area. One of the player has already crossed the bridge, and they are going to sandwich the team.
What if they just look to the right and see a couple of fish swimming in the water?
Yeah. They are going to be a bunch of happy people because you can't do anything when you're inside water area, and we have seen so many times in round 1 and round 2 itself that people water are being picked up very easily.
Okay, let me pick your brain right now. If you were a member of Team Crazy Gang, what do?
I'll just swim across the Novo. Listen, they have a clear path. Look at them. Leader Live is already in Novo area, and they can easily rotate towards that side. But look at North Georgia Pool. So late rotations are coming in. Look at team number 2, Rising Falcon. Complete western side of the circle. They are taking the damage of the blue. Not at all a good strategy coming in.
I mean, unless, of course, they have a tremendous amount of first aids and bandages at hand, it is going to be a bit of a dicey move. But for now, this is what I like. I like this. Flipper Esports, they are my kind of people. They're making sure they lay down an ambush with a couple of their members in that decommissioned tipper truck. And, well, one is going to be up top. No, wait a second, Sharu, I was just going to bring you up. You jumped down. And, well, let's see if that is going to be problematic later on. Now, Flipper Esports, I do believe this is by design. They have one man under the bridge on purpose, just in case, well, as teams are going to be heading their way, you know what happens, right? They are going to try and jump down below. So he's going to make sure he capitalizes on any mishaps that, well, might just take place. And we did mention Rising Falcon. Well, I guess they aren't going to be soaring through the air, but rather they're going to be cutting across this beautiful blue water.
Well, XP, if we can have the map in our screen, I would like to pinpoint something. Look at the
Let's
players of Team Rising Falcon. 2v2 split, 2 players in Milta Power area coming all the way in the waterways, 2 players in the western side of the map, complete Primorsk side, taking the damage of the blue. I haven't seen this type of gameplay ever, because this is such a huge split, and you are taking blue zone damage, and you're headed towards the shoreline where the people are already waiting for you guys.
Interesting point. We're going to hold on to the thought. Let's see if some action breaks out over here before we do bring the map up on our screens, because it looks like 100cc Esports have spotted the enemy, and, well, we did bring up section 302 earlier. Question is, who's going to be filing the lawsuits, because, well, someone or the other is definitely going to be murdered, and, well, only one team is going to be moving out alive. But for now, it looks like we are going to have a little bit of a hot pursuit breakout, as 100cc are going to be giving the enemy chase. And now, again, a similar situation. Team Extraction once again driving past the buildings that they did just moments ago. This time, however, they did take a bit of damage. Fortunately for them, no knocks yet.
Well, Team Extraction are going on a road trip, looks like it, because they are crossing the bridge area, this road, so many times. But now they are in safety. They are little separated, covering too many angles. But will it work? Because look at team number 6 players over there, section 302. They are united and they are on the flank as well.
What scares me is the number of teams that are so close to one another. I mean, they can literally see the whites in their enemies' eyes. That is how close they are. But looks like section 302, they might just have an angle on Team Extraction if they aren't too careful. Now, again, I like the fact that, you know, they are taking their time. They want to make sure that nothing lies in wait for them above. But although their attention is going to be towards the gas station, I'm worried about that one man who is out in the blue on top of that 3-storied blue building, but looks like he is going to jump down, and no surprises are going to be coming their way. Now, I do believe section 302 might have spent a bit too much time here, because it does look like they're contemplating, Shadow, of taking a boat.
Well, they are considering taking a boat, but they have to be careful, because if another team is present on the shoreline, I can already see the players of Team Inox over there. And look at the circle. It has shifted all the way towards the military base island. But Team CR, Team Rising Falcon, yes, I agree, late rotations, but they are also missing out on the intel of the teams, that where the players are placed. If you rotate late into the circle, you miss out intel. Probably chances are you may not be able to reunite with your teammates, because Rising Falcon, look at the players. The two players are already splitting. Rest of the 2 players are on another side.
Oh, well, looks like Evil Surya was trying to drive by in his 100cc vehicle. Unfortunately, he's going to be taken down by Team Death Label, as Prince OP is going to be on point to make sure he's put 6 feet under. But wait a second, looks like his teammate Kirito is going to be on the right flank for his team, trying to put some lead down and, well, suppress the enemy. Unfortunately for 100cc, they are going to have to cut their losses as well. Their man has already been put in the ground, but elsewhere, section 302's captain comes under fire, courtesy 07 Esports.
Well, 07 Esports is playing good, but 100cc, if you talk about their past performances as well, they had a 15 finish points and 10 placement points in the last match. That means it's a very promising team. But the team that is going to be in trouble is going to be Jatin, because he is going to opt for waterways, and section 302 looks like they are taking water damage. But the good news is there is no team that is present on shoreline, but team number 15 is falling through the hands of team 100cc.
Well, 100cc are amping up the aggression over here. Corrido with the grenade could be devastating. Unfortunately, he is going to have to fall back, well, trying to survive a grenade of his own. Now, Outrage, team 15 as we did call them, how have they managed to pick up all their comrades? They have done that, but the question is, are they going to be able to patch them up, as Raven is going to go down for 100cc, and now, of course, Maddie for the win sees some smoke, and as human nature dictates, he is going to put a few shots down. He does spot the enemy, as Deimos is going to be brought down, and now Outrage could be in a world of trouble. Kronos, the Titan, is going to be brought down as well, which means once again, Outrage are going to be reduced to a 2-man squad. But the thing working against them, Shadow, is I'm wondering how many utilities they have as well. Corrido with an optimistic grenade. This could be devastating. Hades, is he going to be sent to the depths of hell? Not for now, as he is going to try and retaliate a bit of his own. But how look at that, Maddie comes in. He's a madman driving over the opposition, but Hades is going to be brought down by a hail of bullets, which means now only one man survives from Outrage, and well, his position has been given away.
Well, 100cc is looking pretty confident in this particular fight, like the way they sent Maddie all the way up towards the north in the search of a vehicle. Rest of the 2 players were taking a 2v4 fight, because the finish points were kind of a free delivery in this situation, considering they had a height advantage. But they can they make it inside the circle, especially considering team number 14 is doing a bridge camp.
Barbara, we're in the 4th circle right now. All 16 teams are still alive, some by a few slivers of HP, some by just one man, but again, 16 teams nonetheless. Now on the other side, outside the circle, we have a fight breaking out towards the north of the military base. And the thing is, they are going to jump down, but Shailesh from Sides Chronos had the right idea. He anticipated that coming, and well, lucky for him, he didn't lose any of his footing because he did get one knock. And well, looks like someone else is going to come in and steal that finish. Now that is, of course, just going to hurt a little bit, but now they realize that, you know what, we could in fact be in that same position elsewhere on the military island. Ninja is going to fall for Team Extraction as they come under heavy fire by vicious Annihilators. Now Annihilator Zank is going to make sure he annihilates the enemy right in front of him. Question is, does he know about the others lurking just beyond that little wall?
Well, considering Vicious Annihilators have a good cover for themselves, they are pretty safe. The player who is not safe is going to be from Team Extraction and Team Section 320. They are so far away from the circle, almost in the Novo Ripnoi Bridge area. They have to travel 1,000 meters. Can they make it? It's a big question because leaving at 14th position is not a good idea. Like 100cc, they left because of the play zone damage. On the other hand, other fights are breaking in, and Rising Falcon looks like are losing that particular fight, but Team Flipper Esports is still heading towards the bridge camp. But the way all the three players are stacked up, if by chance there is a closing coming in, but wait a minute, team number 4 is heading towards team number 2, and look at the number of nades being deployed. They're missing them, but they are making sure damage is given to Rising Falcon. They have blasted the vehicle. Rising Falcon, how are you going to come back from the situation?
Well, I think the Rising Falcons are going to have their wings clipped, and this is going to be problematic for them. Looks like there was a mortar strike that was called in. This 2-1 man, he's going to be spotted. He did nothing, and there you have it. The birds are going to come crashing down, and with that, another one bites the dust. 13 teams in this game. Now, this is when everyone is going to be toppling over one another like dominoes, and well, that is something that I absolutely love. But now the teams have to make sure they get back in their vehicles and well into safety, because vicious Annihilators are going to spot them moving the distance. They do get one down. If they get a couple of knocks over here, this could be problematic for EG Official. In fact, he does get another knock. Question is, can he make it a treble as the vehicle is going to move past him? I think he's going to be happy with his 2 finishes.
Well, he has to be happy, and kudos to the IGL giving the call of taking the blue zone damage and going inside the circle instead of losing another players, but play zone plays its part as game goes down. But CM officials are adding insult more to the injury because they are getting the finish points right in the hands of the play zone, and now EG officials are left with a lone player named Alone. He is literally alone in the game.
Well, it's official. It's going to be CM up against EG, and EG have had a bad run off the show for now. They've been going up against teams, and well, they have been sent away. But for now, Flipper Esports in a good position. They do have the Brit advantage, but the circle says, not today, as it's going to move further down south. And well, we do have a lot of compounds to play around with. We do have some high ground. So this is going to be an interesting final few circles. But for now, the last member, as you mentioned, Alone, all by his lonesome behind a burning vehicle, and that grenade is going to be enough as Escobar is going to throw one from afar, and well, that is all she wrote for EG Officials.
Well, EG Officials was one of the most aggressive team in the lobby and has been taken out so early in the game. Let's see what's going to happen in match number 2. They are not going to be very happy with their performance, but they do have a few finish points in their name to back them up. But team, which is also in a better trouble, is
the bait!
They went for the vehicle. They had to save their vehicle, and the inaccuracy of the shots coming in from the side of Ghost OP. He missed the bullets. The target was right in front of him, and he missed it.
When you are named Ghost, you do not need a full magazine to get your opponent down, and unfortunately, as you said it, maybe he needs to spend a bit more time at the shooting range. Of course, he still has time to, redo his mistake, but for now, it does seem like Team Death Label are going to make it out of harm's way, but looks like they are heading straight towards the enemy as the bike is going to soar through the air. The submachine gun is going to come out, but now Flipper Esports have to be careful as well. In fact, they are going to make sure they slam their vehicle against the wall, and everybody is going to go his or her own way to make sure they pass themselves up. But Pavna, I don't see any utilities on them.
Well, they don't have utilities, and now they are in a bit of trouble because there are also another team.
A lot of trouble.
Yeah, there is another team in the compound, and they are definitely going to deploy some of the grenades in their direction. 07 Esports picking up the pair of Death Label, but Ghost OP, this time being accurate on the shots, eliminate 07 Esports. 07 had no cover onto themselves, but this time Ghost is in a lot of trouble because he has given away his position to the player of section 302.
But the question is, can he live up to his name? And well, let's slip through the smoke. We're going to hold on to the thought because it looks like it is going to be Team Spec, who have been pretty quiet all this time. GTR being represented over here. They are taking the fight to the enemy. And well, the enemy is none other than Flipper Esports, who we saw just moments ago. Now, the thing working against Flipper is going to be the HP, as Shanu is going to find out just a bit too soon. Because again, when you are in the red, all it takes is a little gust of air to bring you down. But when it's shrapnel in a room, that's going to hurt just a bit more. Now the question is, what are they supposed to do? Because again, even if they do pick him up, they have no meds.
They have no meds, they have no utilities, they have to go.
They gotta go for the finishes.
Yeah, they should just go aggressive or just hide and stay silent, not give away your position. That's what they are gonna do. But looks like Orange is in a mood to. I'm sorry, it's Omega. Omega is in a mood to deploy a few grenades, but misses the shots. But Omega MK14, the deadly weapon he is having, he can do a solo push onto the players of Team Spec. But Pegasus has his eyes rightly over there. Can he get the shot? But no, Shanu again goes down. Shailesh is knocked down. Team is looking not good at all. Fallen hair being fallen.
You know, personally, I would use it in single fire, but if you switch to that auto way, go up close in person, it could be devastating. But looks like Team Crazy Gang are going to be joining the party, as well as Sinner is going to be lobbing the grenade from afar. He's going to time this perfectly. He's going to anticipate the move to the staircase, and well, that grenade does go off. Unfortunately, it was timed a bit too long, and well, all it's going to get is thin air elsewhere. It does seem like Flipper Esports are going to get the better of a couple of members from CM, which means now finally they have those much needed meds, and let's see if they're going to be able to use them to perfection. Elsewhere, Team Spec, Wicken for the win. Wicken FT, I beg your pardon, does spot the enemy. Pegasus is going to spot the enemy as well. And well, is Pegasus going to soar? Yes, he is, as he gets the better of Bumpcha with that Scarrel.
Well, Tango also goes down, and top fragger of Team CM also goes down. Team Spec looking quite aggressive, but Team CMX official has been eliminated. Team CR is also not looking good. One of the player is already down. Other player are making the rotation from the northern side. But Team Vicious Annihilators need to hurry up and move inside the circle. The way they are making so much noise is giving away their position. But Team Crazy Gang, Leader Live is cooking up a grenade, and he's most definitely gonna miss it. But the moment smoke disappears, what is gonna happen? Because Omega, you don't have any cover on your grenade.
Oh, he doesn't need it!
MK14!
You talked about it. That machine gun is going to be devastating at any range, and in full auto, he just put some holes in the opposition. And now, Team Crazy Gang, they're going to have to take the backseat because they suddenly realize, wait a second, you don't want to mess with that gun. And now, since all that commotion, he suppressed the enemy, he's finally made it to a little bit of safety. Now he does have those walls for cover, while elsewhere we do have Inox coming into heavy fire, courtesy of the Vicious Annihilators. Now only one man is standing. Is Shockwave going to feel those shock waves as that grenade is going to blow up next to him? He does take a little bit of damage, but ooh, Abhi over here might just have spotted him.
He did spotted the enemy, but right now he has a job to do. Stay silent, make it inside the circle, find a cover, because right in front of him is Leber Gang. If he's going to make noise, he is being targeted by so many teams. But Leber Gang is right now busy with the players of Team 16, Inox, and team number 9 also, that is Vicious Annihilators. Abhi is still surviving with a very low HP. He has healed up, but how is the last player of Team Inox going to survive? No cover, but here comes the push from Crazy Gang.
Well, Crazy Gang are going to live up the name as Peter Live is going to go in. He shoots off with an AK-47, rattling shots off, making sure he puts his enemy down. And now, from around, Pegasus is going to come in and give him a taste of his own medicine. Unfair, the last man standing, but in the blink of an eye, that is all she wrote as Team Crazy Gang. Well, crazy with their antics, they are going to be eliminated. But wait a second, elsewhere, Vicious Annihilators are going to get the better of Inox. And well, one of the big boys are going to be falling down. Now, for all the teams that are still in the compound shadow, they are going to have to move out at some point or the other, as Leber Gang Terror is going to make sure he terrorizes the opponent. He spots Abhi, and it's going to bring him down as well.
Well, Abhi, don't move out in the open and then take shot on enemy, because someone is going to spot you out, and this time it was Leber Gang, and it headshot is spotting down GTR player and eliminating Wiccan FT over there. GTR surviving in with 2 players, I guess. Pegasus also goes down. Last player, Cyborg, remains, but look at the amount of smoke that has been deployed, and Terror is trying for the grenade finish, but he doesn't know where exactly Cyborg is.
Well, Cyborg is half man, half machine, but can he thwart an attack coming in from the hungry men from the opposition? Because it looks like Leber Gang are on a high. All 4 members alive. They know exactly where the last man is standing, and well, although he's taking tremendous amount of damage from the blue zone, he does have a few first aids. Now the smoke is going to be given away. The sound cues are given, and unfortunately for him, it isn't going to be enough as Leber Gang are going to walk away the winners. And let me tell you one thing. One name stood out for me. One name terrorized the opposition, and that was, of course, Terror from Leber Gang.
Well, he was in a good position to spot out so many players, especially the players of Team Vicious Annihilators. The way he had a tree to himself. Instead, he came out in the open, was shooting in the direction of the enemy, and Leber Gang players were right over there.
It's all about the reaction, right? Because Terror was still engaged with someone to the left, and suddenly Abhi makes some sound. He's like, wait a second, I wasn't expecting someone. Let me just move my weapon this side, and well,
Abhi moved into death.
He did kind of move into his own demise again. That is something they should capitalize from and learn from their mistakes in round number 2. Because again, remember, ladies and gentlemen, each and every team in this round especially has just 2 games to make it or break it. And if any of you missed any of the action, well, we got you covered right here as we now have a look at the highlights that are going to be coming up on your screen right about now.
Well, Team Inox started with a good start, taking down one of the player of Team Crazy Gang, but later on survived by a single player. In fact, 07
for quite some time though.
Yeah, he has gotten good placement points. In fact, he was in the centrish area of the final circle. It was almost a given away situation, but Team number 5 had a good start. The way 100cc was picking up the fight, it was a doomed situation because the zone was already shrunk out so much damage. They couldn't easily move inside the circle. So many teams were affected by the water as well. But this fight also, the way Team Extraction, they were separated, they were segregated. They had no cover fire coming in, no backup coming in. That is why they were falling apart.
Now, you know, at this stage, normally I'd say someone called in an artillery strike, but mortars are a bit more inaccurate, right? That's what it looked like, because as those 2 men were running towards Team Falcon, you and I both saw the number of grenades that were lobbed in their direction. And well, as we said, the Falcon's wings were clipped and they came crashing down. But again, I like the fact that we still had a lot more action in store later on. And this time around, Shadow, the grenade finishes. Oh, that was just pristine as alone, all by his lonesome, met a very devastating end. And I do believe this time around we are going to have a lot more finishes coming in from grenades.
Well, most definitely, but Section 302, again, a good performance was expected from this team, but surviving by a single player, not living up to the mark, that's okay. They still have another match on their hands. But on the other hand, Team Sky looked promising. Crazy Gang, in fact, were looking crazy initially, but later on, the way they went for the push. In fact, this time, they should have used more utilities, deploy some grenades, take down the enemies, because there is no space to move around.
You know, I will say one thing. Now, yes, in this situation, in these competitions, you know, you want to make sure you finish whatever you knocked. But when the squad mates are right outside the building, forget finishing your downed opponents, because, you know, at that point, it kind of looks like, you know, you have blinders on, like horses have blinders, just looking in one direction. You can't do that because, you know, everyone else is going to be coming from the sides. That is what happened over there, and maybe had Crazy Gang not gone for the finishes right there and then, it was kind of like point blank executions, they might have got a few more finishes. But again, that is all speculation from our end. Let's have a look and see how the teams did as we have the point standings coming up on our screens now.
Well, Team Leber Gang with 10 finish points and 15 placement points makes it total 25 points. A very good performance coming in from this team. On the other hand, they finished round 1 with 11 finish points. Very promising team. Vicious Annihilators looked quite promising in this game. 8 finish points, total 18 points, standing at 2nd position. Team Spec, in fact, 5 finish points, total 17 points. Section 302, not very many finishes because they were surviving just one last player, but good placement points, 11 points, they make them stand at 4th position. And in fact, this was also not a very aggressive gameplay from a single team. This time the finishes are more like equally distributed between the teams.
I mean, only one team getting those double-digit finish points, and that team, of course, is Leber Gang, which did walk away the winners with that delicious chicken dinner as well. But yeah, I mean, barring just a couple of teams, Outrage and Rising Falcon, everyone got a taste of blood, which means, well, game 2 for these lads is going to be all that more exciting. And of course, we have talked about teams. It's going to be a bit difficult finding who the iQOO MVP is going to be. There you have it. It was the man who was terrorizing his opposition throughout the last few circles. It's Leber Gang's Terror.
Well, Terror with 6 finishes, and the damage he has been dishing out is 724. 1 assist and 1 headshot. A good performance coming out from this particular lad. The way he was, like you saying, showing terror to his enemies. Let's see what's gonna happen in match number 2. Better they keep up the consistency in match number 2 as well. But if we move forward and have a look at the top 5 players, then we have Vicious Annihilators, players with 6 finishes, 559 damage. Ghost, in fact, is there with 4 finishes, 371 damage. Not quite high damage, but good performance.
However, you got to keep in mind, ever since we did speak about Ghost, he made sure his accuracy was on point, and also 4 finishes for him, 4 finishes for his team.
Yes, the only finishes are coming from the player whom we said was not accurate enough.
They heard us.
But we have Pegasus over there with 3 finishes from Team GTR. Then we have Sinner from Team Gain. I'm sorry, not Gain. CG, Crazy Gang with 3 finishes and 301 damage. A good performance, even a performance from all the teams and all the players is coming out. It's not like a single player or single team is shining or showing a flashy gameplay. It's more like all the teams are having an equal performance. I wonder what the finish damage graph is gonna look like. I'm very sure it's going to be equally distributed, but let's have a look directly. But we'll wait for it. Sometime.
Before we have a look at graphs and charts, let's have a look at some more facts and figures. And well, contrary to popular belief, I expected there to be a tremendous amount of grenade finishes. However, if you have a look, only 53 grenades were used, which, well, first of all, decrease my chances of seeing double-digit finishes. Only 1 finish coming in via grenades, and in fact, we saw that on our screens.
Well, we definitely saw that, but this time 4 drops has been looted, and from there the MK14 came in. I was like, why this player is being scared? Why he's playing defensive? You have a beast gun in your hands. Better just make the push.
You know, weapons like this, the Mark 14 and of course the AWM, it's that sound also that intimidates the opposition. I would never put a suppressor on it. But now you did mention the finish to damage performance graph. Well, here it is. Nothing out of the ordinary, no tall skyscrapers here. As you mentioned, pretty evenly distributed.
Well, teams are equally dividing the finish points, the damage ratio, everything, but only certain teams are going to qualify for the next round. You have to make the flashy plays, you have to fight for the position points and the finish points as well, because maybe if it is going to be so evenly distributed, you will not qualify by 1 or 2 points.
Oh, and suppose if you do have ties, you got to keep one thing in mind. Of course, chicken dinners get precedence. Then after that, we have placement points, and then finishes are going to be the tiebreakers. So again, you got to make sure you not only get your finish points, you get your placement points in as well. Now, it's going to be tricky to pick out the top 4 squads from that graph, but there you have it. Leber Gang with the chicken dinner and 10 finishes are going to be in the tippity top position. Vicious Annihilators going to be coming in second with 8 finishes for themselves. And well, Team Spec, they really let loose towards the end of this game. Pretty dormant, pretty quiet towards the beginning. They end the game in 3rd position with 5 finishes. And well, Section 302, they weren't really receiving a lot of lawsuits against them for murder, as they only had 3 finishes in total.
Well, 3 finishes. In fact, XP, what I noted in this particular lobby was so many teams and players were going for the defensive side. considering the late rotations, split rotations were coming in from so many teams. In fact, till the fourth circle also itself, so many players were taking the blue zone damage in the eastern side and the western side of the map.
We were in the fourth circle and we
Yeah.
still had a team in northern Georgia, which is kind of unprecedented. And, as they were trying to make their way to the circle, they kept falling one by one. Again, you got to make sure, give the circle priority as well. Now, we saw, as you mentioned, teams were playing defensive. I think one of the reasons for it was because the circle had such crazy rotations, right? And you got to keep in mind, the entirety of the military island was in play. A lot of teams rotated early. And what I do believe is they weren't really as familiar with the terrain as they should have been.
But I disagree, XP, because considering that's a first, yeah.
That hurt. Ouch.
I'm
I actually
sorry.
felt something.
Sorry.
It's all right.
But,
Go for it.
That's
That's what it is. It's all about, rattling ideas, and that is why I call you the tactical maestro. Go for it. Let me learn.
Considering round one and previous matches, we saw so many northern side circles. In fact, we have been seeing mostly northern side circles, and the way teams are placing themselves on the shorelines. Teams better learn that when you have a southern circle, make quick rotations, because later on, doesn't matter, you're coming by the bridge or the water area, someone is gonna shoot in your direction, and this time teams didn't learn that lesson from the previous game itself.
I'm going to just pick up Team Extraction as an example on the Noble
Yeah.
Bridge. Remember we saw that first rage? They pulled back, went all the way back, came back. But again, the thing is, sometimes what happens is there's a little bit of a desync with, all the players. And talking of desync, oh, that was nice. Something you're not going to have desync issues with ever is this bad boy in my hands. But don't take my word for it. Let's have a word from the official smartphone of BGIS 2021.
Are you ready for this?
Well, as things are heating up after the first of two matches for this group, you really need that massive liquid cooling chamber, not just to cool down your device, but to cool yourselves down as well. Because again, like we mentioned, the mental aspect of the game plays an important part. This time, if you noticed, the finishes were evenly spread, the damage was evenly spread, which means any one team can still run away with the show. So, even if you ended up in the second half of the table, your game's not done yet.
Exactly, that makes the competition more tough, and you have to prove your mettle in match number 2, because it doesn't matter if you have gotten the chicken dinner or you're on the second position of the leaderboard or third position, because the point difference is not too much. Any team sitting at the bottom gets a chicken dinner, 5-6 finishes or 10 finishes, a shiny gameplay coming in, and they can topple over Liber Gang itself.
Also, you did kind of mention that the teams left rotations a bit too late.
Yes.
I also kind of noticed one thing. They weren't pretty, dare I say, confident. Confident is not the word I want to use, but they were not really picking fights. They were shying away from fights. She already said it. They were shying away from fights. They were playing defensive. I mean, they were basically playing for compound control, which again is not the right case in most situations. But without further ado, I do believe all the players are going to be getting ready for that big plunge down to earth over Erangel. And, we did see a couple of things, but let's just remind all our lovely viewers what all is going to happen and which all teams are going to be battling it out in the battlegrounds, well, down below.
Well, we have Team Extraction. I'm expecting a better performance from this particular team. Then we have Team
Pretty
Rising
hesitant
Falcon.
last game, though.
Yeah, Rising Falcon. If we talk about this team, the 2v2 split, blue zone damage. 2 players on the western hemisphere, 2 players on the Milta power area taking blue zone damage. what they guys were doing. Either they disconnected or something went all the way towards themselves. I don't know what was happening with Rising Falcon. Then we have Team Crazy Gang going all crazy. Then,
Cray.
Yeah, they were literally going crazy with their rotations. Then we have Team EG officials, aggressive team. They can pull up in match number 2. Then we have 100cc esports, again a good performance, but the blue was playing its own game. Vicious Annihilators, Team Spec, Flipper esports, Team Death Label, Team Lever Gang, Team Sky Chronos, Team Outrage, and Team Inox.
Now, I'm going to pick Outrage and Inox because before the last game, you did mention that, round 1 was mediocre for them, especially since we know what they're capable of. How did this last game go for them?
It didn't go that aggressive because I am expecting teams to go
a
aggressive.
little more aggressive.
Yeah, because look at the finishes of all the teams. The competition is very tough. You have to prove yourself because one finish point might be the single point that makes you not to qualify for the next round.
Just to make sure that you all are clear now, when we say aggression, we mean controlled aggression. Yeah. We mean not just, making sure you squeeze your trigger and just keep spraying bullets in every direction.
Not what 100cc did.
Not what 100cc did. And also, you want to minimize your trades, right? You want to make sure you get everybody else down on the ground and you still have all 4 members standing. So it's all about controlled aggression, and especially since we know these heavy-hitting teams can do so, well, we expect a lot more from them. But now, what you can expect is the next match to be underway shortly, because looks like everyone is ready in the lobby. All 64 players are raring to get the action started. Now, Shadow, last game, again, we are going to just beat around the same bush for a little bit more. Bear with us. Now, I want to bring something up. I still believe even teams that finished with 0 points, they were a bit unlucky. Let's be honest here. They were caught in crossfires. They were caught off guard. We saw an entire team. Nova Rupnoy, they looted, kitted to the gills. Unfortunately, they were in one vehicle, and in the blink of an eye, well, the team said bye-bye. So, you got to make sure you don't make those same mistakes. Yes. And I want to see some more exciting drama just like that.
Better go for the 4 different vehicles. They are going to help you in the later circles, making cover for yourself. In fact, we have seen so many times teams are traveling in a single vehicle and a grenade comes in, or perfect accurate spray comes in from that M4166 time scope, and boom, all the team players are gone.
Poof. Yeah. And in that little green smoke, like I love saying, all the hopes and aspirations for the team and all you lovely viewers goes up in smoke as well. But again, I don't want to put a damper on your spirits right now, because it looks like the next game is underway. The spawn island is once again bustling with activities. So in about 90 seconds, we are going to be jumping straight into the action. Now, at this stage, we love, it would be amazing if we could actually have a look at the players, which we just might. So bear with us. Again, it's all about those last minute adjustments, right? What are we supposed to do? Are we just going to cycle to the round? Do you stick to the same game plan, knowing that, the circle, if it throws a haymaker, well, your game plan can be tossed out the window?
Well, the circle always throws that curve balls in the initial circle itself, first circle, or later on the 5th circle. The curve ball is coming.
It's never going to be a simple affair, right?
Yeah. So better as a competitive team, mold yourself according to the situation. You have lost one of the player. No worries. Let bygones be bygones. Keep the calm head. Move ahead. Don't just fight in the open area. Don't just do what Abhi did. I'll say that.
Oh, well, we're calling people out. Yeah, Abhi, he had everything working for him. And if you are watching, make sure you have a little bit of an understanding of your surroundings. Because, again, they knew that, Leber Gang was in the building up top. They knew that they had the higher ground. They knew they had that eagle's nest. And well, it's always that little bit of greed. You see someone knocked in the distance, you're like, you know what, if I actually just get up and put a few shots, I might get a finish point. He did get that one finish point. Unfortunately for him, he did lose his life as well. So again, it's all a give and take, and well, you need to know when the right time to sacrifice said life is going to be necessary. But now in about another 45 seconds or even lesser, we are going to be taking to the skies, and in fact, it's going to be a lot shorter. In about 10 seconds, you won't have to deal with our faces anymore.
But, XP, Prediction. Which team is gonna win this one?
Oh, God, you put me on the spot. You know what? I'm going to say it's going to be Outrage, just because I love that name. But it could be Sides Kronos as well, because I love that name as well. Team Death Label has a nice ring to it as well. I want to cheat over here, Shadow. You are the tactical genius. I'm just the play-by-play guy who basically talks about what he sees before. Now, what I do see is a different sort of playing path this time, pretty much bisecting the map in half, which means, well, all your favorite jump spots are going to be, well, in jumping distance.
Well, they are in jumping distance unless the first circle itself goes all the way towards the military base area.
If it happens for a third time in a row, I mean, life is truly unfair.
But teams have learned from their mistakes. They are going to get benefited if this time also a same circle forms in, because most of the teams goes for the same strat. You can rectify your mistake.
What about the teams that are heading towards Georgie?
Go for the early rotations if it goes towards military base.
Well, there you have it. We have a few strats coming out for you, and well, unfortunately, because of the delay in the stream, it's not going to help the teams out just yet. But as we all wait with bated breath, there's only one question on everyone's minds. Forget the drop spots, forget the clashes for now.
Where's the circle?
Where is that first circle going to form? And in just a few seconds...
Guess, XP.
In just a few seconds...
You have to guess.
Oh my goodness! Are you kidding me? Get out of it! This is going to be the third time in a row, which means we are in tune for some more drama, ladies and gentlemen. Question is, we've talked about it. Look at them. Teams are still dropping down to Stalboard, to Komeshki. Oh boy, they have a long road ahead of them.
Look at 100cc. They are going towards Severny. Last match, they went down by the play zone.
Oh my goodness. This is going to be problematic for a lot of teams. And, well, although we are going to be switching over to Yasnaya just yet, we do have a couple of teams close by. My, oh my, that first circle is going to throw a lot of game plans out the window. And in fact, I do see on the map, if in fact the producers could just bring it up right now, something interesting is happening out there on the plains of Erangel, because I like the fact, you know, we talked about versatility, we talked about adaptability. Teams are already getting in vehicles, and well, the long migration due south has already begun.
Well, the only team that are going to be happy with not changing their drop location is going to be Team Vicious and Team Exterminators, because Vicious, as usual, going towards military base, but CM officials, Gushi has his hands on that machine gun.
Well, he has the hands on the machine gun. Unfortunately, no opponents over here to decimate with all those 5.56 caliber bullets elsewhere. If we do switch our attention to Pochinki this time around, they only have one team that's going to be dropping down, and that team is Team Death Label. Now, kind of reminds me of another couple of labels, and let's see if they are going to live up to the name and dish out all that death, damage, and destruction. For now, they do have the city for the taking, and well, we're going to leave them doing just that elsewhere. Ooh, early bridge action perhaps, because not only is Vicious Annihilator on the bridge, it kind of looks like Rising Falcons just flew past them.
Well, Rising Falcon are going to be in an advantage situation, but look at that. Vicious Annihilator, two of the players are already in the military base hill areas. That means, Zeus, you better be careful of the backstab that might be coming in anytime soon. But careful of entering into the military base also, because Abhi is already present on the C building area.
You know, Shadow, I'm pretty sure this time around they're not going to be traveling in just one vehicle.
Yeah. Okay. But they have so many problems in their hands. If we can have map on our screens, we can actually pinpoint. So many teams are already on the military base bridge area. It's not going to be an easy journey. Team Death Label is already present. Team Rising Falcon, Vicious players are already on the bridge. Team Spec is already gone.
Wait a second!
That's a race!
Wait a second! The question is anyone going to alight from the vehicles and put a few bullets in each other, because they are racing, but looks like somebody else is already at the finish line, and well, Cyborg is going to realize just that, and he takes a little bit of a diversion. That could have been quite interesting, Shadow.
Well, that was interesting. In fact, they both were regretting wish we had a player on the back seat. He could have been shooting in the direction of the enemy, and we could have gotten a one finish point, but it's okay. It's okay. You made it inside the circle. But EG official Sumit is on the receiving end of the shots coming in from the Team Death Label, but looks like Team Death Label is already moving towards the compound area, going for the initial loot because they have to go for the loot. But
you know, this is going to give Sumit enough time to actually make his escape. That is what he should be doing.
well, exactly. This is the time he can escape from that situation, but Team 11 Flipper has an advantage. Naruto goes for the knock with a Scarlet, and Team Flipper Esports has already lost one of their players. If we talk about team number 3, that is Team Crazy Gang, look at the positioning. All the 4 players are little segregated. Naruto was so far away from his teammates, although he got 5 finish points for his team, but shooting in a very long distance on the players of Flipper, not dishing out much damage.
Very optimistic indeed, and well, looks like Team Crazy Gang, they do love living up to the name, and they found the only trench south of Mansion, and they are going to be using it to their best. But looks like, in case you missed any of the action, let's just have a look and see, and have a look and appreciate Naruto's accuracy, because have a look at the distance. He spots the enemy down below. Now, of course, he was riding his bike, and you got to be careful, because that engine, all that sound is going to be given away to your enemies, and he capitalized on that situation with perfection. Now, they are going to be the team with first pick this time around. Question is, though, are they going to keep their crazy mentality in check and make it to the very end?
Well, what's gonna happen, XP, is this time teams are up for a quick rotation. That means they don't have much loot, don't have much healings, and they have already made to the shorelines of the military base island area. That means so many fishes inside the water and so many finish points are waiting for them. Unlike the previous game where no one was present on the shoreline, everybody was up for a late rotation. But with that, Pipe OP also goes down from Rising Falcon.
Well, it looks like we might just see some Visions of Normandy coming in once again. Elsewhere, looks like it's going to be Team Inox who are going to be crashing in hard on Rising Falcons. And, well, the Falcons are going to be coming down under fire once again. Question is, are they going to be soaring through the air, or are they going to have their wings clipped once again? Now, Vintage knows his teammate is knocked down below. He is in the attic. He's got to be careful. In fact, he's coming out charging. He has the PP Bison. He has the high rate of fire. He has the bullets. And in fact, he goes in the house. He goes out. And now from outside, he is going to be shooting in. This is Vintage gameplay on display, ladies and gentlemen. And in the blink of an eye, Inox are going to be survived by just one man. Shockwave! And there you have it. It is going to be a one-man army over here, as Vintage is going to rack up 3 finishes for himself. What a play coming in from the gentleman. Shadow, he went in, he went out, and he just kept the enemy guessing.
And perfect angles coming in, considering he had a Bison, no vest onto himself, no armor, just a helmet and a clutch coming in. Very perfect, precise gameplay coming in from Vintage over there. But team officials, better be precise with your grenades. One of the players is already down, and Manish is going for the race. He's surviving on a sliver of HP. He has to heal himself. He has to go for the race. And on the other side, Ninja is already cooking up the grenades. No, his teammate was cooking up the grenades. Little mishap. Misses the grenade, but another player goes down through the hands of Escobar.
Well, this is when Escobar and his teammates should have been suppressing fire, and looks like that is what they did. A couple of trades are going to come in, as well as, well, the gangster is going to be brought down now. Ninja with a grenade, not so ninjaistic, if I may say so. I wanted to get up close and personal. Looks like he does hear me, and now he's going to move in for the kill, of course, taking a little bit of cover behind those boxes. On the other hand, Top Frago, my oh my, he has been reduced to, well, a one-man squad till Gucci passes himself up, which means he has a lot of weight on his shoulders. Question is, where is Munch? Munch again, low on HP. Now they are in Novo, Shadow. However, again, looking at the backpacks, not enough utilities, because yes, they did come in late. This is not their initial drop spot. They did come in via the aquatic route. However, you still have to make sure you get enough loot beforehand before you make these drastic rotations.
Well, there was no time. On the other hand, Team Exterminators, this is their drop location. They have a very good loot onto themselves, but CM officials are looking very strong in this situation.
Oh, Ninja's got a high position.
Yeah, they have a high position, and Fragger with that AKM, he has got no healings. Munch has got no healings, and Ninja, look at that from that position. He can get so much intel and a knock as well onto the players of Team CM. Officials Fragger, don't go for the race, don't go for the race, because the moment you come out in the open, Ninja will shoot in your direction, and Ninja spots him down, but the smoke helps Fragger, and now the race will come in. Team Extraction, a perfect placement of all three players.
Well, I was going to say it's not all Gucci for Gucci, but for now, looks like his teammates are going to be falling all around him now. Looks like Top Fragger did go in for the revive, but Shadow, since Team Extraction have 2 finishes, they know only 2 members arrive, and that is it. I was just going to bring it up. That should have been the call. The moment Gucci was picked up, they should have skedaddled out of there, and that is exactly what they have done.
Because they don't have finish points to back them up. Just 1 finish points, and getting elimination at 15th spot means you get only 1 single point, and that is exactly what they don't want in this particular game. On the other hand, another fight might break in between the players of Team 100cc and Team Death Label.
Also, I have to point something out. Now, we did just see on our kill feed that somebody just went down to the play zone. The thing is, no one, or rather no enemy is nearby, and it still is the second circle. I wonder what was happening over there, but looks like Shailesh is going to be picked up, which means his team is once again a 4-man squad, but it looks like there could be some commotion. I'm going to hold on to my thought right now because it does kind of look like the 100cc's are going to be making a move for this compound now. I like the way they spread out. Maddie has the left flank secure, while it is going to be Raven and Surya who are going to go up the middle. Question is, Team 12, they are well spread out. They are making sure they cover every single angle. And, well, Team Death Label, they have showcased in the past that they can pretty much hold their own in a fight. So this, potentially, Shadow, could go either way.
Well, I think 100cc has a very good chance of winning this fight, considering the way, like you mentioned, Maddie is placed. He has got all the angles covered. In fact, he can provide so much intel of the flanks if they are coming from Death Label, and Surya cooking up those grenades. Not that lucky, but Maddie, he can do so much for his team. The moment the players of Team Death Label are going to come out in the open, he is going to shoot, and he is very precise with his shots. He's not going to miss the shots, and he will take the knock and the finish as well. On the other hand, another player of Team 100cc has gone for the other flank.
He has gone for the other flank, but we're going to have to hold on because it looks like it could be a little stalemate elsewhere on the other side. Naruto from Team Crazy Gang. Question is, what crazy shenanigans are they going to get up to this time? Because now the blue is going to come in, and, well, they do have a little obstacle in their way to freedom, and that obstacle is the winners from the last game, Leba Gang. And once again, Leba Gang, they are fully aware of where the enemy is, and now, they still have the circle. They are not out in the blue, which means the opposing team, Team Crazy Gang, Shadow, they are going to have to make a little bit of a desperate move sooner rather than later.
Well, Crazy Gang, what they can do is go waterways. Take a little blue zone damage and just move inside the circle from the waterways, because Team Leba Gang is not going to let that happen if they choose roadways.
So you saying go completely via boat or spin out around the enemy?
Well, you can go for the flanks, but right now another fight is breaking in as one of the player 100cc goes down, but a trade also comes in on the player of Team Death Label.
Well, there you have it. The flank is going to come in from Maddie. That was what he exactly wanted. 100cc made sure they funneled the enemy into one direction, and, well, their bullets are going to do all the talking. Unfortunately, Raven is going to be brought down. Evil Surya almost finding the same fate, and Maddie with a sliver of HP gets that knock, and that means Machiavelli is going to have his work cut out. He doesn't have a lot of HP. He's got to patch himself up, and also the pressure that, he has his fallen comrade in front of him is going to be mounting out, but as he rattles off shots with that AKM, he is going to be overpowered by 100cc Esports, and there you have it. Team 15 is going to be bidding us adieu, and it does seem like 100cc, as you mentioned, they are amping up the aggression now. We're going to switch back to the fight from earlier, as Team Crazy Gang, wait a second, they've got the better of the opposition, and now they are going to be skirting around them. Leba Gang are on the defensive as Tango has been lost, and looks like the call has come in, and retreat is the name of the game.
Well, Leader Live was going for the crate loot without deploying smokes. A very big mistake coming in from his side. And now he pays the price. we can see the players of Crazy Gang, not much healings onto themselves. Team Leber Gang has already moved inside the circle or is trying to move inside the circle, but Team EG is on the receiving end of the shots coming in from Abhi of Vicious Annihilators, and Leader Eye already bids bye-bye. But look at the positioning of Vicious Annihilator also.
Right.
One of the player, Wolf, is already on the flank angle and he can provide so much information. Abhi is on the left flank. A good positioning or good spread out is coming in, and Zhang, this grenade can be very deadly, but he somehow misses it.
Unless it was thrown inside, it is not going to do much damage. You know, you're absolutely right, but now he's got to be careful that he doesn't overextend himself, because we did see this in the last game as well. Vicious Annihilators, they were actually posting up quite a few good, you know, kill zones and making sure all that crossfire comes in handy. But for now, EG officials, man, they are not looking good, and Alone looks like he might be left all by his lonesome once again, but he does have his teammate, and looks like a quick pickup is coming in. Have they wasted some time? But Summit is going to be taken down, and looks like that pickup was the wrong call, as Hathim is going to be brought down, and well, once again, we find Alone as the last man standing for EG official.
And Alone is running away from the situation, going for the position points. That's the best he can do, considering the numbers disadvantage he's having. But looks like 100cc is going to gatekeep the players of Team 15 Outrage over there. Let's see if they can find. Actually, this fight happened in previous game as well, and 100cc beat it down Outrage over there, but later on went down by play zone.
There you have it, a little bit of a deja vu moment coming in over here, and once again the circle is going to shift down south. This time, however, we are going to have a few cliffs to play around with. Now, 100cc are making the right choice here, Shadow.
Yeah.
They know that, yeah, they could spend some time out in the blue, you know, gatekeeping OTR. Unfortunately, it means they might not get that perfect position in the next circle, but it looks like it is going to be Maddie for the win. Little does he know, he is heading on a head-on collision with the opposition, and well, looking at the opposition, that is not a team I want to go up against, but it looks like they haven't been spotted. Rising Falcon high above on the mountains at one side, and Scythe Kronos, the Titans, on the other.
Well, 100cc are learning from the mistakes of the past, and the way they are making rotations, it's quite promising. And if we talk about Scythe, they have the control of the caves area of the military base, and now they have spotted down 100cc, trying to dish out as much damage as possible. Surya already goes down. If we talk about Rising Falcon, not a very good spot. They can easily get spotted down, but right now they have the periphery of the circle. That means they are in a safe spot as long as they stay silent. But team number 10 up for a very bad start.
Well, it looks like EG officials are going to be finally knocked out in the 13th position. Now, the thing that is working for Rising Falcons, despite them being on that little bit of a slope on the side of the mountain, is there are so many teams nearby that, you know, the opposition can pick and choose which they want at free will. But for now, Zeus, he does know that evil Surya is going to be knocked out behind the vehicle. However, he can't find that little bit of a gap. Oh, Surya's moving. Might not be the right position or the right time, because Vintage is going to be on hand to lay down a few shots, but Surya is determined to make it to his teammates. Unfortunately, Zeus is going to let his DP28 do all the talking.
Well, M16 single tap is also very deadly in long range. It can perform the action of a sniper, but Rising Falcon also has their eyes set on the teams that are on the lower ground of the military base. They can find so many finish points in this situation. Vicious Annihilators right at the dead smack center of the circle, but circle is gonna shift, and we have a little water area also inside the circle. If it comes down to complete south, Team 07 is going to be very happy, because they are on the extreme south. In fact, Team Exterminators are also holding the southern or eastern edge of the military base island. But Team Rising Falcon finding a knock, a pick onto the players of Team Outrage, and they finish as well, gets one finish point, finds another knock on Outrage, and another finish point is coming in any second. But on the other hand, Section 302 Beast also goes down.
Well, now the Lord of Hell himself, Hades, is the last man standing for Team Outrage, and we kind of anticipated this, Shadow, because again, they were kind of getting gate kept by 100cc earlier on, and they don't have any meds on them. But have a look at the circle. A majority of the teams are going to be coming in around the periphery, with Team Extraction instead, in fact, sending a couple on a little bit of an aquatic mission. Looks like Hades' position is given out, and is it going to be one grenade that sends him back to the depths of hell? Looks like that isn't going to be the case now, as he does have that AKM. He's just waiting to see a little pixel of the enemy so he can put a few shots down range. Unfortunately for him, the enemy are thinking, or rather they already are flying away from the cuckoo's nest, and he's going to be left all by his lonesome. Again, the blue is going to move in about 5 seconds, and well, 100cc take a pin off the action. There you have it. It is going to be Omega who gets the first knock over here, but he is taken down instead. Now, Maddie does know that the enemy is right behind that tree. In fact, Argos has got to make sure he positions himself perfectly, otherwise it could be problematic. But what is problematic for 100cc is the fact that Rising Falcons are on their left flank, which is very, very dangerous.
Well, they have to be careful of the team Skype as well. But Maddie for the win, the ghillie suit helping him so much. The level 3 armor and the raise is already coming in. 100cc looking very promising, taking fight with the players of Team Skype as well as Rising Falcon and winning both the fights for now. And let's see if they can eliminate both the squads. They are in a split situation. Maddie is picking up fight with Skype.
Oh, that's good.
Skype is picking a fight with Rising Falcon. This grenade could have been deadly, but a little shorter. Now a follow-up grenade might be coming in towards Maddie, and Maddie just an HP. He's surviving. He needs to heal himself. But how Rising Falcon is going to come out of this situation?
Well, if they had wings, they could have just flown above the enemies, but that is not going to be the case right now, as Raven is going to make sure he dishes out damage in Vicious Annihilator's position. And it looks like the Annihilators are getting annihilated as grenades are going to be going off, and Maddie once again just surviving by a sliver of HP. Man, this guy is half man, half machine. He should name himself to Cyborg, because that is what he is showcasing right now. But now that's where the problem comes, Shadow. Yes, he has that ghillie suit. However, he doesn't have any meds, and this is when Rising Falcons can make their move. But Raven is in prime position. If Zeus doesn't spot Raven, Zeus could go down, and one by one, the Rising Falcons could come crashing down.
Well, 100cc is still looking very promising the way they are playing, but they are a little short on the healings. Maddie, 10 HP, but got no healings onto himself. He needed to stay silent for some time, but Rising Falcons spotted on the players of team number 10, that is Team Spec, shooting in their direction. Let's see if they can find a pick. But Raven over there spotted on the players of Team Vicious and shooting in their direction where the race is going on already. But Abhi getting the finish points for his teammates and patching himself, that is going to be the main thing. Don't go for the finish point first, heal yourself and then shoot in the direction of Rising Falcon. But Wolf is still surviving with his teammates.
Also now, Abhi, I was just going to bring this up, was in prime position, and that one flank was all it took for Vicious Annihilator to send Rising Falcons down to the depths of hell with 8 finishes to their names. However, they are going to exit in the 11th position. Oh, I was just going to bring this up. We are going to definitely see that little finish in the replay, because I'm pretty sure Abhi racked up quite a few finishes for himself there. Now, it does mean, however, that Sides Kronos are going to have a little bit of respite as Shailesh is going to make it out of harm's way in the nick of time once again. Oh my goodness, I'm telling you, Shadow, Sides Kronos do not have any idea how lucky they were, and they have all but one man to thank, and that man is Abhi from Vicious Annihilator.
Well, Vicious are definitely annihilating so many squads, but on the other side of the southern side of the map, another fights are breaking in, and Team Extraction Vampire is going up against the last solo player of Team Flipper Esports. He better not expose himself, better go with the cover, but Shanu has got UMP 45, a very good weapon in the close range.
Well, looks like Section 302 are definitely racking up all those lawsuits, because they have just knocked out yet another team, and well, they are racking up all those finishes for themselves. Now Shanu, the last man standing for Flipper, is in a precarious situation, because at one end you got Team Extraction, at the other you have the murderers themselves, as Captain and Beast are going to be lurking in the shadows. Shadow is going to go right past. Oh, this could be problematic. This could be problematic, because Shanu's giving away his footsteps, has given away his positions down below. Captain still lurking in the smoke. He could strike at any moment.
A single guy picking up fights with two teams. Is that a good strategy or a good decision?
If you come out on top, yes.
Yes, time will only tell, but looks like the amount of smoke that has been deployed is gonna help him. But Team Extraction is coming in. Shanu had to jump, and Team Section 302 was ready to shoot him down. And with that, Flipper Esports get eliminated at 6th position. But now the fight erupts between Team Extraction and Team Section 302. Grenades are already being popped in the direction. Team Exterminators and Exterminators are falling down. And with that, the team gets an elimination and Section 302 comes on the top.
Well, they are racking up all those murder charges for themselves as Team Extractions are going to be wiped out as well, which means now we are down to the final 3 teams. 10 people still alive. In 07 Esports, they haven't had the loudest of matches. However, they still have 4 men still alive, as do the Titans from Scythe Kronos. They do have 2 finishes already to their name. Question is, are they going to rack up a few more? Because, well, Section 302, they are looking good now. If we quickly have a look at the circle, Section 302, yes, they are outside the circle. However, they can come in unnoticed only if the boys from Scythe Kronos are going to be occupied with 07 Esports. But for now, this is going to be problematic. I do not like this. Jothin, Leo, and Zar are a bit too close to one another behind that tree, with Phoenix just a bit to the left. Now, one good grenade could spell trouble. But for now, we are going to have a little bit of a stalemate. Looks like someone is going to be waving that white flag, but any second we are going to have some explosions, and once the bullets start flying, bodies are going to be dropping, and well, the end is going to be nice. Shailesh sneaking away, and there you have it. The first knock comes in. It's going to be Jothin who gets a taste of first blood.
Well, Jothin definitely tastes the blood, but Shailesh has no one near him to give a revive or a cover fire, and that Shailesh gets picked off. 07 Esports having a very good positioning towards the southern side, having complete control, but Team CR, if the circle comes towards 07, they have to cross the road. But on the other hand, Section 302 is in a very good position to do a third party. They better stay silent and let the 2 teams fight among each other, and then do a third party when the remaining last player remains.
You just read my mind. That's exactly what should happen. But 07 Esports, they have a right idea. And if Section 302 move a bit to the left, it could be problematic. But looks like Phoenix is going to get the better of the opposition. And Captain, in fact, is going to join the party as Jothin is taken down. But again, this is what we just said. It would have been a mistake because 07 Esports have a lot more leeway on this side. They are well spread over that little slope, which means they're going to see the enemy coming in before now. There is an airdrop. Wait a second. It looks like Captain called down an airdrop for himself. And, well, they have a little moment of respite. Captain back up on his feet. Beast nearby. That could be a good grenade. If it rolls down, it could be problematic. In fact, it did roll down. Unfortunately for Section 302, it was on the other side of the tree. However, have a look at Scythe Kronos. They are rotating towards Section 303, which means, well, they are going to get a few bullets in the back, but looks like Beast is going to spot them in the distance, and he's going to make sure he finished what he started, which means, well, Section 302 are going to be reduced to a 3-man squad. 07, I beg your pardon.
Well, Section 302, Captain has his eyes set on the plus of Team 07. If a backstab is coming in, the other player, Beast, has his eyes set onto another team, and that is a good strategy, but they are at the receiving end of the shots from both the teams.
Mind you, just moments before Scythe Kronos, the Titans themselves had all 4 members alive, and now they've been reduced to a 2-man squad. That is a good Molotov, just a little bit short, but it is going to force Argos to get up, and looks like he is going to pay the price. It's Arceus, I beg your pardon, and well, he is going to be brought down in the blink of an eye. Now, you got to move. He does, before that fire engulfed him along with all that fodder. But this means now Section 302 again, they are playing like a different animal. They are playing like a different beast here, Shadow.
Well, they are definitely playing like a beast. They have a beast in their game as well. But now it's a 2v3 versus 1 situation. And which one is going to win? Oh, look at Omega. He has crossed the road.
Oh, we saw it.
But you can't miss that shot. I mean, you can't hide yourself from the Beast, and Beast is going to put you down under 6 feet, and with that, Scythe gets an elimination at 3rd position.
I like that Beast is going beast mode and that he has a captain to basically calm him down when necessary. That is going to be the perfect teamwork, which of course makes the dream work. But now, 07, they know where the enemy is, and well, Zor is on an expedition of his own. He's going to try and sneak his way as close to Captain's flank as possible, because there you have it, shots are being fired. Leo is on his feet, he's got to be careful because Beast's position is going to go away as well, but Beast is going to be quicker on the trigger, takes him down, and now Captain is going to go up against Zor. It is going to be a 1-on-1, and it does look like Captain might have finally fallen, which means 07 Esports, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be walking away the winners here in Erangel. Let me just tell you one thing, all that patience paid off.
Patience from the minute the circle shifted towards the southern island. They were waiting right at the dead smack edge of the military base island, just waiting for the circle to shift and move inside the circle. But circle also kept shifting towards them.
Yeah, they
that
did.
Kind of helped.
They did have a little bit of divine intervention, but again, it could have gone a different way because, like I said, just moments before Sides Chronos, they had a 4-man squad. Section 302 suddenly got the memo that, you know, you're supposed to show up and get a few murder charges on your names, which is exactly what they did. But boy, oh boy, 07, calm and composed under pressure, patience working out for them. That's what I mean, wow. Take it away, Papa. Just wow.
They did exactly what Section 302 should have done.
There you go.
Section 302 should have stayed silent for some time, but they went for both the fights on other side. But Team Crazy Gang, they had a height advantage till some point, but later on they kind of fizzled out. Team 16 also not a very good start, but this clutch coming in with the Bison, look at that, he had no armor onto himself, still he pulled off a clutch situation. This moment also Team Extraction had a very good positioning, especially Ninja having the little height advantage and intel onto the players of team number 7. This time also so much time was wasted outside of the circle. Mistake. This is a mistake in every game we are seeing.
And yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's been happening a bit too often for our liking because, you know, you don't expect that from teams at this stage. But again, you know, I guess we can give them a little leeway because the circle's to blame. Because the last 3 games, Shadow, the circle has been pretty much consistent, especially at the beginning. And, you know, it forms while all the teams are still mid-air. So a lot of them decided, as you mentioned, you know, just pick up your basic necessary loot and let's head over to Green the Pastures. Turns out you need a lot more meds and a lot more utilities.
Well, Team Extraction was smarter one. In fact, Team 100cc was also very smart. This time, they went for the early rotations inside the circle instead of like last time wasting too much time. In fact, this time also, when the blue zone was at the edge, they were against Outrage, and this time they didn't pick up the fight. Instead, they went for the circle. And at that moment, this was the time when the players were fighting against each other, having little cover of that cliff area, not much space to move around.
If you noticed, as soon as Captain was dealing with Shanu, right, Beast already opened up on the enemy because Captain was really close to getting knocked down. That is what teamwork is. He did not visually, you know, spot the enemies. He was just suppressing them.
Well, he was suppressing them, pinning them down in a certain position. And this time, yes, Section 302 were knocking down the players, but in the end, you have to get the chicken dinner for yourself. But they have good finish points, I am very sure to back that up. But on the other hand, 07 Esports, they had a little slopey area, they had a good cover, they didn't overexpose themselves, they didn't make too much noise also, and that's why they got the chicken dinner.
Right, and of course at the end, we did see the action, you know, break out towards that slope, and again, just bringing it up, 07 was spread out way too far and thin, so even if they did something, the boys from 302 were spotted out, as we did see happen. But again, overall, I do believe the fact that, you know, this isn't the most common final circle that one's used to, even not just for the viewers but for the players as well. Keep in mind, a lot of them this is the biggest tournament for them yet. This is going to be a massive pedestal on which they can showcase their skills, and sometimes the nerves do come in. So again, you got to make sure you know your terrain inside out if you want to take advantage.
Well, this is a first that we have seen a total
Around that area. Oh, yeah.
complete southern circle, because most of the time when circle comes towards military base, either it goes towards the bridge area or complete western or the eastern
We've never
side.
seen those cliffs.
Yeah, we have never. In fact, the players must have not seen those cliffs.
That's what we're talking about. So, it kind of reminded me of the cliffs, but on the north side of Sosnovka military
Yes.
base. But this time, of course, it was a little different. But again, kudos to the team for getting the job done. And again, 07 Esports, all that patience paid off. They made sure they had that trigger discipline that, again, you're going to learn comes in very handy as well. Now, before we just head over to the stats and all the figures that are going to come up on the screens, something that did stand out for me this game, again, which I don't know if I'm going to be a fan of or not. I get it. You want to rotate early. I get it. If the circle forms, you want to change your plans even mid-air. But make sure you have at least a weapon with a couple of magazines if possible. And meds. Meds were missing, not just from the teams that rotated early,
Yeah.
on just a whole, on a general level.
In fact, all the teams, not just one or two teams, maybe generally in the overall map, the meds has been reduced. We don't know the current meta. Maybe this could be the reason.
Looks like there could be some mischief afoot. Looks like Floki could have something to do with this. We're going to find out later. But now, 07 are going to be at the tippity top. 15 placement points to their names. 7 finish points, which means they walk away with a total of 22 and close behind Section 302, racking up quite a few murder charges. 9 finish points to be exact, with a total of 21.
Well, Vicious Annihilators, that's where the consistency is coming in. 6 finish points, total 14 points, a good performance. Sky, 3 finish points, 13 total points, good placement points Team Sky is getting for themselves. But Team Rising Falcon, look at that, 9 finish points and just 1 placement point.
Quite a contrast to what we saw in the last time around, because
Yeah.
I do believe they had 1 finish point or barely no finish points. I mean, you are good with numbers. I tend to forget a bit too much. But yeah, 9 finishes is going to be something that should be looked out for. But the question is, Shadow, is it going to be too little, too late?
I don't know, because last time the finish points were evenly distributed. In fact, the position points also, there was not much point difference. This time also, yes, over 722 points. But look at that, 13 points till 9th position, CMX officials. There isn't much difference between the points. Last time also, it was a similar story. CMX 5 finish points, they are having 100cc 6 finish points. That means the teams that are getting early elimination, they also have ample finish points to back them up.
Now, a couple of teams that you specifically picked before any of the action started. Outrage and Team Inox, 13th and 14th, quite similar to last game.
Yeah.
What do you think went wrong in that camp?
Well, last match, Team Inox, they were surviving as the only one player. Team Outrage, last map, we saw late rotations coming in, that 100cc got them off guard and they were at the low ground. This time also similar thing happened. Team Outrage were coming from the northern side. Team 100cc was present. Although this time they didn't pick the fight, but some other team picked fight with the players of Team Outrage. And Inox also need to read a little bit more about the geography and the enemies also, so that they can have a safe rotation inside the circle.
Well, talking about geography, MVPs, and of course you've had a look at teams. Let's have a look at that one individual who stood out head and shoulders above everyone else as we have a look at the iQOO MVP. And I'll be honest with you, it could have either been Captain or Beast, but it is going to be Beast who absolutely shredded his opponents.
Well, Section 302 was having a very good outing. In fact, in last match also, those seemed little aggressive, but that didn't go as planned. But this time, they're having a good finish points, good placement points, and thanks to Beast, the way he was guarding the across the road Team Scythe over there, he was literally making sure Team Scythe don't cross that road area. On the other hand, Captain had his eyes set onto the players of Team 07 Esports.
That was brilliant.
They don't come from the flank towards from the slopey area. So a very good teamwork coming in from the two players, and the top 5, Beast and Captain,
There you have
both
it.
making the spot.
We did just, talk wonderful things about both these gentlemen, and they are going to be ending up as your top 5 players in 1 and 3, respectively. Of course, joining them in the 2nd position, we have Rising Falcons. Finally, looks like this time around, they did get to soar high above the others as Vintage managed to secure 5 finishes for himself. And well, joining them in the 4th and the 5th position, we have Top Fragger from CM Officials and Abhi from Vicious Annihilators, respectively.
Well, I'll have to see the footage again. I'm not very sure, but yes, Captain was the last guy standing for with a very low HP. As far as I can remember, he didn't have many healings onto himself to patch him up. So maybe that could be the reason he didn't clutch out in the end situation also.
Plus, also, mind you, he did get knocked down where we were like, wait a second, this revive doesn't make sense. But Beast, well, being the lovely teammate that he has, made sure that his captain was back up on his feet, and it almost paid off.
Yeah, he was on a 10 or 15 HP something when he went against the fight, a 1v1 duel against 07 Esports, and kudos man, very good team effort coming in from the two players of section 302, but only 2 grenade finishes this time.
Hey, I'm a satisfied customer because, maybe just 2 finishes coming in, but I did see a lot of legs being ripped up, a lot of people being knocked over by the grenades, especially since we had 90 of them used in this game. Now, all you sniper fans out there, we did have some long-distance engagements as well. Well, as you have a look at the longest finish distance, 305 meters. Now, let's just forget numbers. Let's make it a bit easier for our viewers. Let's have a look at the finish to damage performance graph. And, Shadow, how do we read this?
Well, this time also it is pretty balanced when it comes to the damage the teams were dishing out. But the only difference is this time the finishes, finishes are also pretty balanced.
Even as well?
Yeah.
In fact, I do see a couple of teams sharing 9 finishes each, one of which are, of course, the Falcons, and the second is going to be Section 302. But overall, I do believe it was a good game for them. But again, I'm still wondering whether it's going to be enough. Now, before we have a look at what's going to happen later, let's have a look and see which top 4 squads made it out from this game. Of course, leading the charge, thanks to the chicken dinner, is going to be 07 Esports.
And Section 302 with 9 finishes, followed by Vicious Annihilators with 6 finishes. A pretty consistent performance coming in both the matches from these teams. And Skype, they were dishing out a lot of damage like you mentioned, but only 3 finishes were being converted, still making it to the top 4. A very good and a promising team Skype is.
Well, I'm a history buff. I'm pretty sure you would have got it by now. The Titans have always been a bit more gentler than all those Scroll Gods, so they might knock you down, but they're not going to finish you. But you know what? In this game, you might just want to go for those finishes as well, because every single point definitely matters.
You know, that statement went all over my head.
It did?
If you guys got it, please explain it to me.
All right, so basically, back in the day, in Greek mythology, we had gods. Now, we're not going to do that right now. We're going to do that at some other time. But again, before we do head on into further action, of course, we are going to have a break. But before that, I want to take something away from this game. Now, I feel over the course of the last 4 games, I do see a pattern emerging. Things are calming down just a little bit, but I want to see that aggression. I know you want to do as well, but you know what we're going to do now? I guess we're going to take a quick little breather. We want to make sure our throats don't go away. Don't go anywhere, because some more action continues after this little break.
Dual chip monster. 1 for performance, 1 for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है फॉर देम टू लुक अप. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें. क्या बात है. श्योर, एकदम श्योर. मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
chip monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर? मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Battleground India Series 2021, powered by the iQOO Legend 7. My name is Floki. Joining me for this one is going to be Shadow. Shadow, I think today has been the most interesting out of all the days we've had so far, because today is the only day where we have had multiple Sosnovka military base finishes.
Well, it was a military base day. We can say that, because every single circle was heading towards military base, but the last one was quite interesting, because this didn't take a northern or the eastern or western shift. It kept taking on the southern shift and headed towards the shorelines of the military base island at the complete southern side, where all the cliffs and mountain ridges area are present, and teams didn't like it at all. But 07 liked it. They got the chicken dinner.
Yeah, they most certainly did. I mean, they got the chicken dinner, and I am quite sure that all the other teams who also won are going to be quite happy with the fact that it shifted towards the southern side of the map. Now, the interesting thing is that even though the circle has eventually always shifted towards Sosnovka military base, it has been in different parts of the map. You've seen a western circle, you've seen an eastern circle, you've seen all sorts of different circles. But now, we're going to be having a look at the matchup and seeing the new teams who are going to be playing and competing to get themselves a slot in the next round. We're going to be starting off with Group 24, and there you go. These these are some team names that you might recognize. Zero Degree OG, War God Esports, The Last Legends, Fade Rage, Black Boys, Hyper King, Team Panic, and Hell4.
Well, Team Panic better not panic because match 1 was very good for them in round 1. Round 2, they were kind of missing. They didn't get many finish or the placement points. Let's see what's going to happen in round 2 because 3 teams in this lobby are looking very promising. Zero Degree, the team that broke all records, the highest finish points, the highest damage, everything. But following them, we have 313 iQOO Esports. I'm going to call them 313 Esports. Team Anonymous, Team One Shot Karnataka, Team IVD Officials, Team Sin Officials, Team Force Satya, Team Infuse Esports, and Team Cyberpulse 9.
Yeah, some very interesting team names over here. For Satya Santani. I mean, looks like if there is a team that is...
Spiritual kind of.
I don't think they're going to be taking a lot of fights. You know, they're like, tapasya karenge, we're going to go out and we're going to just make sure we meditate and at the same time don't go for the path of violence. Instead, go for the path of pacifism. You know, they're going to focus on placement points, not
Go
those aggressive
towards
finishes.
Stelber and just meditate.
Absolutely, towards the peaks of Stalber, you know, the highest point in the game, and yeah, just chill there, wait for the fights to come to you. But given the way we've been seeing these circles shift, that Stalber start might not be up on the menu. But you know what is up on the menu? A promo by iQOO, because they're the ones making this tournament happen. So let's jump into a word from them.
Are you ready for this?
Well, that was the iQOO 7 Legend, making sure that your gaming experience is extremely smooth, buttery smooth, and you don't experience any jitters and any lag whatsoever. The Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 processor, making sure that all your games are just running in the toppest of shapes, and at the same time, if you ever run out of juice, just 22 minutes to charge it back up with a 66-watt flash charge. So, if you're looking for a new phone, iQOO 7 Legend has it all. It's got 3 cameras as well, so if you ever need to click some good pictures, well, this phone's got you covered for that as well. A very versatile phone at that. And rightfully so. I mean, they're the official mobile phone for the BGIS 2021. So make sure you check them out. Make sure you give them some love. And make sure you spam some heart and chats for your favorite teams as well. But speaking of the favorite teams, who do you think in this group are the favorites?
Well, contrary to the previous groups, this group is going to be so damn aggressive considering they have Zero Degrees, War Gods, Team Panic, and so many other names. This team, this lobby is looking quite promising in the terms of the aggression, rotations in fact. But as we all continuously say that aggression should be controlled. It should be put in the correct way and the correct time. Don't just take bad fights and get an early elimination, because we don't want that at all. This is a very promising lobby.
Absolutely, I agree with you. I think I've seen a lot of, meaningless aggression for its own sake. It doesn't really serve a purpose or doesn't really serve an end. I mean, as much as I don't really have a good example for this, but I guess it's something similar to what Team Mayavi sometimes does, right? If they see a fight going out, they just go in. Now, they're skilled enough to get away with it. I mean, they are a team who's practiced this a lot. But these other teams might not have that same caliber. So for them, aggression, it should be a little bit more measured and a little bit more controlled, serving a purpose.
Well, obviously, every time you're overthink, if you do anything on the extreme, is obviously very bad. Maybe one time you will get a chicken dinner, but next time you might be in a bad positioning. And if you go over aggressive, like in the previous game, we saw of one of the player coming out in the open area or taking fight in the blue zone area as well. We have seen so many teams taking fights in the blue zone, and they were every single time doomed to death.
Absolutely. I mean, it seems like this trend still hasn't stopped despite the first round being over. We expected that in round 2 teams would not do that, but that's still something that these teams are yet to learn. So let's see if Zero Degree can teach them those lessons or not. But for the meantime, we're going to be jumping straight in once again. And well, the flight path looks promising once again towards Sosnovka military base, starting from Lipovka. This is starting to become really, really interesting. You know, I mean, I think we've seen this so many times now, where the flight path always has something to do with Sosnovka military base, or the circle has something to do with this Sosnovka military base. I just want to see a fresh change. I want to see a northern circle. But given the flight path at the moment, where do you think these teams are going to drop, and where do you want to see the circle go?
This time the circle is going to be either on the central or the northern side. I'm very sure of it.
Okay.
Because BGMI gods are also bored of seeing a repeated southern circle. I'm sorry. They want something new and fresh. Even the teams are not anticipating, because we can already see a very few teams dropping towards the southern side of the map, and looks like one of the team, I think Fade Rage, is already dropping on the military base island. Another team is going towards the Novorupnoi, and this time we have a team in Lipovka as well. And from the looks of it, it looks like some other teams might head towards the Kameshki or the Stilber side as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems that they are occupying, the bigger parts of the map at the moment. But there we go. There's the circle we've been waiting for. Tied of Sosnovka military base. The BGMI gods have pushed for another sort of circle. Now, it is occupying a fair chunk. Oh, okay. In the meantime, we already have our first blood. Black Scar OP will be able to get that first pick for himself in the buggy. No utility, no weapons whatsoever. Just vehicle and vehicular manslaughter.
Well, this always happens when we have a southern flight path. On the other hand, team number 5, solo player, is up for a big trouble. He's trying to clutch it out. Can he? He dishes out a lot of damage, but unfortunately, wait a second. His teammate is there. No, he's pulling off a clutch. Yash OP knocked on one, knocked another one. Can he pull it off? He's going all prone down. Can he take third one? But no, he had no HP to help him out. And Viper with that mutant will put Yash OP to the death. But that was such an amazing clutch. He knocked one, he knocked second, he went all prone. He had bandages, he could have healed, but there was no time.
Yeah, unfortunately, he just didn't have enough time at the moment over there. But guess what? His team is here to avenge him. The Black Boys, hearing all the commotion, are going to come in and try to salvage what's remaining of this little skirmish over here. Let's see if they can do the same. At the moment, they've got a couple of shotguns that are cocked and ready, but can they connect those shots? Both players going up together, trying to double peek around this corner over here. And you can see Viper already rattling off a couple of shots, making it a little bit harder, and then pulling out his mutant, looking to put them all to rest over here. But he's going to drop down and then trying to get a flank going over here. Will that flank be successful? Yes, he will get one knock to start things off. And Scar OP, in the meantime, is just waiting around the corner for the other player to peek in. Viper, though, is being a little bit careful over here. Doesn't want to peek out a bit too aggressively. Knows that if he reveals too much of his body, he will be shot. But guess what? Black Boys, they only got 2 players over here. Only one of them is standing. And guess what? He will go up on the aggressive, making sure that he's going to buy some time. And now Scar OP coming in from behind, but it's going to be taken down over here. And all of these players being knocked down, but not yet finished. Viper is now in a 1v1. A nade being prepped up by Jack to OP. Can he connect it though? Well, it looks like he will pull it back in. Nope, never mind. He did throw it, but it's a little bit off the mark. 2 players of Black Boys on the first floor, everyone else on the ground floor. Can J2OP make this work? He's going to throw in a nade, and that's going to make sure that he at least finds one finish to start things off. And the res is coming through. He has got a Bison in his hands. He's going to get that res and then maybe look for a pick himself, but needs his teammate to get healed over here. What is the priority going to be for Cyber Pulse, though? That's the question. They just go up and take down the main. Never Jack to OP. Just now, he's going to be able to eliminate the player who was right over here. And Viper will try and do the same and take out Scar OP. Will be successful. Switches over to the secondary weapon. Still has a Scar in his hand. No reload just yet. I do not think he's got enough weapons over here. But on the first floor, looks like a res has come through. And they will be able to put this out of Cyber Poles 9-6 feet under. A team already being eliminated right off the bat. It hasn't even been 5 minutes into this game. And we're already down to 57 players.
Well, 57 players, and Floki, do you know what exactly happened? Yash OP knocked down one of the player of team Cyberpulse now 9. The drive-by we saw initially was through him as well. He chased down the players of Team Cyberballs all the way towards the compound, pulled off a almost clutch situation, and not two players. He finished one through a drive-by, knocked down two, and later on he had no HP onto himself. The last person of Cyberballs knocked him down, finished him, and his cavalry was just a little late to back him up. But otherwise, a very good gameplay coming in from Black Boys, but at the cost of two crucial players.
Yeah, I mean, they would have been okay with maybe losing one, but two is just a bit too much this early on. Now, they kind of have to be a little bit slow around the map because they cannot afford to be super aggressive without the man advantage, without some sort of positioning advantage. They can come in third party, yes, when two teams are battling it out, but that could be a little bit difficult. Let's see how well this two-man roster does now. In the meantime, all the members from Sin are going to try and make their way away from the circle. It seems they're trying to... where the hell are they going exactly? They are going away from the circle. This makes no sense. They're going all the way towards Farm and Milter. There's another team waiting for them over there. But in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention elsewhere. We're going to be having a look at what the side of 0 Degree are doing. And it seems that for the time being, they're just having a gala time looting sunny port of Primorsk.
Well, Primorsk is a very happy place right now because there is no action, there is no fight. The most aggressive team till now of round 1, 0 Degree that broke all records is in the Primorsk area. They have the good loot, they have the good healings. Very good. Because the last matches we were seeing, wait that minute. Teams are going up against each other. Team 4 Satya and one of the players was caught off guard by the players of Team Hyper King. They went for a knock, going for the finish, but their teammate has to heal.
They will be able to eliminate them. They got all those other knocks.
Clean 3 vibes coming in few seconds.
Oh my god, what the hell just happened over here? Hyper King single-handedly shut down the entirety of 4 Satya Santani, but there were only 3 in the actual play over here, and unfortunately, it seems like another team is going to be exiting as only 7 minutes in. We're already down to 54 players and 14 teams in the mix. Not something I was anticipating this early on, but it seems that this lobby also extremely aggressive. And now, Hyper King, well, they've got decisions to make. They can try and rotate out of here, go towards sunnier pastures if that's what they like. There's ruins nearby, there's Gatka, Hospital, George Bowl. Everything is open at the moment. But are they going to go ahead and actually travel to those places, or will they be content with what they've got? Well, in the meantime, let's have a look at the replay over here. For Satya Santani, that was painful. They came in from the flank and took out those other 2 players. That's why they all got eliminated there. Just a little bit unfortunate, but... yeah, the first circle closing in soon enough. Where do you want to see Hyper King go next?
Well, Hyper King are looking good, but I have to say for Satya, 2 players were out there in the open area. Hyper King was coming, using those buggies, rushing towards them. Their shots were being inaccurate, or they didn't have a gun. Because you can easily take down a player who is coming through a buggy towards you from an open field. But somehow that didn't happen, and Team 4 Satya paid the price. But Team Panic, another promising team, has dropped towards the northern side of the area in a split situation, but not so much segregated. They have good vehicles to back them up in the later stages, also looking very promising. But another team that is looking promising is towards Siverny, that is IVD officials, because if the circle takes a northern shift, it is going to back them up, favor them so much. And look at 0 Degree, their rotations again on point, taking complete western shorelines and rotating inside the circle. A good strategy. And our wishes are being granted. A northern circle. Please it be a shooting range, because shooting range circles are always so damn interesting, especially when you have got eastern bunkers and western bunkers to back you up. Then a plane crash area is there where you get so much cover for yourself. So it's a very good area if the circle shifts towards it, and lots of terrains also.
Yeah, absolutely. But in the meantime, we're going to be tackling once again what the side of Hyper are doing. They've managed to find themselves a knock. In the meantime, Shahid is going to be taken down over here, and I think he actually got eliminated. So Team Anonymous losing one of their players right away. Not the way they imagined that they would start this fight over here. And now, well, they've got themselves 3 players, but the question is, are they going to take this fight, or are they going to just go away? It doesn't seem like they're too keen on contesting the side of Hyper. And yeah, at the moment they are just looking to rotate out instead, go further up north towards shooting range. But in the meantime, look at Team Panic. They're eyeing up the side of Wargod Esports. They're catching all of these rotations. This is all the information that you could have gotten over here. And Diablo, he's going to relay that over to his team, and they can decide if they want to push or if they want to continue holding down near that crashed plane site like you mentioned earlier. Well, Roger is going to be getting a car over towards his teammates, making sure that they've got different rotation possibilities with the buggy as well as the car. So lots of options available, potentially some cover as well out in the open, because it can happen that sometimes you just don't have enough cover to work with. And now Wargod Esports, well, they're going to get themselves inside this bunker, which also has a decent amount of loot stashed in there. So let's see what they get their hands on. And they're going to leave one player on a bit of a scouting mission. I like this move. So he's going to be able to scout out anyone who's coming in a bit too aggressively. But it looks like Minato is already on top of that. So maybe they don't decide to hold over here and instead go somewhere towards Georgopol.
Well, they can hold this position because going towards Georgopol, I don't think Zone is going to take sudden shift towards Georgopol. Even in the next circle, the area they are holding on to nearby the shooting area case, they are still going to be inside the circle, and they can get so many finish points from the teams that are rotating from the eastern side of the map. So this is a good position. If the circle takes a concentric shift, then also Wargods are on a promising position to get into a good fight. On the other hand, Team Panic is also holding on to the plane crash area that I was talking about. It offers very good cover. It has got so many ridges and area and territory to play around. Go for the flank angles as well. Hide your vehicles also if the circle takes shift towards an open field towards North Georgopol. So two teams which are looking quite promising are Team Wargods and Team Panic. Obviously, the team in Siverny is safe and sound and happy.
Absolutely. And in the meantime, 0 Degree is just very, very happy controlling the entirety of Georgopol, right? There's no one contesting them just yet. There are a couple of airdrops, one outside Siverny, another in between ruins and shooting range in the middle of the river, I believe. So, yeah, fair amount of loot as well for all these teams coming in. But once again, there's not enough real estate over here towards the northern side for all these teams to stay happy and content. We could be seeing some fights breaking out. Switch, well, there you go. IYD officials eyeing up the members on the side of Team Hellfor. And there's only one member from Hellford inside that Jeep, and after getting all that information, he is just going to back away and let his team know that yes, indeed, there is someone holding that general area. In the meantime, though, the circle, it has shifted, so if we could bring out the map, we could be able to get some more context on the situation. But in the meantime, yeah, we're going to be having a look at what this side of Hellford are doing. They're just going around the map, trying to make sure they're able to get inside the next circle, as that is what's most important at the moment, because once again, the circle, it is in the middle of, well, I wouldn't exactly say the northern island, but the northern side and the main island. So, yeah, there is not enough real estate anymore. I mean, you could probably hold areas around the periphery, but they are extremely open. And, well, what's happening now is going to happen there. A couple of grenades are going to be lobbed in your general direction, and this time it's going to be Black Boys on the receiving end of it. They've already suffered heavy losses right now. You have to remember, Shadow, in the early game, they lost 2 of their members trying to be aggressive. And at this point, if they do end up getting eliminated, they get 0 placement points.
Well, they'll get 0 placement points, and you don't want that, especially when you're outside the safe circle. But some teams are going to be pretty happy. Fade Rage coming all the way from the southern side. 0 Degree, like you mentioned, in the North Georgopol, looking very happy. But Team Panic, right at the center of the circle, is going to grab so much attention. I don't know if this is a safe spot, but who is not safe? It is Blackjack OP as he goes down. A single rush or push is coming in from the players of Team Black Boys, and Mango 17 takes down Audi. Can he take down second one? And yes, he takes second one. He takes third one. Can he pull off a clutch? Last player remaining. He switches gun, and in that instant he goes down. His gun ran out of the magazine. He switched to AKM, and that was the single second that was required for Gambler OP to take him down. But what a moment, what a beautiful clutch, almost clutch.
My goodness, I mean, he sure had heart, but in the end, just couldn't see it through. Like you mentioned, just that 1 second, that was all that was needed when he switched weapons over to the AKM. Well, speaking of action, there is some breaking out elsewhere on the map. I do see Fade Rage losing one of their members. Yash goes down. I think he's knocked on his defeat, or did he get eliminated? Not entirely sure, but we'll know soon enough. In the meantime, Sin Official, well, they are at the edges of the circle, and guess what? There is another team right around the corner, looking right at them. It is going to be 3-1-3 Esports. Let's see if they can actually take this fight over here. Sin, in the meantime, just prying for information at the moment. They're not looking to take any fights because they have a general idea of where 3-1-3 are, but they don't know their exact positions. Look at them, just so careful, right? They're crawling around, they're proning, they're making sure that they don't give away too much noise. And Nirvana, well, I'm about to find out if he can indeed get Nirvana for all the players on the other side of that shack. In the meantime, Fade Rage, yeah, she is tanking the blue zone damage at this point, and Aman, oh boy, I mean, just him being there is going to make sure that Aman does not get to cross in, and so 0 Degree, well, they do a successful job gatekeeping at this bridge. Now they're going to try and go further in deeper towards Georgopol, where there is another team waiting for them, and that is Team Last Legends. Let's have a look at the instant replay and see the action that we missed, though, as there you go, Black Boys. I mean, Mango 17, look at that, just line them all up one after the other, proning constantly, just crouching and standing time and time again, pulls out the M4, goes for the shots, lands another one as well, almost manages to get the fourth one. Now this is the moment where he switches over to the AKM, fires off 3 shots, but it's just too little too late at that point. Could have almost clutched it out actually if he didn't switch weapons, but didn't feel confident at that moment and switched weapons, so unfortunately ends up costing him. But of course, like we've always said, it's easy to just sit here from the comfort of our chairs and say woulda, coulda, shoulda, but at the end of the day it was a valiant attempt, just a little bit shy of pulling that squad wipe though.
Well, reload takes more time than switching weapons. That's why he switched his weapons. Oh god, Esports are shooting down onto the players of Team 11. One shot Karnataka, and one shot Karnataka. One of the players, Gabbar, already blown up. And another player, Banana, also goes down. But last player, I think he's the last player. No, one player only goes down. 3 players are still remaining. The other one on the buggy somehow manages to run away. But Wargod still in a good position, but they have to be very careful of the teams rotating from the northern side coming in their direction. One of them is going to be team number 15, that is Infuse Esports, and North Georgopol looking quite congested, I think.
Yeah, well, it looks like Team One Shot Karnataka will finally end up being eliminated. I'm not sure. I did see one of their players being taken down, so I'm not sure if they're still in the fight. But in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards the side of Sin Official, going up against Hell4, as there are 3 Hell members around these cars, and they're all being sprayed out of wheel. Who's going to end up coming out on top of this fight? It doesn't think it's going to favor Sin Official, and they will be able to eliminate the other side. And there you go, Hell4 will be saying goodbye at 13th place. I do believe they get 1 placement point, I think, or do they get none? I'm not
Sin
sure.
Nirvana, few precise grenades and took down so many players of our opponent team, but this time one shot is not looking good at all. Gets an elimination.
There you go. I mean, 0 Degree, this is them finally waking from the slumber, right? They get themselves a couple of finishes, 4 to the name, all 4 players still standing. They will get that res going and soon enough get the rotation in as well. They're inside the circle right now, so they don't have to worry about anything, but they are at the periphery, so they have to be a little bit afraid of the circle hard shifting towards one, or particularly the eastern part of the current circle. We'll see if that ends up happening. But in the meantime, Last Legends 3-1-3, IYD and 0 Degree all in Georgopol. This could get hot and heavy really quickly. Meanwhile, on the eastern side, we've got ourselves Team Panic, Team Hyper, Team Sin Official, Team Infuse Esports, and on the northern side, we've got Team Anonymous, as well as Team Wargod. And in fact, we do have another Infuse member over there out in the blue taking a bunch of damage. I'm not too sure what that's all about. And yeah, there you go, Varsus, he's just trying to heal himself back up over here because he knows his position is marked, and he's just trying to buy as much time as possible, but eventually he'll have to move. But if he doesn't, he will die to the play zone, and it looks like he will choose to sacrifice himself to the blue zone instead.
Well, I'm liking the sudden circle shift, but we come to it. Wargod is doing something.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, they do manage to knock out Warriors, so they will get credit for those finishes. That is an extra point going their way. But still, Wargod, they've got bigger fish to fry over here. They need to go in towards the center of the circle, but there is another team waiting for them. 0 Degree, the OGs, as the name suggests, towards the end of their team name there. We'll see if they can hold on to this hill and make sure that no one is really able to come out on top. And Star, in the meantime, watching that supply drop come in, is considering going towards it, but at this point, there's no way on earth he can actually get there with all those 0 Degree players blocking him. Towards his flank, so be a little bit careful. Surya, okay, well, he's gonna have to go prone for a second over here. All these other players closing in on where he's at, and he goes 0 degree OG. Just trying to make sure they're able to connect a few shots. Elsewhere on the map, some action breaking out. WarGod seems like they're having a bit of a field day as they're taking these fights in 0 degree. They themselves want to be a part of the action at the moment. They've got the vehicles around them. Are they going to charge in? That's the question. Scanning the area in the meantime, trying to find out where the members from Sim and Official are. And Sim Official, well, they're not really visible to the side of 0 degree esports just yet, but WarGod esports certainly can see them. And look at the patience coming in from Starfires off those shots. Gets the knock going for himself. That is the advantage secure, but now he needs to get going. The blue closing in on him could be super problematic. Choosing to go around instead, spots out another player from the side of 0 degree. Actually takes down two of them. Surya and Mystica both crawling on their knees. From the other side, the 0 degree members are coming in, looking to take the fight over here. Can they actually be successful? And Fade Range will be eliminated by Sin Official in the meantime. With 0 degree, they've got a couple of issues over here. Star is creating so much chaos for them. Will finally go inside a car and get that rotation going. In the meantime, Minato considering cooking up a nade. Where is he going to throw it? And oh my god, a vehicular drive-by coming in from Star. As he drives over Mystic, cleans him up. 0 degree going to be losing two of their players to start things off over here, leaving just two players in the mix. Now only one player in the mix as another ends up biting the dust. And Team Anonymous, well, they are also in the middle of a crossfire. It seems at the moment all of these teams are coming in with the action, but who has the best position at the moment? It does seem it is Sin Officials. And now Team 10, it's going to be Team Anonymous, are going to try and take this fight against WarGod. There is a Rit separating them though, so only nades are going to be doing them good over here if they don't want to go into a direct line of sight. But with 3 players still alive for WarGod, they are looking to push. Oh, that nade explodes perfectly in the air, knocks out the player from the side of Team Anonymous. And Team Anonymous, they've got one member standing, but at this point he needs to outrun the blue. He cannot go back to res his teammate, and that could very well be his end. WarGod, well, they smell blood in the water. Are they going to go forward for it? In the meantime, Team Panic are going to be eliminated from the side of Last Legend and Sin Official on a domination spree at the moment. We'll see if WarGod Esports can finish what they've started over here, but man, they've got their work cut out for them.
Well, WarGod are on a killing spree right now, and IVD officials has already been eliminated, but WarGods has to enter inside the zone. But like you mentioned, Team Last Legends having the southern control onto themselves, but Bablu with his DP28 and 4x spray is trying to spot the last player, I think from 0 degree over there, but right now he spots 3-1-3 team and knocks down one of the player. Can he take second one down, who is hiding beside that tree? And looks like they have a good cover, but he's trying to convert that knock into finish, and he successfully manages that. In fact, his teammate manages that, but on the other hand, Team Hyper is going up against the players of Team Infuse. One other player goes down, grenades are coming in, and Team Infuse has no space, nowhere to move in.
Oh, no.
They are deploying smokes, why not grenades or some flank angle, nothing. They're just lying inside the glass. Why?
Oh my god, Hyper King, they're trying to surround them at this moment, but Hyper King, they've got their own problems to worry about. One of the players has been knocked, another has been knocked as well. Cherry is not in a very good spot, so they're gonna have to go ahead to try and get that res going. In the meantime, Sin Official, they've got all 4 of their players still standing, 16 remaining in the action. Let's see who's gonna come out on top over here. A couple of nades being hurled in the smoke. I do imagine that is where the side of Team Hyper Kings are located. Can they actually stay alive for the moment over here? Sin going around for the flank, looking towards Team WarGod. They've only got 2 players standing around G, but if they push a bit too aggressively, Team WarGod could end up winning that fight, and you can see Feelgood being a little bit considerate at the moment, but that grenade comes and knocks him on his feet, and now Tokyo's gonna have to deploy a couple of smokes to get him back up, and WarGod smelling blood in the water. Are they to try and take out Sin Tokyo? Tokyo, does he know where he is? Yes, he does. He's gonna be able to get one, but no! The trade comes through from Minato. He's gonna be able to make sure that his teammate is gonna be back up on his feet, and Sin Official, they split their forces and they pay the price, and there you go, another member is coming in on the buggy. In the meantime, Team Last Legends trying to fight up against the side of Team Hyper Kings, and Hyper Kings will lose with the players. Cherry's going to be down on his knees, going to be finished off as well. Another member inside the smoke from Hyper is probably carrying the dreams forward at this point, but he is prone, trying to avoid all that gunfire and Sin in a world of trouble. All 3 of the players knocked down on their feet, and there's still one WarGod member standing who can take this 1v1 if needed, and Levine, there you go, he's going to go in and finish the job first, but there's now 2 players standing over here trying to go in for the flag. Will not succeed, and WarGod with just 2 members will take out Sin Official, as somehow these 2 players are all that is needed to eliminate the top dog over here. Last Legends now in the fray with 3 players still standing, and 10 finishes Both of these teams have a lot riding at the moment. A chicken dinner would mean that they end up getting that first place finish and build a big gap of points between the other team. But can they do so? That's the question. Last Legends, they've got the man advantage at the moment, and they're trying to go in closer towards the center of the circle so they don't have to worry about the rotation when the time comes in. War God do not have the same luxury in the meantime. They're trying to heal themselves back up. Their helmet and vest completely shot, which means that any stray shots to the head or the west will kill them super quickly. But in the meantime, Last Legends, you can see Arrow. He's trying to make sure that all the bait that his teammates are setting up for him, well, it has something to fall back on. I mean, he's trying to make sure that he can maybe find a pick of War God, get a bit aggressive, bite the bait, get themselves a knock, and then try and go out in the open over here. But Deathknock, in the meantime, still standing behind the trees, not really making himself visible. And they're going to try to get inside the Jeep over here. This could be dangerous. Deathlock spots one out, but they're still tanking blue damage. And there you go, Legends. Well, they will be able to find Minado to start things off. And now it's only Justin in a 1v3, hiding behind that hill, going up and down, trying to heal himself back up. But does he even have enough healing? Yes, it does seem like he does. It's a couple of bandages though, so it's going to be a little bit slow. And Last Legends, well, there you go. Those nades are being cooked up. Shadow, this could very much be his end. And that nade should do it, Justin. No, he's still surviving. It doesn't matter. The Jeep is finally going to get blasted. And there you go. At the end of it all, War God, well, they did a lot of work, but it is team Last Legends who are indeed the Last Legends standing over here in this 5th match. Whoa. Wow, that was a close game. War God, the way they pulled off that 2v4, incredible stuff. Just punishing the side of Sin, who were getting a little bit too arrogant. You know, they sent 2 players ahead. They were like, you know what, 2 players on this front, 2 players on the other front to handle all these different fights. But, well, you give them fair fights. They take them every day. They win. They get their players back up. They punish all of the Sin players who are coming in one by one, by the way. And in the end, Sin official, they just completely blew their lead.
Well, they definitely, nothing taken away from LN officials, the way they got the chicken dinner, but Team War Gods was the one who were right in the thick and thin of every action, every fight that was breaking in. In fact, their rotations were not easy at all, like for the players of Team LL, Last Legends, because LL came from a southern side. Only Team Panic was the resistant. Let's have a look at the highlights itself and then see how things panned down. They War Gods clutched in, Mango clutched in from Team Black Boys.
Almost.
Black Boys had a very good start. This was the moment he went for the knock.
There we go.
He went for this drive-by, but later on Mango takes down one, takes down another one. The second one was surviving on a very low HP, but his teammates came a little late. They suffered early casualties. They lost 2 of the players, but good gameplay, good finish points, 4 finish points, and few placement points also, I believe, to back them up. But like I was talking about Team War God, they were taking the northern side rotations where all the teams were coming in. They were involved in so many fights, but for Team Last Legends, it was all southern rotation. Only team that was present was Team Panic. They took down Team Panic, and then southern side territory was completely theirs to own. And in fact, last circle also went into their favor. In that situation, War God couldn't have done nothing, because the way they placed one of the player on the flank angle behind the tree area, he was going all intel. If the rotation would come in, anything War God did, that information would have been passed to the teammates, and it was easily not easily, obviously it involves mine and the gunpowder, everything, but yes, it was Last Legends game.
Absolutely. I mean, Last Legends, it just seems that they were relatively quiet early on. You know, we didn't see them in the middle of a lot of action as compared to someone like Black Boys or, you know, maybe even IYD. Okay, there you go. I mean, this is the only fight they really sort of took. You know, they tried to fight against IYD. They did get a knock, but in the meantime, Zero Degree, you know, we were really expecting them to come in clutch, maybe even win this entire thing, but it seems that somewhere or the other, they seem to have faltered and didn't really get the finish that they were looking for. I believe they are in the top 8, but I'm not too sure where in the top 8 exactly they are. But yeah, we can have a look at what exactly happened over here. And there you go. This is War God, you know, just being extremely strong. Despite being on the low ground, there were so many chances that they had, and they took them all and took all those finishes for themselves. And Team Last Legends, this is when the action started from them. All of these nades being hurled in, just making life an absolute nightmare for Team Panic, as they indeed started panicking when those nades started pouring in. But 313 Esports, they were in a bit of a trouble, you know. I mean, Wargod, they've got the high ground over there, they've got those angles, and yeah, 313, if they had to get out of there, they had to use a bunch of smokes.
Well, they had to use the smokes. In fact, Team Sin also, the way Nirvana popped in those grenades against the enemy, took down multiple players from the enemy team, and that's when his remaining members chimed in and eliminated the whole squad. But this time, one of the player of Team Sin was little far away. That gave time to the players of Team Wargod to go for the raise onto their players, and that's when they had the numbers advantage. And Team Sin, although having good finish points to back them up, still at a good spot. I'll say it was a very aggressive team game from Team Sin, Team Wargod, Team Last Legends. But yes, I agree, Team 0 Degree was somewhere missing, because maybe they were going for the defensive side. The way their rotations were coming in initially from the complete western side, holding on to the Georgiopol area, North Georgiopol area, not engaging in many fights. They were playing defensive. I think they should go all offensive, because we saw 23 finishes in round 1.
Absolutely. I mean, I have to say though, you know, 0 Degree and Last Legend came really, really close if you were paying attention during the match. I think they both were sharing Georgiopol, while Last Legends were a bit more closer towards the circle. The side of 0 Degree, they chose to guard that bridge, and if I remember correctly, they did manage to get, you know, one player knocked out by the blue. So yeah, it does seem that 0 Degree, they definitely take all these opportunities over here, but somewhere or the other, in the chaos of late game, it seems that they were a bit flustered, but that's alright, you know, it's just the first match. This is what we've got 2 matches for, making sure that there is a chance for you to correct. Not a lot of chances, you know, just 2 chances, but still, it's better than 1. So yeah, hopefully this time around, they can be the team that we all know that they are, you know, be super aggressive, get those high number of finishes, and potentially go away with the chicken dinner, and maybe even drop a 35 bomb. I mean, 35 bombs seem so awkward to say. I mean, I would just rather say 40 bomb, but yeah, I'm hoping they can get 35 points.
Let's see if that is going to happen, because from 0 Degree, we had very high expectations. Yes, Wargods, round 1, phenomenal performance, very aggressive, very double-digit finish points in both the games in round 1. This time also delivering similar performance. Team Sin again coming up. Although in round 1, Team Sin was not that aggressive, but this time they have good finish points. Even 0 Degree is not at all at a bad spot. I believe they are in top 6 with 4 or 5 finish points to back them up, and few placement points as well. But we want that 0 Degree that went for the 23 finish and chicken dinner.
Absolutely. I want to see that same 0 Degree once again as well. I believe they've got it in themselves. It's just that this game ended up being a little bit weird for them. I actually think if they, you know, fought Last Legends early on, they could have potentially gone in and clutched it out, but they were a bit too busy with the bridge and just gatekeeping everyone coming in from that angle. But anyway, let's have a look at the point standings and see where they are now, as that's the only thing that really matters, right? I mean, you can get chicken dinner but still not be in first place. This time around though, that is not the case. Team Last Legends, not only did they get the chicken dinner, they also got 12 finish points, giving them a total of 27. That is a big number.
Well, this is a pretty aggressive lobby. Wargods also having 11 finish points, total 23 points, standing at 2nd position. Sin Official, a very good outing. I didn't expect, but next game, high expectations from this team as well. 10 finish points, but stay a little like a pack. Yeah, I'll say the only thing to Team Sin. Hyper King, 8 finish points, 16 total points, but Team 0 Degree, Team 313 iQOO Esports, Team Black Boys also sharing same points. The only difference is the placement points. That's why 313 is standing at 5th position and 0 Degree at 7th. Black Boys Mango, what a clutch, man. But Team Cyberpulse 9, just 2 points.
Yeah, and kind of feels bad for Black Boys, because given you know, the spirit that they showed early on, I imagine if they actually survived, they would have also been in the top 4 over here, potentially replacing you know, maybe Hyper King, or maybe even Sin Official, or maybe even, you know, taking the goddamn win. Who the hell knows? Last Legends, they would have their work cut out for them, but it's just that the early fight that they took, it just seemed to really put them in a bad spot. And yeah, if they did manage to survive long enough, I think we could have seen them up here. But they're still in the top 8, you know, that's what really matters. That's what they need to make sure they're able to do in the next game as well. Cyberpoles, L4, IYD, One Shot Karnataka, Team Panic, Team Anonymous, Fade Rage and Force Satya Santani, I think they've got their work cut out for them. They sort of need to mentally reset from this game as well. Because like we've talked about, many a times players can be really, really skilled. They can be really good as well. But when the pressure starts mounting and when they start thinking about everything that isn't the game and isn't the moment that they're actually in, that's when they start making mistakes, right? You start thinking, oh, what are we going to do if the circle shifts here? Oh, what are we going to do if the circle shifts here? Instead of not focusing on what's already at hand. Maybe there's a fight, or maybe there's the circle right in front of you, and maybe there's something you can do at the moment. But yeah, enough talking about that. Let's just jump into the iQOO MVP and see who it is. Well, it's Hitman 45 with 6 finishes and 477 damage. Great stuff by him.
Well, Hitman was the man who shot the final bullet onto the players of War Gods and got himself not just himself, his team also a chicken dinner. Yes, very good positioning around the hill area, very good smart strategy from the IGL to send one of the player for the flank angle, and followed by Hitman. His teammate is there, Deathlock, with 5 finishes, and look at the damage, 827, a very high damage, and assist, 5 assists. Deathlock, were you on a death spree?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I mean, Deathlock, he's got a higher damage number compared to Hitman, but he's still lower in the MVP standings. That's, well, go figure. That probably means that finishes are more valuable than damage done, and that's where Hitman shines. But Nirvana and Tokyo as well from Sin doing a lot of work with 4 finishes, both with their name, but Nirvana having higher damage at 680, and Minato from War Gods being in there as well with 394 damage to his name. Once again, all of these teams playing super aggressively, and it seems that some other teams are paying the price for it. We saw the bottom 8 teams having, I think, the bottom 6 teams had 0 finish points or something like that. Yeah, that's a pretty rough spot to be in. But you know what? There's 75 grenades used in this match. Only 4 grenade finishes though. That's all right. But yeah, these are the post-game stats that we were waiting for, right? So 35 people rescued. That's a big number. Usually we don't see this number being crossed over here, but 60 finishes and 60 knocks, both of those being matched. So yeah, overall very efficient gameplay.
Exactly, like you mentioned, a very good knock finish ratio, pretty low grenade numbers, that grenade finish we saw. I think it was for the team Panic. We saw in the highlights. In fact, the teams which are in the bottom, Team Panic is there, Team Fear God is there, they both were having a similar rotation. In fact, Last Legends also, they were having a southern rotation, and Team Panic didn't anticipate there is another team that is coming from the backside, and that was Team Last Legends. They didn't expect that someone was coming. Fear God changed their path, were playing too defensive, taking lots of blue zone damage, but if you look at finish damage ratio,
yeah, all of these teams are sort of up there, except for a couple. It does seem that most of these teams do have a decent amount of damage. Now, Sin Official, of course, are going to be taking the cake for damage done with 1,900, but it's still evenly spread out. It doesn't seem that a team has a monopoly on damage. There are a couple of teams that are really, really strong, and then there are a couple of teams that are really haven't done all that much, but everyone has dealt some damage except for the side of Fade Rage. And well, let's have a look at the top 4 squads, although it should be no surprise to anyone who has been paying attention. I do imagine first place would be Last Legends, and yeah, this makes total sense. First place goes to Last Legends, War God Esports in second place with 11, third place going to Sin Official with 10 finishes, and Hyper King in fourth place. Absolutely the same order as the points table like we saw, so yeah, no surprises over here. And these are the squads that you probably want to be keeping your eye on for the coming match as well, because these are the people who could potentially be targeted.
Well, they can be targeted, but I'll particularly talk about Sin Official. Better they not repeat what they did in round 1. They got 10 finishes in match 1 in round 1 on 4 placement points. In next match, they had a very early elimination. Let's hope this time they are more prepared for the match number 2 as well. And about targeting, I believe this time, like the trend has been today, the match number 2 teams are going little on the defensive side, not going aggressive, changing drop location if the drop location clash was happening. So let's see if that's going to happen or not.
Well, we are going to find out if that happens or not, but right after this short promo from our sponsors, the iQOO Legend 7, let's check them out and see what they're all about.
Are you ready for this?
that was the iQOO Legend 7. You can feel the monster inside of this one as soon as you start playing BGMI on it. And I have to say, I felt the monster for myself. I've played a couple of games of BGMI on this. I can assure you this is the best possible phone you could have to run this game. And on top of that, not only does it have your BGMI experience covered when you go out, when you want to capture some memories, when you want to make sure you got some good pictures, well, the triple camera and the ultra stable HD mode has you covered. So do check out the iQOO Legend 7. It might just be what you need. But with that out of the way, I have to say, I am just super glad we did not get a Sosnovka military base finish.
Well,
That's it. That's all.
Yeah, this time also not a southern zone. Yeah.
No southern zone. Please,
Yeah.
please. We
Please.
we enjoy
Anyway.
that. The fact that they aren't ending in Georgopol or Pochinki or Manchester, somewhere towards the center, it's acceptable to me. It's fun, but 4 times in a row, I mean, Sosnovka, it's gonna get to anyone. So please, let's just keep that going, and let's just make sure it's not Sosnovka again for the final match of the year. Otherwise, I'm gonna rip the little hair that I have on my head out, and then I'm gonna be bald. So
I don't want to rip my hairs.
yeah.
That's why I asked for a northern circle. They gave me.
Yeah, well, there you go. The BGMI gods clearly favor you, so they're listening to your prayers. I hope, for that matter, I hope you can carry my prayers to them and let them know that we
I'll
don't
do that.
want a
I'll do
southern
that,
circle finish.
Anish.
All right, well, we're about to find out soon enough, though, because I do see all the players are in the lobby, so soon enough we should be jumping into the spawn island. But before we do, let's talk a little bit more about what we want to see from these teams, right? So like we talked about, 0 Degree Esports, they were in the 7th place. They weren't up there like we were expecting them to be. What do you think went wrong for them, and what do you think they can do differently to sort of correct that? Is it the gatekeeping at the bridge that cost them, them not rotating early on, or is it just, them being a little bit too complacent? What do you think happened over there?
I think with 0 Degree was they were on the defensive side. I'm sorry. They were playing a little safe. Maybe the pressure of qualifying towards the bigger stages. Maybe that added pressure, because last time we saw them 23 finishes. Match 1 also they had a very good outing, double-digit finishes, total 42 points. With that, they qualified for this round. That's why I think they should just play their normal gameplay like they do, and they have the skill, they have the gunpowder, they know their rotations, they know the geography of the map, they know everything. They don't have to be defensive. This is a team that don't have to play the defensive game, because they have got everything in them to play the aggressive 0 Degree gameplay.
Absolutely. I mean, I want to see them take the part of Team Mayavi yesterday, right? Both games, they were just being super aggressive. Even when they didn't have the man advantage, they were still going in and joining all the fights. And they were
Just
like, oh, there's a
forget the
fight
pressure.
breaking out over here. Welcome us, folks. We are here as well into the party. But yeah, for 0 Degree to do that, they sort of need to calm down, relax, let bygones be bygones, like you always like to say, and make sure they keep their head in this game, because many a times people do tend to root over their mistakes. Sometimes you make a mistake that ends up costing your team the game, and they're like, oh man, if only I didn't do that, we wouldn't be in the spot. It's all right. It's done and dusted. It's not something you focus on while the matches are remaining and while the tournament is going on. It's something to be discussed after it's over. But yeah, we're about to see if these players are truly made of metal or diamonds, or if they're going to crumble under the pressure and collapse. I, for one, do want them to be able to succeed, because I'm quite sure there are a lot of 0 Degree fans in the chat who do want them to, see the next round and hopefully even make all their way towards the grand finals itself. But before they actually get there, they're going to need your energy in this particular game. So make sure you spam some love in the chat for your favorite teams, and make sure you let them know that you're supporting them. Maybe that's going to just, give them the jolt of electricity that they need, and, give them the ability to perform at the highest level. Sort of reminds me, I do believe a cricketer once said that, whenever he hears the crowd roaring and cheering for him, it's like a surge of electricity goes through him, and all of a sudden he becomes a bit more alert. He can play a little bit better. So make sure you give them that support, and make sure you're able to light that, jolt of electricity in them. That's going to get them moving. But yeah, I've talked enough at this point. So I'm going to throw you a bit of a curveball over here. Let's say...
sorry
Okay,
to
go on.
interrupt you, but I have one thing to say to 0 Degree. A ship is safe at the harbor, but that's not what ship is made for. You have to go all aggressive. You don't have to play defensive gameplay, my friend, because you are the team that outshines under pressure. Don't crumble under the pressure. In fact, another team also, same thing goes for this team also. Team Panic.
Yeah.
Their rotations were very good this time also. Round 1, match number 1, they got 16 finishes, 8 placement points for themselves. Match 2, they also faced an early elimination. So this is also a team that is kind of falling under the pressure, or maybe not just being alert, but 0 degree. We all have high expectations, dude.
Oh yeah, everybody, even the fans, and you kind of want to make sure that you don't disappoint them. So give it your all, don't let that pressure get to you, like you've said. And it's like you said, ship is safe at harbor, but it's not made for that purpose. It is made for the purpose to sail out and discover the seas and see what the oceans hold for them. And yeah, I hope they're able to do that this time around, though. It does seem that there's a bit of a delay in the lobby coming up, so don't worry, we're going to get that fixed and jump in real quick. We will start the game. We're not going to hold the game hostage and not start the game, as we're always accused of. Still start the game. But yeah, as soon as it's in, we're ready to jump straight in. And guess what? Looks like we are ready to jump into the game itself. So enough talking, enough chattering, and let's actually see what's going to be happening as soon as we jump in. I believe we're loading on Spawn Island, though. I don't think we're jumping straight in, but it's still better than just hearing us yap away. So let's have a look at what they're going to be doing over there. This, like we've talked about earlier, can determine the personality of a lot of players, but for the moment, I just want to see these players put their phone aside for a second and talk to each other, because communication pre-game is going to make sure that communication during the game in those chaotic situations is a lot smoother.
Well, these teams, these players have been known to each other for a very long time. Inside the game, they are competitors, but outside, they are friends. So I'm very sure in Spawn Island, everyone's all mic is on and they are chit-chatting, telling each other, hey, you man killed me. Next match, I'm coming to your drop location. I'm going to beat you down. Something like that, or a friendly banter always goes on inside the game. And we'd love to see these kinds of friendly banters. A pan finish, just go for it.
Oh yeah, pan finish. Or if you really want to be really annoying, you can just get that pan and keep whacking away at that one person who really annoyed you. Just keep making that clang, clang, clang sound, and just make him put his headphones away and be like, all right, you know what, for these next 60 seconds, I'm just going to go and meditate instead. But yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that these guys talk about their mistakes. In particular, 0 degree, we don't want to see them be complacent like you talked about. We don't want to see them being a little bit passive. They are an aggressive team, so embrace that. Go for it. Make those aggressive plays, make those aggressive rotations, and who knows, they might just end up walking away with the chicken dinner. A couple of these other teams are also going to have to be careful. War Gods, Unofficial, they're going to have a target on their backs given their performance in the last game. So maybe they need to change up their drop location. Maybe they need to think about something else. Maybe rotate out early on. But one thing I've noticed about changing your drop location is that rotations out of there can not come naturally to people. They kind of have to think about that, and that can sometimes cost them. But enough blabbering, enough chattering. Let's just jump straight into the game and see for ourselves what it is going to look like as we are going to head in. And there you go. We are about to jump in and see what the flight path is going to be looking like. So here we go. There it is. I believe the flight path is, well, once again, starting in a position that I don't really like. If you see the map right now, you're going to know exactly where it's starting from. It's going to be starting from the Sosnovka military base, ending all the way towards Lipovka, leaving Zarki shooting range and George Pole a little bit hard to access. Now, you could still go there, but it does require to drop in early on towards Ferry P and Quarry and then rotate in towards those areas instead, because there is no natural way to actually get there.
Well, this time, Circle, guess Floki. I never put you onto the spot.
Okay, I'll tell you what the circle is going to be like. It's going to be in the southeastern corner of the map. It's going to cover the entire water, and guess what? There's only going to be Milta Power and Nova Hypnoi in there.
It's going west.
Okay, well, let's hope it goes west, because that's going to be very interesting considering the flight path, right? We could see something.
Let's send it towards Georgopol Hill.
I actually want to see a quarry finish. It's been a while since we've seen something
We all want quarry finish, but our wishes are not being granted. From day one, we are literally wanting to see a quarry finish, quarry circle, but let's hope.
This game we get 2 hours every night to the BGMI calls instead of the standard 1 hour. They seem to have upped their rate a little bit,
Offer chicken. Try.
Oh, yeah. I mean, no, I think maybe they could be running low on chicken, right? A lot of players have been, getting these chicken dinners, so maybe that's what they need. That's what they're occupied with, just, finding all the chickens, and that's why they don't have time to listen to us. And there you go, your wish is granted. Wow, that is some circle. I mean, a big chunk of it is in the water. And guess what? Towards the western, or rather the eastern end of the circle, there is School and Rozhok. So, yeah, this is going to make things very, very interesting. The teams in Pochinki are going to be super happy. But right now, it is just a race to see who is going to get to Georgopol, Hospital, and Zarki first.
Well, that's a race, and you better not be the victim of drive-bys that might be coming in. And Team Cyberpulse right now taking the revenge, shooting in the direction of Team Black Boys. But then, can they find an initial pick? No, because the Black Boys are having a vehicle, but Katil is ready with their M416, and here the revenge comes in. Yashopi goes down. There is no chance of saving him, and Black Boys have to leave the field and find a safe spot.
Man, this is the second time that Cyberpulse and Black Boys have went at it, and this time around Black Boys are going to pay the price. Yashopi is probably going to be taken out by Katil over here, and they're going to be left with just 3 members. But 3 is better than 2, so they still have a better chance of winning this one than they did in the last game. But I have to say, it just sucks being the first player to be taken out, right? Like, what do you think Yashopi is probably going to do at this point? Put his phone aside and just go like, oh, well, I guess the day's over?
Do anything, but don't just irritate your teammates, because that's what my teammates used to do when they get an early elimination. Do this, do that, or just like scream in their ears, block all the sound cues. But it's a competitive lobby. You do that, all the fun in the classic games, but not in a competitive scenario. But look at the player of team number 12. That is going to IVD officials. He's taking a lot of damage. But brother, come out for breath.
You need to breathe.
You need oxygen. You will die. What? Wait.
That did not look right. That did not look right.
That was for real?
I think he just drowned himself to death. Well, okay, that's one thing off of my bucket list. See a player drown himself in a BGMI game. So there you go.
Maybe he had a fight with his teammates.
I hope not. I mean, I hope that hasn't been happening because, well, this is the only shot that they have of qualifying. And if they don't qualify...
They didn't give him AWM or M416 in previous game.
Absolutely. I mean, that you know what? That's actually completely understandable. If they didn't give him the AWM, do it every single time. You know, if they were just holding on to it and being complete jerks, yeah, go for it. You know, just put your foot down and let them know who's boss. But... oh boy, the eastern part of the circle isn't going to be seeing some action because, man, there is just so many teams in that general area. Milta, Farm, saw Snovka military base. There was no Ripnoi being occupied as well. Lipovka, Kameshki, weirdly enough, might see 2 teams fighting it out over there. I think IYD and Anonymous are both trying to make their way there, but the only place that is still legitimately accessible right now in that general area is Stallburst. So maybe that's the place where they look to go towards. Yasnia Poliana being occupied by the War Gods, and it seems that the Cyberpole boys are making their way further up towards shooting range and Zarki.
Well, that's a safe rotation path considering you have so many teams dropping in the central island. That's a very safe rotation coming in from Cyberpulse. They don't want to miss this game because they had an early elimination in the match number 1. This time they need both the things finish and the placement points. But Team Black Boys are up for a very early rotation towards the Gatka area, having a very good compound to their name. This is definitely going to benefit them if the final circle goes towards Gatka or the ruins area also. They are in a very safe spot. On the other hand, the team dropping towards Primorsk 0 degree, they are also in a very good spot. The complete path is clear for them. They can go and head towards any compound, any positioning inside the circle, because right now all the teams are outside of the safe circle, safe zone area. They are just looting away. In fact, most of our teams are going for the northern part of the rotations.
Yeah, they're going for the northern part of the rotations, considering that it's probably going to be safer, and everyone's thinking the same thing. So maybe we're going to see some action coming in towards the northern part of the map like you talked about. Now, in the meantime, there are at least 3 teams trying to make their way towards Severny. I see War Gods being one of them. I also think Team Panic are one of those teams who are trying to get their way in there. But 0 degree, once again, you know, dropping in Primorsk, they've got no worries whatsoever. They're just having a very happy time just looting everything in sight. And so the side of Team Hyper King, right? So Team Hyper King, well, Pachinki is open. They take it for themselves. They get all the loot in the world. Where do they go now? That's the question. Do they go towards ruins, or do you think they perhaps, you know, stay where they are and see where the circle shifts?
Just stay where you are because you are in a safe spot. The circle is favoring you. You don't know where the circle is going to take shift. Anytime curveball will come in, maybe it will favor you. It comes down towards the Pochinki. You don't know anything. So better stay in your spot. You have a complete Pochinki control. but looks like Team Hyper is already getting into vehicles. And talk about vehicle fights, it is happening between 313 and Black Boys.
Yeah, it seems that Black Boys, even though they have only 3 members, are still feeling like they're up to the task over here, going for this fight of sorts. And 313, they're circling around, they're trying to spot all these players out, and they will see where the Black Boys are. But the question is, do they try and contest them? Now, they have been paying attention to the finish feed like we talked about earlier. They would know that Black Boys only have 3 players. That is, but I don't think they're going to try and take this fight regardless, because they know that at this point, if they end up losing 2 of their players, it's simply not going to be worth it. They would much rather play the mid game, carry their resources forward, and see what they can do then. And that's exactly what they're doing. 313, they're just trying to find themselves some more resources, they're trying to find themselves some more vehicles, and they're trying to get some information while they're at it as well. But circle's starting to close in now, and we're going to see some of these teams rotate in. Team Anonymous just having a gala time. They're driving on these fields, trying to make their way out from the blue and into the safe area itself, and they will be successful. I do think a couple of the players are still behind in Stallberg, waiting to rotate over here, but soon enough they should be in the clear.
Well, it is clear, but the winners of the last game, Team Last Legends, is still in the mansion area taking the damage of the blue zone. Late rotations might come handy this time because most of the teams have already rotated away, but considering the fact does mansion offers very good healings, because you have to heal yourself. As far I know, mansion area doesn't even have too many vehicles spawned also, so they have to make little quick rotations. Better start now, they can easily reach the safe circle. But team number 10 is also up for the rotations. If we talk about Black Boys, they have finally found some area to hold on to, but they don't have healings, don't have the best weaponry to take up a fight against any of the stronger teams. They still need the loot. And mind you, Georgopol City and Containers are still not up for contestation. Yes, 2 teams are in the North Georgopol area, and looks like Team Panic again in a good spot.
Yeah, once again, Team Panic in a prime position over here, but Georgopol is where the center of the circle is, and we'll see just how many teams look to make that place their home. Now, 0 Degree are trying to rotate in towards Hospital, but there is another team standing in their way. That is the members of Black Boys, and Black Boys are concerned about 313 at the moment. Although there is Fade Rage coming in on the flank, and we could pretty easily see a fight breaking out soon enough. Towards the northern side as well, Team Anonymous rotating in, making their presence known to the side of IYD, who should most certainly know that there are a couple of players riding up in a bunch of vehicles towards them, and we'll see if a fight breaks out there. But yeah, in the meantime, everyone's just looking to rotate in. Oh no, Last Legend. They're all in separate vehicles, and they're in the blue. They're trying to get in there. This could be a little bit troublesome now. But if all goes well, they should be able to get their entire 4-man roster in. Now, 0 Degree in the meantime, they're looking to get the party started. Surya, we talked about them. They always like to be aggressive. They see a team over there, and there you go. Aman is going to take the initiative at the moment. Spots one out. Almost manages to get the knock. Doesn't lose a lot of HP. Prepping up that nade. Will throw it in. And there you go. Blackjack 2OP will be forced to move out of there instead. Another grenade being lobbed in just to buy them some space. This is all the smoky mirrors. And guess what? That grenade did connect. So he does connect that knock. Manages to get one for himself. And now only 2 members from Black Boys still standing. And they're all spread out. So it's going to be every man for himself. And there you go, they're both trying to take those 1v1s, but can they succeed? Scar OP still standing in the meantime, will go through, dodging all the shots, but finally be put on his feet, leaving only 1 player still standing from the side of Black Boys. It is the Mango Man himself. Let's see if he can clutch this one out. He pulled off a 1v3 last time around, but with 3 members in the grave already, can he do it again?
Well, can he do it? But no, the answer is no, he can't. Mango could have easily deployed some grenades if he had in the direction of the players of Team 0 Degree to delay the push that was coming in, but nothing was happening. He was holding the warehouse. He had a very good vision onto the players of Team 0 Degree. He could have easily deployed few grenades. Maybe he was running short of them. But on the other end, North Georgopol, we are having 2 teams. That is Team Anonymous. Not a very good performance in the match number 1, but Team 0 Degree. We were complaining that they are not aggressive, but this time their aggression is coming on, and they have already taken down the players of Team Black Boys, earned themselves 3 finish points. They need more if they want to qualify for the next round. But they are in a safe spot. Let's talk about the top 3 teams of match number 1. War Gods, Team Last Legends, Team Sin Officials. All 3 teams are heading for a very late rotations. Does that mean that they are on the defensive side of this match?
Could be. I'm not too sure actually. They could potentially just look to, keep their position instead of trying to take fights aggressively, because it doesn't make sense, right? If you've got yourself the lead already, you kind of just want to make sure you don't take those risks, especially if you've got yourself a good position. Now, the question remains: Last Legends, they are gonna take a lot of time to rotate in. So are they even gonna get themselves a good spot? Because the circle is about to shift once again. And that blue zone damage is gonna start increasing now. It's probably gonna go further down south, but let's see for ourselves where it's gonna go. Oh, okay, a hard shift of sorts towards the hilly terrains near Hospital and Ruins also in the mix over here, which means that the boys from Cyberpulse 9 are gonna be very, very happy about this. Well, guess what? They don't have to worry about one of their flanks at least, because there's a huge mountain standing in their way. They can focus their entire attention on the side of Sin Official.
Well, I wanted a Georgopol Hill Circle, and my wishes are again granted. Let's see, the contestation for that hill area is gonna begin now. From all the 4 directions, teams are going to be contesting for the higher ground that offers so much intel. And man, the grenades are going to come very handy in that situation. Even the smokes, healings, everything, and the vehicles also.
Oh, yeah.
That is why the players are safeguarding their vehicles. The next shift of the circle is going to be very crucial. Already teams have started making their way towards the hill area, like teams like Cyberpulse 9 is already up all the way over the Georgopol Hill area, but Team Hyper King having the complete control of the triple warehouse. They can also have so much intel of the teams that are in the open area nearby the shack area outside of the Georgopol, so they better safeguard all the 3 warehouses.
Absolutely, they kind of need to make sure that those warehouses don't really end up falling into enemy hands, because even if they lose one of the players, it could be a lot of trouble. So they have to be a bit more proactive, right? When they get information, they need to start rotating out to make sure that the players don't get caught out over here. And that's why you can see one of their players trying to go out on a bit of a scouting mission over here. Is going to get the car in there. The good news is there are a lot of helmets in there as well, so that's going to make sure that if they do get shot in the head, well, they can just pick up a new helmet and they're going to be fine and dandy. But in the meantime, let's have a look at what Team Anonymous are up to. They've got 3 players around the hill close towards Georgopol, but are they going to look to rotate in just yet? Because Last Legends is holding the bridge and they're looking to gatekeep anyone that dares cross their path.
Better they don't get gatekeep, because so most certainly the circle is going towards southern side, towards the hillside, or towards the Georgopol container side. So for now they are in a safe spot. The defensive gameplay is working for them, but another team, Team 0 Degree, instead of going uphill towards the Georgopol area, they are nearby the western side of that hill, and that is a very good safe spot for them, because they do know that they have the experience that there is going to be contestation, there is going to be third parties happening on the hilly areas, or in fact the city area also. So instead of opting for those areas where third parties happen, they have a very safe spot, and mind you, they are in a position they can easily rotate in the next circle also. At this time we have a northern circle shift.
Yeah, once again we're going to be shifting in towards the general ship container area, so this is going to be very, very interesting over here. We're going to be seeing a lot of teams trying to control that piece of real estate now, and the mountain is still a little bit relevant. The only problem being there right now is that if you don't rotate out and go towards the low grounds, all the teams in the surrounding area, for example 0 Degrees, Panic, even War Gods who are coming in from the other side, from the eastern side, are going to try and gatekeep you and prevent you from walking down that terrain. And this is a situation that probably doesn't get enough credit, but going down low ground is probably a lot more dangerous than trying to take up a fight high ground. Now in the meantime, towards the containers, this is where we said the action is going to be, and the action is starting to break out. IYT officials, they spot out the side of Anonymous trying to take up a piece of the real estate. They're like, hell no, no way on earth we're going to give this place up. And Team Last Legends, okay, their car's going to explode with the players dropping very, very low over here. Hitman 45 in a world of trouble, but thankfully he does stand strong, so he's going to be able to heal himself back up. In the meantime, 0 Degrees going to turn their attention towards Cyberpulse 9, will take them out, and this is a 0 Degree that we were waiting to watch. Aggressive as always, capitalizing on every opportunity that they have.
And there you go, that explosion will finish off the members from the side of Infuse Esports. I do believe it was them who ended up losing one of the players there, but in the meantime, Zero Degree, they're going to turn their attention towards Team Panic, who have their members up and running, but they are just taking a fight on multiple fronts at the moment. Not afraid at all. They've got enough utility to do so. I mean, if you have a quick look at what their medkit and mandate situation looks like, it looks fantastic. They've got a couple of smokes in as well, so they can rotate out when the fights start getting a bit heavy. But you have to focus on what's happening in the containers right now. Team Hell 4, yes, one of the players got knocked, but now he's back on his feet, healing back up. It's going to be A-okay, but Team Lost Legends, where the hell are they driving? That's what I want to find out. In the meantime, Team IYD is still trying to take a fight from the warehouse, but there you go, that's what Team LL are up to. They're trying to eye up the side of Team Sinofficial, and Sinofficial, well, with only 2 players standing, could be eliminated over here. There's 1 player standing now at the moment, and Starboy looking to chime in as well. From the backstab, looking to get himself a part of the action. I think that Run is the only player who is still alive on the side of Sinofficial. Let's see if he can do some work over here. Oh boy, this one's gonna be hard. Last Legend still crouching in the meantime. They themselves only have 1 player remaining, and there you go, Sinofficial will be eliminated by Anonymous. All the hard work gets done by Last Legends only for the side of Hellfoot to come in and rob them once again. And Sinofficial, well, I mean, they're gonna be happy that they didn't die to Last Legends, but Last Legends, they're gonna be pissed.
Well, they are gonna be pissed, but teams that are going up against each other are going to be Fade Rage and team number 9, that is 13 grenades are being deployed. But Gabbar, don't overexpose yourself, because then more than 1 player will start shooting in your direction. Grenades are being deployed towards team number 9 as well. Let's see if they can find a pick, and finally with UMP 45, Gabbar goes down. Can they find another pick? Like the players are moving towards the players of team number 9. Looks like they can, but now they have slowed things down. They are deploying the Molotovs, grenades, smokes are coming into the picture from the side of team number 9, that is 313. They want to make a cover for themselves so that they can raise Gabbar back on his feet. This is the time when the players of team FR should make the push. They can easily knock down more players. The delay in the push is letting the players of 313 raise their player, and Gabbar is already back on his feet. Follow-up grenades were not accurate, but this time the accuracy is coming in as Gabbar again goes down. He had no time to heal himself, and this time Fade Rage making use of the cover of the smokes deployed by team number 9. Advantage is coming in the favor of team FR, going for the finish after finish. Another player goes down, 2 players remaining from the side of 313, and they are mostly pinned down.
Yeah, lots of bullets being exchanged, going back and forth over here, but can they actually convert them into real knocks? Fade Rage looking to capitalize on the situation. They did get themselves a knock that we talked about earlier. They finished off that player, they walk back, and now they're going back in the smoke. Well, they fade away, and guess what? Ramona could be in a world of trouble, trying to jiggle around the corner in a 1v2 situation, and God is going to be taken out from the side of 4. Fade Rage, and Fade Rage once again with only 2 players standing could be in a world of trouble. 313 are relatively healthy over here. I mean, Assassin, he could potentially get all those picks, but the blue is going to start to close in, and instead he's going to prioritize getting back inside the circle, because look at that, that blue just stealing chunks and chunks off of his health bar over there. In the meantime, Yash is going to make his way towards the other car, start driving his way out of here, but he is on a terrain, so accelerating is going to be a little bit difficult at the moment, but this is all he needed to do, get himself inside the safe area. He's no longer being attacked by the blue, and now he can reassess, reevaluate, and see where he needs to go. In the meantime, towards the side of Anonymous, lots of explosions breaking out over here, but Anonymous still haven't made their move just yet. All of the players are still sitting on top of the heavens, passing down judgment on all those beneath them. And looks like the side of 313 have been eliminated by the members of 0 Degree. And I also think Fade Rage are out of the fight over here, leaving only 10 teams in the mix. Cyberpoles 9, they've got Ghost in a very cool position. They weren't really spotting them out just yet, but IYD officials are also the team who end up getting knocked out. So yeah, lots of teams finding the dust over here. Well, he spoke about the containers and how important that those warehouses are, and that's exactly what the side of Hyper King are holding on to in the meantime. Looks like the side of One Shot Karnataka, just 1 shot away from death. One of the players standing, not for long. And there you go, Hyper King, no casualties for them, just 1 knock, and they will eliminate One Shot Karnataka. Great stuff coming in from them. Still holding on to that shipyard.
Floki, this is a 0-degree game. I can tell you that. Although the finishes right now are coming in the favor of Team Cyberpulse, as Team Panic, who was in the open, has been eliminated by Team 16 Cyberpulse 9. But still, I feel this is a 0-degree game. The compound they are holding on is a perfect place to hold on and get as many finishes from the teams rotating from the Georgiopur or towards from the southern side area. The moment they held the compound, they got finish after finish.
Hitman,
and
Hitman.
look, already 10 finishes and Hitman also goes down. Last player remaining from Team Last Legends. He has a sliver cover, but that won't work as Last Legends also bids bye-bye. And now the focus is on the players of Team 15, that is Infuse Esports. Nothing is stopping 0-degree from getting this chicken dinner. And look at the zone on mini-map. Zone is also favoring that team. The minute the teams in the Georgiopur area expose themselves, 0-degree is going to capitalize on that situation. For now, War Dogs are falling down. Race is already coming in, but they can they make it inside the circle? That's the main question, because 0-degree is already waiting. Team Hyper, you also have to move inside the circle. How you guys are gonna do it? Because 0-degree has already their eyes set on all the three teams.
Yeah, and once again, it looks like Hyper Kings coming under attack as the side of Helfo managed to find themselves another knock thanks to a headshot over here. And no, oh wait, Starboy, he's just bit the dust over there. He's gone permanently. So Helfo, they kind of need to make sure they sustain their man advantage. And there you go, they're finally going to bounce over here. They take down one member from the side of Hyper, looking to get more. Now a fair 3v3. In the meantime, also on the massive action breaking out as well. Anonymous exchanging a few picks back and forth, but Hyper going up against the side of Helfo. 2 picks being found over here. Adi will look to finish him off, and look, he's trying to make his life difficult for him by going back into cover and taking him take a little bit more damage from the blue, and the play zone's gonna come in and finish off the members of Team Hyper King, leaving only Anonymous and Fuse Esports, Cyberpulse, Helfo, Wargod, and 0-degree in the mix. 6 teams now in the fray. Let's see who's gonna come out on top. You did say this is a game for 0-degree, and it does look like they're lining up the players from Wargod and taking them out over here. 3 members from Hell, 4 trying to survive and get their way forward into the circle from those shipyards. But right now, the best positioning available to any of these teams is favoring the side of 0-degree. They're the ones who've got the best positioning at the moment. And then Fuse, they're finding themselves all these picks with those nades. These explosions just never stop, raining the backline in shambles as Rockstar, being a complete rockstar at the moment, throwing away all these frag grenades, trying to get a couple of more finishes. Will he succeed? Yes, he will knock down Star, and there you go. Wargod in a world of trouble right now. They did get one of the members back up on their feet almost, but almost instantly got taken down. He is a single man standing by himself, and now that he's out of nades, he's gonna try and take matters into his own hands. 0-degree in the meantime, still relaxing in the house, making sure that there's no one around them to worry about at the moment. And the Mystic, he's turning his attention towards the last surviving member from Infuse Esports, Rockstar. Well, he's done a lot of work so far trying to bother the side of Wargod, but he's just been a fly on the wall at the moment. But guess what? Looks like he's gonna be ignored for just a little bit longer, because Mystic is turning his attention towards the Wargods instead.
The question is 0-degree going to break their own record of 23 finishes, 18 finishes, and still in a very good position 0-degree is. The moment they held control of that compound, this game was theirs to lose. And Wargods, you have to move inside all the teams. Team number 8 also has to come out in the open, and team number 15 better be careful of Wargods, better be careful of team 15 Rockstar, because Molotov, although he missed it, but he does have the intel where the players of Team Wargod are exactly placed, and he's being so silent because he has got no healings, nothing onto himself. He is going to play a game of placement points, and he's going to be so silent. Although Bobdog receives a lot of damage from Justin, but he moves instantly inside the safety, and he's going to heal himself, patch himself up, but this time he'll be ready to shoot in the direction of a god. And with that, Minato goes down, Rockstar also goes down, 19 finishes. This is the game of 0-degree. Infuse gets eliminated by 0-degree. On the other hand, team number 8 is also being eliminated by Bablu of Team Wargod.
Yeah, Wargod now with 2 members standing. Looks like Hell for Frosty is finally going to say goodbye to the play zone and make sure nobody gets those finish points. But once again, 0 Degree, this is their game like you mentioned. 4 members alive, only Bablu and Minato in a 2v4 situation over here. Well, there is Justin as well, but not really in a position right now. And oh no, Aman spots out Justin and takes him out, so now it really is a 2v4. And now, Aman, smelling blood in the water. Can he go forward and get these picks for himself? He's trying to be aggressive, but he's getting shot at as well. He will connect a couple of shots himself. Rattle him off towards Bablu, leaving only Minato in the mix, and Minato will also be finished off. In the end, it is going to be Team 0 Degree taking the winner with a chicken dinner like they were always supposed to from round 1.
Did we say 0 Degree was defensive?
Yeah, we did. But, well, they
We
flipped a
have
new
to
pitch.
take our words back. But we are happy. We are happy seeing this 0 Degree. And by 1 point, they missed the record.
Oh, just
I
1
think,
point?
I think again, they got 23 points, I guess. Finish points. Or is it 22?
I'm not sure. I think they might have gotten 21. I could be wrong about
Maybe,
that. Though
maybe.
we're going to find out eventually, you know, when the points table comes up. But, man, 0 Degree, this time around, they just really aced it. You know, they were confident about what they were doing. They stuck to their play style. They were very, very aggressive since the start. And every opportunity that they had, they took. And it clearly shows. So, let's have a look at the highlights and see how they did once again as we jump straight into them. I also want to see what the hell happened to Team Last Legends because their rotation just seems super long in the game.
Yeah, this time they were playing little safer on the side, taking long routes, staying for the long time inside the blue zone and taking a lot of damage. What was this? Better explain to your teammates, mate. We don't need explanation, but yes, 0 Degree started their aggression by eliminating the players of Team Black, team number 5, and from there they just waited for the circle. In fact, 0 Degree was just waiting for the circle. The moment circle shifted towards the Georgopol area, instantly they were the first team who got control of that compound. And mind you, Floki, in Georgopol complete area, this is the most crucial compound because from there you get the vision of the teams coming from the hill area, from the container area, from the city area as well. So they have the vision and intel on all 3-4 directions, and that's what they capitalized on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's you know what they look to do when they're in Georgopol, like you mentioned. Getting all that information, but they also need to make good decisions on the back of that, right? Because if you see a lot of teams coming in, it can be sometimes hard to pick and choose which fights you want to take and which fights you kind of want to avoid over here. Now, I did see Team Anonymous on top of that mountain. I expected them to have a better time because they were at the liberty of choosing their own fights, but it seems like that they chose a little bit too early. They failed to account that another team could be standing somewhere elsewhere and ended up getting eliminated over there. But yeah, this is the warehouse fight that you're talking about. Team Hyper Kings did a very good job of holding on to it. You know, I think one shot Karnataka, they threw everything they had, but they didn't get anything out of it. And it wasn't until Hell 4 came into the picture that Hyper Kings really had a lot of trouble. And man, Aman at this distance, you know, just rattling off those shots, getting all those connections. Great stuff coming out by him. Surya as well with the M16, the old reliable. Just being able to find those picks made sure that 0 Degree really had the game that they were looking for. And yeah, Cyberbolts, they tried their best. They tried to keep themselves in this game, but eventually those grenades and those cars, explosions got to them all and ended up biting the dust here. Wargod as well, you know, great performance by them. I do believe they ended in the second place. So yeah, once again, Wargod as well, just being consistent as always. But yeah, I think this is one of those moments where I was just like, my goodness, is he actually going to do it? You know, Rockstar single-handedly knocked down 3 members from the side of Wargod. He almost managed to get the picks as well. He could have single-handedly squad wiped the entirety of Wargod and flipped the points table on its head, but unfortunately, he just did not have the room to do so this time around. He did get eliminated after he found that third pick. 0 Degree did them the favor, and at the end of the day, Rockstar, there's only so much he could do. But he still did a lot, given the fact that he was the only player surviving from Infuse. Getting those 3 knocks, it's a feat in itself.
And the position points as well. He got many position points as well. But like you were mentioning, Cyber Pauls were in a good position initially, having a control of the hill area. But the problem with the control of Georgopol Hill is when the circle shifts, coming down from that hill area itself becomes a very big challenge, and that is exactly what happened with Cyberpulse and team number 10 also.
Yeah, exactly, right? Going high ground to low ground is one of those harder things
Yeah.
to do. Like, I mean, you don't have a lot of cover to work with, so maybe the smokes come in handy, but unfortunately, it didn't seem like Team Anonymous could capitalize on that situation very well. It just didn't seem to favor them at all. But there is still another story waiting to unfold, and that story is on the points table. So as soon as the points are ready, we're going to be having a look at that. Before we get on there, though, do you think Zero Degree still have that first place, or do you think it could be somewhere else?
Most definitely, first place for Zero Degree.
All right.
Absolutely.
Fair
The
enough.
finish points, the chicken dinner, everything is working in their favor, and we are a bunch of happy people. I'm very sure everyone who saw previous game of Zero Degree was waiting for just this game.
Well, I'm sure the fans got what they were looking for, you know, making sure that the side of Zero Degree do their due diligence, some fan service at its best, and well, they made it look pretty, you know, they got themselves like, what, at least 20 knocks. I know for a fact that they got themselves at least 20 finishes, so kudos to them for actually being able to find that. But let's have a look at the point standings and see for ourselves how many finishes did they actually get. Did they beat the record of previous finishes? We're about to find out. Let's just jump straight in and see what it's all like. I do think they came so close. 21 finishes, just 2 points shy from matching their old record and 3 points away from breaking it. 36 total points though. This is the Zero Degree that we were hoping for. And the 35 bomb that I asked for, well, looks like I got it.
Well, looks like you got it. And Team Helfer also having a good outing. 5 finish points, total 15 points. Match 1, not the very flashy gameplay coming from this team, but Wargods somehow were missing. They didn't have the best position to engage in the good fights, I'll say. Bad fights they could have, but yeah, good fights weren't there they could engage in. That's why only 2 finish points and placement points they are capitalizing on. Total 14 points. Infuse Esports, like you mentioned, good decision of staying silent and go for the position points by the last player. Total 10 points and 2 finish points. But Team LL Last Legends, only 3 points.
Yeah, unfortunate for them. I mean, these were the guys who ended up topping the charts last time around, but for them to be in 9th place is just kind of horrible. Well, let's have a look at the 5th place Cyberpulse 9 with 10 points to the name, but it seems that you have something to say, Shadow, so go ahead, point it out.
Yes, then officials, look at them.
Where are they?
14th position.
Oh no! Oh my goodness, I didn't notice that at all. 14th position with 0 points. Yeah, even Black Boy's on there. Oh boy, that is painful. From 3rd place to 14th place. That is not the kind of drop that they were looking for. They were looking for some other kinds of drops, but well, sometimes when you ask for drop, you gotta make sure you specify what kind of drop you mean, because Sin Official, well, they got dropped by their opponents. I'm gonna stop with the drop puns over here. I'm sure that you guys are sick of it already, but yeah, let's see who the iQOO MVP is, because I'm quite sure it's gonna be one of the members from Zero Degree. Before we jump in real quick, tell me who it is. Never mind, you didn't. It's gonna be Bob Dope in that MVP spot with 8 finishes, 1057 damage to his name, 3 assists, and 1 headshot. This is the man who did it all.
I think I saw him in the end with a UMP45. I'm not sure. Was his teammate? If this damage is coming with a UMP45, my god, what is the damage of the remaining players? But let's have a look at the top 5 players first, and then we will have a look the overall damage that
What the hell?
Wait.
Oh, oh my god. Zero Degree just making all of these other teams over here look like chumps. I mean, 1st place, 2nd place, 3rd place, all Zero Degree players. Sai for the win, managing to sneak in 4th place from Hyper King, and then Surya, I mean, in the 5th place. I think this is another record that Zero Degree can be proud of, you know, having all 4 players in the top 5 standings. My goodness, that is insane. Well, Aman with 5 finishes and 821 damage being up there, followed by Mystic with 824 damage but only 4 finishes to his name, 5 assists as well. You know, Sai for the win, managing to sneak in there, slithering around and be like, hey guys, I'm here as well. I'm also a part of Zero Degree, clearly. 481 damage and 4 finishes to his name, but Zetsuria was then 5th place with 424 damage and 4 finishes to his name, 2 assists and 1 headshot. He too has done a little bit of everything. So Zero Degree, they may not have broken their finish record, but this is certainly another record that they can be proud of and they can display. You know, just line it up, laminate it, frame it, and show it to everyone whenever somebody comes over to the team boot camp.
I think this has happened 2nd time. previous time also in match number 2, all the 4 players were in the top 5 players, considering 3000 plus damage they dished out. I'm just waiting to see how much total overall damage they have given. I don't know to do the maths. 1800, 800 or something.
Okay, that is
2600.
2500. I think it's close to 2500.
No,
right?
800 plus 800 plus. Already it's a 3 players going.
Right.
26 plus.
I think it's 3500 then. My math is a little bit wrong, but you know what? Let's have a look at the match summary first, and then we can move on to the finish to damage start. Let's see how many grenade finishes and grenades used were there. Well, it does look like that there were 77 grenades being used. That is a fair amount, and out of those, 5 grenade finishes were there. So once again, a fair number of knocks, a fair number of finishes as well. 7,800 total healing, so a lot of healing going on this time around. And a good number of people rescued as well at 39. So all of these teams really prioritizing keeping their members alive.
And longest finish distance is 298, considering there were most of the time close range to mid range fights happening. That's where finish distance is not 300 plus, but it's a very good outing. Overall, knock finish ratio also is very good this time. 58 knocks, 52 finishes. It's a good ratio coming out. Yes, grenades used are not that high. Although I would have loved to see in Georgiapol container area the way 3 teams were there. Team Hyper having control of the 3 viruses, deploy more grenades in the city. But that didn't happen. But the FD ratio we were waiting for.
Oh my god.
I think they have broken their record.
This is the Burj Khalifa, and that's what that
Yeah.
is. 3,126 damage being done from the side of 0 Degree with 21 finishes to their name. I mean, just the number of finishes they have exceeds the amount of damage they've done. Against all of these other teams over here, as you can see. Man, that single bar just topping the damage bars from all of these other teams. I mean, he is fighting outside of his league and winning still. So yeah, clearly 0 Degree showing all of these other teams that they are indeed a class apart, and the first match is not something that they should be judged by. Instead, this is a more accurate representation of what their performance is gonna look like. We've also got some other teams in the mix. War God with 1000 damage, Hyper Kings as well with 1500 damage, but only 4 finishes to show for, and some other teams with 1000 damage here and there. I see Cyberpoles in there as well. I see 313 IYI Esports as well, with a fair amount of damage done and finishes found. So overall, a little bit of spread damage, but clearly there is one giant that stands head and shoulders above all the rest, and that is 0 Degree.
Well, most certainly, but Team Hyper King also have dished out a lot of damage. That is 1506 damage, considering they were having a complete control of triple warehouse.
Yeah.
If the circle had shifted in their favor, might be we could see so many more finishes from their side. But top 4 squads, obviously 0 Degree, followed by Team Hell 4 with 5 finishes. War God Esports dished out a lot of damage, but only 2 finishes, and Infuse Esports with 2 finishes.
Yeah, it seems like 0 Degree is just like the adult over here standing against a bunch of infants with single-digit finishes. You know, there's like 5 on Hell 4, there's like 2 on War God, there's 2 on Infuse Esports, and 0 Degree are like 21. That's how many finishes we have. We eliminated 5 squads by ourselves. I mean, that is around 30% of the server. That is a big chunk for 0 Degree. And I'm quite sure a lot of people are going to be turning their heads and looking at what 0 Degree is doing to try and emulate some of that success. Because 0 Degree, they're clearly doing something right over here. And I'm quite sure all of these other teams have a lot to learn from them. Even these other teams who perhaps did not make it to the top 8 and are probably going to be eliminated in this round, they can look at what 0 Degree were doing and learn a lot of lessons, incorporate those lessons into their own play style. They don't have to be aggressive, but they can see how aggression works, and they can have an idea of what to expect next time they encounter a team like 0 Degree or 0 Degree themselves. So a win-win situation once again, and you know, we have iQOO to thank for it, because it was them who came up with this 1 crore rupee prize pool and the open qualifiers as well, giving all of these players a chance.
Well, definitely, but 0 Degree better be careful in the next round, because we have talked a lot about their rotations, their drop locations. Basically, their strategies have been given away. Round 3, watch out.
Absolutely, but before we actually move on to round 3, there is still the final day of round 2 remaining, so you kind of want to keep your eyes peeled out for that. Make sure that you don't miss out on any of the action, because man, if this is what round 2 looks like, you do not want to miss out on the finals, because that is what's going to be happening tomorrow, round 2 finals, and after that we're going to go for a 2-day break and come back with a 3rd round as well. But I think this is about it from our side. We've had a very fun and enjoyable day. We've had 4 finishes towards Sosnovka military base, and then the BGMI gods got tired and gave us some other, a little bit of more variety in our life. But with that, we thank you for your time spent with us, and we hope you tune back in again tomorrow to watch some more Battlegrounds India Series 2021, powered by the iQOO Legend 7.
Are you ready for this?